Meanwhile, everything to the downside here once again. Not a huge move, but 0.3% if you missed it. Trump on Truth Social saying China has completely abandoned this agreement that they came up with just going back a couple of weeks ago over in Switzerland, and said basically, quote unquote, so much for being Mr. Nice Guy. And that sent the futures spiking to the downside there. That was the move for the NASDAQ. We are trying to rebound some of that anyways right now, but overall negative start here coming on the back of what happened yesterday. If you missed it, just selling right out of the gate all the way through to the close, even into the after hours yesterday, just seeing Chinese stocks, basically the entire board, red at this point. They were more or less flat. The entire market coming into this morning was more or less flat. Everything down pretty sharply. I mean, Xpeng 3%, Alibaba, better part of the same, NIO 1.6%. So red start here this morning on more fun Trump comments. If you missed it yesterday, I mean, these tariffs were gone, and then a few hours later they were back again and reinstated as this investigation is going to commence. Adair is with me this morning. Sharif taking care of a family emergency, so good to have you. I mean, interesting start to the morning, but coming on the back of what happened yesterday, who knows what today could bring. And
it's interesting, too, because this is actually on our watch list. If you check out our Trader TV Live watch list, I had that Scott Bessent was making some comments about China. He said that the trade talks had stalled, and he doesn't actually think there'll be progress until we get Xi and Trump talking to each other. Then just right after we send the watch list and Donald Trump decides to chime in for himself. So interesting stuff. The other thing he posted on Truth recently is that he and Elon Musk, that's right, the Tesla CEO and now former leader of Doge, they're going to be holding a press conference at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And he ended that post with "See you at the White House." So could be an interesting one as well. I'll certainly be covering that.
Yeah, meanwhile, Costco with earnings. Not a bad report for Costco, but it is downside here this morning. The initial move higher for Costco. Dell, another one that's reported forecast a bit of a problem here. This one leaking to the downside as well so far this morning. 1% so far. GPS, wait for it. The
AAPL.
Sorry, right. I keep forgetting that ticker change. It's funny, in trade ideas, it's still the actual logo is still the same. Anyway, that one under a lot of pressure this morning. 15% here, 14.25 anyways for Gap on a miss there as well. So earnings all over the place. Semiconductors to watch again today with these Chinese headlines. Nvidia kind of back and forth so far. We'll see what happens, guys. Happy Friday.
Hey, Brendo.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Obi. Happy Friday, everybody watching today. Darren's in red, and you and I are like the Black Plague over here. We'll have to wait to see.
Black on black.
Black on black. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, no, excited to be here again one more time here today. The last of Obi, and then we'll, not the last of you, but for filling in for Neil.
The last.
Does he have, wait a minute, does he have Monday off?
Monday? Oh, yeah, no, I think, Monday as well. Yeah, I'll be here Monday.
What a guy. You know, the guy gets back Saturday, but he needs a couple of days to recoup, you know.
Monday and then Friday again. You guys will see me on Friday.
When you're an old man,
there you go.
That's what happens. You're. I guess you're in. I don't know. I'm on the wrong calendar. Okay. Yeah. So you know if you're in or not. All right. Welcome everybody. Yeah, it was a nice move down there for China on that little story that Brendan just mentioned there. 21,400, dropping down into 21,250. I mean, it's bad. It's not that bad. And then the PCE comes out as expected, if not a little bit lower. 2.1 versus 2.2. So that's creating some nice little, action back here to the upside again for us. So I just was looking at Costco down 0.45, not great there. I want to look at the other name that, I mean, maybe we're going to get back to green, right? And we don't have to worry too much about sort of this declining name right now, Tesla. I have it written down today. Every single day it's been a long this week, and then today I have it written down as a short. And I hate to do that because I know there's a lot of bulls in our chat right there, but I'm not. We'll be out of this and switch up our mind right away if anything changes. But now that we're underneath 360, I do like the short there on Tesla. Are you an egg guy?
Yeah, I like eggs.
What would be your favorite way to have eggs prepared?
Sunny side up.
Sunny side up. Okay, that was really quick. All right, I like that one too. You know what actually I had the other day when it was, wife and I went out for Memorial Day breakfast? Poached.
Yeah.
Yeah, poached medium, so you get a little bit of still that, that dipping action there. That was nice. Yeah, I thought that was. And then are you a rye bread guy, white?
Yeah, whole wheat.
Whole wheat, okay.
Rye's a little much. A little too.
Yeah, I know. I like it's a little harder. Like sometimes I prefer that. But yeah, you're right. For dipping, maybe white is And then what about sausage or bacon or pea meal? Only because today we have, I think for the first time, I've seen scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
Here today, this morning.
They were okay. I put a little bit of ketchup on them.
I put some sriracha
Randy.
on those.
Oh boy.
What's your favorite way of having eggs, Randy? Is it, would be, that's so hilarious. I was just going to say, would it be in an omelet? You know, I like the, just like a straight Western, like just a ham, green pepper, onion in an omelet. What do you have in your omelet? Greek?
Yeah, lots of cheese.
Yeah. Okay.
Lots and lots and lots of habanero cheese and Gouda.
Okay.
And eggs and pea meal bacon.
Yes.
And
Oh my God, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
I'm ready for second breakfast.
That's why I didn't mean to do this to everybody. But
Is everybody hungry now or what?
Yeah.
Well, because we got scrambled eggs and sausage there today. We don't, and I was like, I said to
Sausage
Sparky, I was like, this is like a brand new thing here, because normally it's just like a little side egg. You get a hard-boiled egg. You do it yourself. This felt like more of like a, I don't know.
A weekend breakfast.
Yeah, exactly. More of a
Okay, everybody in the chat say they're hungry.
I know. What the hell have I done here? We never get pancakes, so I see someone put a pancake.
I'm a turkey
up,
bacon
Pino?
kind of guy. I like turkey bacon.
Talk to my friend Joseph.
Yeah.
Oh, you love right now.
Turkey
What do
bacon
you have on your plate over there? Oh, just fruits right now.
tastes so good.
This guy's already, the oranges are good. Yeah, we got the.
Got the
And I got banana from yesterday too, the fruit salad.
Oh.
But anyways, okay, so yeah,
bananas.
I'm looking a little bit red here today. I think. I mean, I don't think it's going to be tough to think about longs if we do have this Chinese sort of backdrop again. But we've had it here for a while, right? I mean, it's not like there's been any deals made or anything like that. It's disappointing to hear President Trump say that that work, I guess, that Scott Bessent did has gone by the wayside, because there was some positive movement there in the last couple of weeks based off of potential Chinese agreement, really. I mean, I think that's a big. I mean, Canada is still a big part of all of this too. We're a huge trading partner for the United States. But so we'll wait to see. Tesla's going to be a big name that gets hit on all of this, I would think, anyways. All right. $2,120 for SharpLink Gaming. Of course, Pharma Bro Martin Shkreli mentioned this as a long idea based on yesterday, based on an X post noting that there was only slightly under 1 million tradable shares, period, for this name. We've already done 1.5 million shares. So if you went to bed last night a little nervous about where this stock may open up, well, congratulations, you're in the money now, another 37%. This all started when they were talking about Ethereum, and they raised 600 million or something like that, 425 million in a private placement, and then they mentioned we're just dropping that into Ethereum. Wow. Right.
Yeah.
Up goes the boogie right there. So it's a nice move there for SBET. We'll see if that can hold. And then another play idea that I have here today, we have Michael Noss coming through as well. So he's going to have some ideas. Oh no, we have a bad wick here I need to clean up. But what about an Nvidia? Well, what was going on last night? Okay, that's right at the close. We have that bad wick. But I like Nvidia underneath 140. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to use my chart, so just hold on a second here. I'm going to call up e-signal here that won't have that wick or as bad anyways. But there's 140. We lost it sort of in the middle of the day yesterday. We were defending it pretty early. I know Obi and I were talking about it. In fact, the sole name you traded yesterday, right? Yep, so, I only traded. But anyways, breaking back down through 140, not getting back up there pretty much all day. I mean, we tried. We got to 139.50. But, you would think on a day when we had 350 million shares traded, that potentially we would have, if it wanted to, get back there to the upside. There was definitely enough eyeballs on this name, and we didn't get going. So, I mean, you could even get a little more aggressive and go 139.50 right here on Nvidia, but I'm definitely looking at a 140 fade on that name as well. Semi's not doing the greatest. We had my guy Marvell there yesterday come out, and it's down a little bit. It's not down too much, down 3%, but it's not going to be a great name here to look at today. Underperforming its expected move. So again, relatively flat. We saw that yesterday with Nvidia, opened up 5 or 6%. Expected move was around 7. Got hit pretty much the rest of the day. But then I hold out hope that maybe a Salesforce that we saw ripping up. I don't want to, maybe I should use not the word ripping, but nice move down there, obviously right off open, right? We got crushed. I mean, we were on earnings 276, didn't like them, got down to 258 and change. But look at the day that Salesforce had yesterday. Pretty much climbing the rest of the day, almost getting back to sort of where we were pre-earnings. So we'll see if Salesforce can battle back today as well. I'm hoping this is sort of the trajectory of Marvell. Marvell came out and just everything was relatively in line. We're going to go through all these names, of course, as the day goes on. So what, anything on your mind early here?
I mean, again, I'm watching the market. Something that I did highlight yesterday was opening prices for the week. We sold off pretty aggressively yesterday, right? I'm just looking at TQs here. You can see the ES and the NASDAQ as well with that quadunk in the morning. So a little bit of a puke action coming in, some more, I guess, some continuation of the selling that we already saw. Yesterday, news comes out and then more punching of the bid. But right here, TQs, that low from Tuesday, that's the week low, currently sitting at 38.37. Right there, so I'm looking at that as well. 68.38. That's what I have here. So 68.38 right there is the low. Current pre-market low just about clipped it right there at 68.62 as well. So let's see if we can kind of sell off a little bit lower. Does the week go green to red? That's the question that I'm asking. And similar thing on the spider here. Same kind of story. You can see that the week low on the spider sits at 584.37. And yesterday we were looking at the week open as well, right? So the week open right here, if I can go to the first 9:30 candle, the opening price is 586.08. Right, so it's like 586. We can keep it clean. 586 right there. Pre-market already tested it. Yesterday tested the week open by 1 penny. So again, my main focus today is probably going to be MSCI because that rebalancing is happening at the end of the day today. So we're going to be watching some of those names as well. But yeah, a lot of earnings names on watch. Earnings day 2 for Nvidia. But I think the markets are definitely in play, especially with this shake and bake coming into the market with Trump's statements this morning. So a lot to watch out for.
Yeah, just before we go over to Michael Noss, we want to say thank you, Craig, for the $10 here. Just want to say thank you for all the effort everyone puts in on the show. So we'll say awesome. Thank you so much for those kind words. You learn something every single day. Say, man, so do I. That's the one thing about this market is you're learning pretty much every single day. There's always something else, you know, like that SBET move or whatever. Then here we go from Arsis. Thank you so much again with all these nice emojis here. 2 free fall Fridays in a row. Nah. Buy the BD. Normally it's buy the something dip. But what do you think that B stands for? Buy the bottom? Buy the Bitcoin dip? Yeah, maybe. Bitcoin down here, 106 right now for Bitcoin. Thank you for the early super chats, guys. We really do appreciate that. Yeah, we're locked and loaded. We've got our coffees. We're ready to go here. We've got
Darwin knows what it is.
Oh, what did Darwin say? Yeah, BTFD. No, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
that's why
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're replacing the F with the B. So what is that?
I don't know. I don't know what you gotta let us know.
Buy the bombastic dip? I don't know. But okay. Without any further ado, we have Michael. Maybe he knows what it is. BTBD. Well, any ideas on the desk over there, guys?
No idea. I can't hear Michael.
Beautiful.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful.
Beautiful dip. Oh. 1 second. Yeah, sorry.
This is why we.
You guys
keep your.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
No. You're good. You're good. You're good. We can.
Okay.
Yeah. All good. Happy Friday. How are things?
Things are doing fantastic. I feel like I missed you guys.
It felt like a long week, even though it definitely was not.
Yes.
I saw your charts that you brought with you this morning, and I think this is a fantastic angle to take, especially at this point in time when we have all this uncertainty and possibly even more poured on the fire here this morning. You did, however, Mr. Noss, forget one crucial chart in this presentation that you're going to give here this morning, and that's Canada.
I added it. I think I added it late. So
you did? Okay, good.
End,
yeah,
but shout out to Canada.
I know. Even the TSX is at all-time highs, and we're not there yet. But go ahead. Don't let me steal your thunder here.
Yeah, no, and this is just, again, this is a chart of the SPY. We're zoomed out here, and we're using line charts on this because I have a lot of charts, but don't worry, I'll go quickly through them because there's just a theme here. And, we're struggling here a little bit at all-time highs. It does look very bottomy. I don't want to, call it the bottoms in, but there's a lot of things that would have to happen, I think, to have us go back to the lows. But a lot of this happened, and all of this happened because tariffs and uncertainty around the world, and a lot of people I hear kind of keep saying that as uncertainty around the world. So Monday was closed, here in the US, but everywhere else was open. So I decided to take some of the time to go around the world. So that's exactly what we're going to do in kind of a rapid fire fashion, just to see how the rest of the world's doing and showing that, we're getting a little bit of lag here in the SPY. So even if the SPY makes it to new all-time highs, you're just kind of catching up to the rest of the world there. So first of all, this next chart I think is a good way just to summarize everything. This is just the ACWX, for those who don't know, the All Country World Index ex-US. So this is, you take the whole world, you pull out the US, and you're kind of averaging out all of their kind of headline ETFs, and you're seeing we are hitting new highs here. Now, the kind of lagging thing here is China. So we're not going to mention China today. You guys know that I own a bunch of China and all of that. So we're going to go to the places that probably you don't hear talked about too much on the media. So in my charts next, we have the TSX, but it's not here. So it didn't make it in time. But just a shout out, Canada is here as well, hitting new all-time highs. I think a lot of that's going to be gold, that type of thing. But yes, Canada, new all-time highs. This chart right here is Japan, and we're hitting new all-time highs in Japan. There we go. I was kind of waiting for that, but I'm glad we got it. Yeah, so new all-time highs in Canada, new all-time highs in Japan. Next one here is Germany. We're hitting new highs here as well in Germany. And then we're down. The next one is Italy. So again, shout out, if you guys are in any of these countries, make sure you're lighting up the chat because everyone's market is doing pretty well here. So next one here is Singapore. Not quite new all-time highs in Singapore, but a nice looking chart. And you can see they all are having and all had this kind of tariff dip. But what I'm trying to point out here is not only have they recovered that tariff dip, they've gone to make new highs. So at least the investors around the world and the investors in these companies are saying, not only do they think tariffs aren't going to play any sort of a factor, but may actually end up being better for these countries. I don't know how you kind of spin that, but that's kind of what we're seeing here. Next chart here is Spain. So Spain making new highs there with Italy as well. And we're seeing Sweden just breaking out. I don't know if I was trying to think of a Swedish company that I could invest in other than maybe an IKEA or something, but this chart looks very nice to me. So again, shout out Sweden, nice little breakout happening there. We have the UK with the next chart here. So the UK just broke out recently as well. Quite a big bump after they've kind of resolved the tariff news. So every one of these charts is kind of looking the same. It dipped when the initial kind of tariff tantrum happened and the whole world happened. And now they're well above those. So showing we're rotating into different countries out there. And then last but not least is EWN Netherlands is looking like it's breaking out here as well. So quick trip around the world, but it's just to show you that most of these countries have not only recovered these losses, but are making new highs after they've recovered these losses. It's actually the US that is now the lagging part of this. And just to kind of talk about how rare that is, if you, right, so that was a quick way to go back through those charts. Look how well the US has done over the last this chart starts in 2020, over the last 5 years, and then just go down to the next chart, which is the All Country World Index, that basically spent that 5 years doing almost nothing. So this is a new phenomenon. Generally speaking, it's kind of the U.S. is leading, especially because technology is leading, and the U.S. is, by far the leader in a lot of these big tech plays. And now we're starting to see a bit of rotation in the rest of the world. A couple ideas of why this could be happening. I think the biggest one is just looking for diversification and safety. If you are someone who thinks that these tariffs are going to be very bad or catastrophic for the U.S. themselves or any policy that is getting taken place, well, it would make sense that you would kind of spread your money out into different parts of the world. So I am going to be spending a lot of my weekend trying to look to see what we can actually invest in the U.S. markets with these other countries, because I can't think of a Netherlands-based company that I could invest in right now, but I'm sure there's some out there, and I'm going to try to spend my weekend finding them.
The interesting aspect, and I'm glad you mentioned that at the end there, the interesting aspect here is we're not necessarily saying, okay, everybody run out and buy all these ETFs that are already at all-time highs. If anyone had that idea going back a month ago or maybe even 2 months ago, congratulations, you've done very well on that. But
yeah,
is there a catch-up trade really with the U.S. now, seeing that, as you were saying, the U.S. that has lagged the rest of the world, for the past month or so? If you go back to 5 years, 10 years, even 15 years, it's been the complete opposite. So is there that catch-up trade somewhere?
I think so. And I think part of it's going to be, you know, I speak to a lot of financial advisors and fund managers and all this, and they've been kind of getting beaten up a little bit for years saying, why is, you know, 5 or 10% these tariffs kind of go away or get resolved, then I think you get that revision pretty quickly.
All about the U.S. markets, and obviously we focus very strongly on them, but good to point out.
As well, see if there's some sort of uncertainty in those markets. But again, going back to
Chart of Costco. How good does that look? trying to get back to, speaking of all-time highs, trying to get back to all-time highs right there. So close. Morgan Stanley raising the price target on Costco, going to 12.25 from 11.50. Post their report really hasn't done much on the weekly side of things, but holding above key levels here. I mean, the Zscaler, Ulta Beauty, Best Buy, JP Morgan cutting the price target for Best Buy, Bath and Body Works.
And Costco actually just cracked below the $1,000 level. It's not really going to be a day trade one, but one to watch out for. Of course, we did have a lot of retail earnings this week, so Bath and Body Works and Best Buy to me makes sense. I'll mention one that we didn't talk about as much as Zscaler. I don't know if that was mentioned here. Piper Sandler with a price target increase for Zscaler to 260 from 235. For the record, it's trading about 263 pre-market, so even that price target is below where it's currently trading. But basically, Piper Sandler saying that Zscaler, they like their results for Q3. They just reported last night, and they said their new products will
continue to gain traction. So good look here for ZS. Lots of these earnings names are going to be at watch, of course.
Towards the end, just hearing the 10-year back to the upside here to the tune of almost a full basis point. So 4.4 on the 10-year coming on the back of this. If anyone's just joining or misses that 830 core PC price index month over month for April, exactly basically in line with expectations. 0.1 versus 0.2 on the positive side of things. PC price index 0.1 versus 0.2. 2.1 on the overall headline number versus 2.2 expected, again coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Final reading on Michigan consumer sentiment for May. 5-year and 1-year inflation expectation obviously tied to that as well, so stay tuned. At 10 o'clock, we'll bring you that as it comes. Meanwhile, if you haven't done so, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. All you need is your email address, and we'll send it right to your inbox every single day as everything that's moving around on it in the morning. Marvell here, I will go through a number of earnings reports. Marvell did have quite the move after close yesterday. Initially was to the downside, but we recovered almost all of that. Still down 4% here this morning. And leaking currently, there were a few analyst moves as well for MRVL. Pretty well one here this morning in there.
Yeah, so we'll go over the basically they reported adjusted earnings of 62 cents per share, narrowly beating estimates of 61 cents. Further, Q1 sales pretty similar here, 1.9 billion, just beating estimates of 1.88 billion. So they eked out an EPS and a sales beat. Revenue, though, apparently up by 63% year over year. This was a record quarter for them for revenue, and CEO Matt Murphy attributed that to strong data center related demand. Not super surprising here. Now their guide, their EPS guide their adjusted EPS guide for Q2 was in line. Their projected sales guide is also more or less in line in terms of where the midpoints of these were. So guidance kind of mixed, but nice report in general for Marvell.
Yeah, thank you there for that one. Yeah, look, I mean, it came in as basically all as expected, right? 62 for 61, slight beat on the revenue as well, 1.9 versus 1.88. And then the guide, the top of the guide was 62 to 72 cents per share, in line with 66. So it's kind of like they're saying that there is a downside and then there is an upside, but that's not what the market wants to hear. So Marvell unfortunately gets hit here, and it's not the end of the world, I don't think. Like Brendan said, there was a more dramatic move immediately, which is kind of crazy. Like the algos, I mean, the numbers were good, but the algos still hit it down. That led to me to believe you're going to see. I mean, look at all the names that are on there right there: Marvell, Dell, Gap, Costco. Like, you know, many names are down off of earnings there yesterday. So it's just going to be, I think it's, you know, it has nothing to do with China this morning. This move happened much before that. Like record revenues, you know, sales are through the roof for them. But at the end of the day, the market is what it is. And right now, you're coming up that 50 period. We said that we'd have to look at this more seriously. It was just, you know, I liked the name. I thought that it was, you know, at a good little level there. We don't normally get into too many shares before earnings happen. And we bought it 2 days ago, hoping that Nvidia would give it a little bit of a bump. And, you know, we saw what pre-market. It's 500,000 shares, which is nice, but it's not doing too much. It's not having too much of an effect. So let's see if there's a early market imbalance that maybe swings this thing to the downside. And then we can look at 59 flat because we know that's the 50-period moving average. So at least there's some opportunities here to look at that. It bounced off of it today or yesterday off earnings. So I still like the name. I mean, I think we want to be long AI. And again, data centers is their big push. They were profitable. They're selling more units than they can get their hands on. So I like Marvell here, and down 4%. I don't know if it's an add to anything yet. I mean, I have a lot of money into AI and all that kind of stuff, but just a way to get part of the game other than Nvidia. I do like though. I like AVGO. I really think that Broadcom, again, the Silicon. Oh, I have this chart again. Problem. Look how good Broadcom's trading right now, right in this area. You're back up to. That's right. Don't have the split adjusted. You're right back to these highs again, right? So it does look a lot like Nvidia, where we had that bottom and then just a pretty epic run. But we're through. I think we're through earnings on Broadcom, aren't we? AVGO. They could be one of those late ones too. 6 days. So we have 6 days, June 5th, where we're going to be getting some Broadcom earnings. So I think this is a play that's very interesting to look at right now. Where we got a good report from Nvidia. They sort of faded out, after that report. Marvell came out with a decent number as well, and they got hit to the downside. So look out for maybe, some pops coming in this space there as well. And on any weakness, I do want to buy some Broadcom. So yeah, Marvell, not the greatest of days today. I wish we would have hit that one out of the park there, but I don't think we did that bad. It's down 4%. We could make that up. We saw that yesterday with CRM. Let's see where the market takes it today.
Yeah, I like Marvell today for a few reasons. I'd say when I looked at it last night, right off of the close, I was like, all right, well, shake and bake, kind of a strong flush, and then rips right back up, and then a little bit later in the evening, I'm like, all right, well, we kind of printed right back up to closing price, and we even got back to reference highs. But interestingly enough, this bid that came in just as aggressively as the sell, let's take a look at a higher time frame to see where this might lie. Because we can see that, I think right there, that downtrend break that Sean just spoke about, we're kind of pushing a little bit back up right there. But take a look at this trend that's been holding, Sean. Look at this, absolutely beautiful. Boom, right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the earnings reaction, 5. And the question becomes, off of this aggressive selling and the market selling as well, of course we have to watch the chip sector today as well, but will this multi-week trend hold on Marvell today with the earnings volume? That's the question I'll be asking. We're kind of just consolidating and churning right on top of that trend support as of right now. 6160 is trading on Marvell, so definitely one to watch out for. Let's see if buyers kind of hold this thing up as they have been for the past few weeks.
Let's go on to Dell, continuing its downside push here, 1.2%. Earnings, not terribly exciting. We'll get to that in a second. This came yesterday as well, late in the day. New DOE contract coming through for Dell to build a supercomputer for the U.S. Energy Department. So on top of the report after the close yesterday, which was actually not that bad.
And it's just funny that DOE supercomputer headline with Nvidia barely makes a blip in the stock. I remember Sean was talking to me about it, then we get this story, and you would not think Dell had a catalyst. So pretty interesting stuff. Now, the earnings, as you mentioned, not super exciting, but worth talking about, of course. Earnings of $1.55 per share. They missed estimates of $1.69. Revenue, though, $23.38 billion. That's beating estimates of $23.14 billion. With Dell, I want to talk about the guide because it was a really strong year for the coming quarter, I guess the current quarter, that'd be Q2. So they're guiding between $28.5 billion and $29.5 billion in revenue. Analysts are looking for about $25 billion. So they guided well above estimates. You can check out the rest of their guide in our watch list as well. But generally a pretty strong guide here. And also worth noting that apparently they have $14.4 billion in confirmed orders for AI systems in its backlog. So if all these orders come through, it could be really nice for revenue for Dell.
Not typically a volatile stock or tradable even for the past couple of days anyways, guys. But nice move here so far this morning, pre-market.
Boy. Dell technology.
Yeah, no, we like, we sort of thought the writing might have been on the wall a little bit there because we did see that HPQ had a downside push as well. But again, we can celebrate the earnings call and then all of a sudden, no. It's like people are just changing their minds. So I'm a little bit like, offside on some of these earnings plays, because this is what it looks like on a daily chart. You would say, all right, if we can break through 111 right there, then we do have a lot of downside pressure and a lot of areas to fill back in here into the 50-period moving average, back down to $95. So, I mean, regardless of whatever these earnings were, the market liked them, then they didn't, then they kind of did, and this morning they don't again, right? And so if you see what HPQ did was just, what was it, 2 days ago or 3 days ago? Their earnings call happened. Okay, well, they're not doing too much volume as well, but there they go to the downside, and then we come in the next morning, down again, and then up almost immediately in the lunch hour, and then sort of leveled off near the end of the day. So is that what we can maybe expect here from Dell? Obviously, they're two different companies. I don't think one needs to trade alike, but there's that similar move. Here's the move down. So could we get a recovery day here for Dell? I think yes. So I actually should have added this to my sticky note. It's not a name that I'm familiar with day trading. You don't see me trade this too often, but this little level right here of 111 and 110-ish is right where we're looking at right now. This could hold. And, we saw that move there yesterday in HPQ, battle back. We saw the battle back in CRM. And again, when you're talking about best of breed companies, traders will come in and buy these. So even though they missed, it is a possibility here that we do support this area of 110, 111. So let's just see if that's what wants to happen today. I'm short bias, but the market is at VWAP, so maybe the long can kick out, right? There's that taco trade again. It's all, every day we're getting trade and tariff news, and we all, point the gun at the market, and the market reacts to news when it first hits, but then it's like, okay, well, hey, whatever. That whole, and I don't want to, I hate that always chickens out. To watch today in and around 111, possibly a long at 111. Wait to see what happens. Area. Let's see if there's more of the same coming in off of the open there. Maybe we break this even. Last year or so, could be an opportunity to watch out for.
All right, downside.
He says that China and U.S. trade talks have more or less stalled. He doesn't think there's going to be any
huge look at a downside play off of 120, right? And we talked about we've seen the way that Trump conducts sort of these deals. I don't know if China, and he already said, I don't know if China's going to play nice. You know, so let's just maybe think back to like some old school backyard basketball rules here, where they're, you know, very well, no fouls now, and people are going to be elbowing each other in the face, getting those plays off. So yeah, for me, Alibaba's a short. I can't wrap my head around the long today, heading into Friday, today's Friday, heading into the weekend. I just hope that there's going to be positive news heading over the weekend. And hey, if there is, then we're wrong. But for a day trade today, let's keep our ears posted. We've got Benting in our ears, we've got Dare, we've got everything ready to go. If there's any news that changes the sort of the flow of today's market, then we'll have it for you live. But for me, it's a short until proven otherwise in these trading markets. Thank you, Sean. I think that's pretty solid there.
A lot of flip-flop, like I was saying before, a lot of flip-flop happening in this market. And yeah, things could change with it within the next hour. Things could be very different by the time we're in the closing session as well. But in terms of an opportunity for Chinese stickers here, AAPL, they reported earlier on in the week on Tuesday a strong flush on that report. Pretty much been consolidating since then sideways within that day one earnings range. So right away, I'm going to be like, all right, what is that low from that day one? So the day one intraday low, we've already started trading below it. That was in around $97 right 94 is going to be interesting if we do get that continuation coming in off of the open. So when it comes to China, I think because they've had recent earnings, could be a good opportunity to kind of look for the upside for short-term participants.
All right, Tesla strength back in play, not yet, anyways, but 1% here downside so far. There's a number of analysts coming up talking about not only the robotaxi launch coming up in June, but also just this move that we've had off the lows in this stock in general. A big event, obviously, with things getting underway in June in Austin for the robotaxi. This analyst suggesting Uber should not be working yet, anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's interesting too because we know that Elon Musk has said that they have no interest in buying Uber, so that was a conversation as well yesterday on the show. But I want to talk a little bit away from robotaxis, more about an event that's happening today. 1:30 p.m. as announced here in this Truth Social post, Donald Trump's holding a press conference with Elon Musk at the Oval Office. Now, why this could be in watch for Tesla beyond the fact that, of course, the stock's been really volatile, is the fact that Elon Musk's involvement with Doge has been a bit of a concern for some Tesla investors. There's the idea that he's spending less time with the company. But now Donald Trump saying that this will be Elon's last day, quote, but not really, because he will always be with us helping all the way. So unclear if that means Elon's still going to be working with the White House in some capacity, but either way, sounds like it'll be potentially a good one for Tesla investors who are looking for him to really focus on the company.
I mean, his time ran out. Like exactly. So I mean, I'm sure they'll talk from time to time, but I don't see it being that bad. Uber here is speaking of Uber, downside again this morning. Big red candle yesterday for that one as well.
All right, what do you want to talk about first? Yeah, I mean, we can do Tesla. Okay, go ahead with Tesla. I can look at it very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla, again, it is kind of consolidating a little bit higher. Sure, we got some aggressive selling there yesterday. 168.33s are these highs right here, kind of consolidation highs after that gap up, a little bit of a gap up that we got coming into the week. Again, Tuesday, first trading day of the week was pretty solid. Look at that beautiful trend all the way up on Tesla coming in all the way to 364s. Coming in today, though, we're trading kind of well below that, kind of in the lower part of that range. Let's see if we reclaim some of that range. Some of these range lows coming at 356s. We're currently trading below that. So I have no idea. So what I'm seeing is if we can hold below prior day low, which also happens to be Wednesday's low, so two consecutive prior day lows, if we can hold below that and trade below pre-market lows, the question becomes, do we hold VWAP? Can we look for any sort of opportunities to look for that continuation from the false break of that trend high that we saw yesterday? So if we do reclaim within the trend, I think that like all of this range is well within play. But if we hold that 356 as a bit of a resistance, then that can give us a little bit of direction as well. So that's my look on Tesla, Sean.
Yeah, no, so for me today, I wrote down Tesla too, but I'm going to be, I mean, similarly good levels there. Talking 358 to, I wrote down 358 to 360 as a short for Tesla. Now that we've been long all week, now we're underneath. So for me, it's pretty simple. Looking to get underneath here. If we can, trade in this area. Again, I don't think the news is overly positive today. So I'm going to try to short anything between basically 358 to 360 and just to try to see, like, let's let the market open up. If we get some levels in this area, then I want to go short and basically just tempt it to break that 360. And if we do that, we can get out. I'm fine losing on a short of Tesla, especially if it's only going to be at most $2 because we want to be able to build a position up in this area and then whap. Yesterday, we were able to take the futures on a break of the pre-market level. That could be something here as well with Tesla, but it's starting to go back upside. The PCE was a decent number, so didn't really panic anybody at all. The market just having to settle out here in the next little I selected NY there. Okay, so here's Uber. Look, I mean, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, as Adair mentioned. I still think they are. I don't think Tesla will buy them. I mean, they may go for a lift or something like that, but they don't have to. I don't even know why I brought that up. We were just talking about it yesterday, and Adair has confirmed that that's already been discussed, and it's been a no. But the fact that it's been discussed means at least there's something there. All right, so Uber hit yesterday, obviously, and I think it was just maybe also a function of the robo taxis rolling out all over the place, and it's not even the robo taxis; it's that Model Y that was self-driving everywhere. I just think that, like, would you rather call up a robo taxi, brand new car, get in there, experience that, potentially cheaper than Uber because you're not paying the driver, and you just get, I don't know, will it be a better experience? Will people try out this robo-taxi service? And then how close are we to even rolling it out? How far are we away from this actually affecting Uber's bottom line? I still think that's years away. You know, you got to get a lot of approvals before you're letting completely autonomous taxis roaming around. The full self-drive is a little bit of a different issue. That's been around for a while. We know that's going to be worked on. I think Uber can take advantage of that in many ways as well. We saw Hertz grab 100,000 Model Y or Model 3s and Ys. I think it was mainly Model 3s. They sold them back, but Uber can do something very, very similar, right? All Uber has to do is announce that they're putting their whole balance sheet into Ethereum, and this thing will go to $8,000, but I don't think that's going to happen right now. So $82 right now looks like a decent area, but again, just because of a little bit of negativity, I think you buy it there, but if it drops it, you let it go. So 82, definitely a spot here for me for Uber, and we're getting pretty close to hitting that. We were down to $83. So let's just see if there is a downside play, but it's starting to inch up. We only have 80,000 shares traded today. So for me, I like Uber for a long, but it needs to get to 82. I don't know if that happens today. And I like Tesla for a short in those areas that we discussed.
Gap to the downside in a big way. I went into a daily chart here just to show you. If you zoom in, you can see it better. But we're way down here, like 50%, easily 50% of the way back here on this daily chart move off the lows. This was a pretty impressive move off the lows, but 16% to the downside here this morning.
If you talk about the piece of guidance that is really, I think, concerning to investors, basically what happened here was they said that the tariffs that are happening specifically with China could impact their business by $100 million to $150 million. They've not included that in their guidance for the time being, but they also said they've already tried to mitigate some of these costs. They've mitigated about half the costs. Initially, they were expecting this to be a $250 to $300 million hit, but they still have the rest of these costs, and they said they're likely going to see this $100 million to $150 million hit on the balance sheet in the back half of the year, but they're trying to mitigate even further by diversifying their supply chain outside of China. Now let's talk about this quarter because it actually wasn't that bad. 51 cents per share here versus 45 expected for earnings. Sales also would be $3.46 billion versus $3.42 billion expected. So to clarify, the report itself was actually pretty solid. It was just this guidance concern with tariffs that they've already partially mitigated that seemed to have to be scaring investors here.
All that being said, there is a ton of consolidation and a ton of key levels if you zoom out to a higher time frame, guys. At this point for GAP, what say you?
Bam message. All right. Always rolling with some more buying power. Okay. Pardon me? Yeah. Please trade responsibly, Obi. I mean, my neck is on the line here, you know.
I may or may not.
Is it? Yeah. Please only add liquidity to receive the rebates. Okay. All right. Yeah, look, gap, not good. Gapping for sure. I mean, we're going to be talking about this today for sure. It's 9:24:30 right now, so 30 seconds, and we'll get some imbalances, and we'll be able to see from the NASDAQ what's going on. That has nothing to do with gap, just bringing up to your attention that we could get a little bit of a move there. Barring the numbers that Adara just sort of reviewed there, or we reviewed there on the desk, you know, $22 is the 50-period moving average. I don't know if it's a surprise that we bounced off there or not, but again, I think 22 to 22.50, like now that you're beat up so much, like what was working for Gap obviously still is working, but there's the unknown, right? When you're producing your goods overseas and you got to repatriate them back in, and there's going to be some kind of a tariff levied on these, yeah, that's going to affect your products. And I mean, you know, my wife, for example, yesterday went to Old Navy, spent a little bit of money there. That's a Gap thing. She's not going to care if it's $5 extra per pair of jeans or for a golf shirt or something like that. But you know, many will. The analysts will, when you look at it as a clump and a big lump sum of profits. We saw Target to the downside, Walmart, Costco getting hit as well. All this needs to settle out. And I mean, right now for Gap, they're not the number one operator or anything in the space, but clothing is very, very difficult. It's very, very trendy. And you can see that, you know, it's had a huge move from from 17 up to 29, almost a double, giving some back right now. This little level here with the 50-period moving average, I like that at 22.50-ish. So yeah, if we can get down $1, even into 23, sorry, could be a decent buy area as well for GPS. Again, what's been bad? It's exceeded its expected move there last night. So yeah, I would think the short can continue, but with a short, actually, you know what? This name used to be a pretty big short float name. Let me just see if that has changed now because of that most recent move up. So let's go to Gap right here and see what that short float is. Yeah, so it's still 12%. So there still is some short opportunities there for sure. But this is what I mean. See, the PE is only 11 to 12 right now. So it's not like, you know, and that might even be before this move down. So it might even be more attractive than where we are now. So I like Gap down here. You know, I think it still continues to work. They still are, a bargain brand, basically. It's not like they're high-end retail or anything like that. So, the lower-end consumer can still, purchase most of their goods. And I like GPS or Gap down here. And especially the fact that we got that $22 support. So, yeah, Gap's on my mind today for sure, looking at that for a trade. But, again, very, very interested in how these TQs and how the market settles out here in just a couple minutes, Obi. All right, what are your thoughts on Gap? And we'll look at the imbalances.
Yeah, that was an aggressive bid here from these lows in April. If you take a look at this range that we've been making since about 2024 on Gap, a bit of a range low at 18s, range highs at 28s. Every time it kind of gets up to those highs, a little bit of supply kind of coming in every time. I guess mid to high 20s there on Gap. I forget that they changed their ticker as well, but beautiful reversion that came in, but all off of the earnings reaction. Let's see if we get a little bit of continuation there. That short float, 12%, could be nice. Probably has some shorts, I guess, a little relieved after a strong trend that pretty much it just ground up for
Now we have SMR. What's up to, who was it? Jay Lee or someone in the chat? Two and one. All right, thank you, Adara. We are now open. Welcome to Friday again.
down to 60. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to get some in here and give it some room to see if
we took it. There it goes. It's a nice move down now there for NVDA. We also talked about maybe shorting the futures. And then the other one, we want to check out some SMR, what's going on with some of the nuclear names. shout out to her as we get ready to rock and roll.
So you guys going clubbing tonight?
Yes. Sick. Yeah, all 3 kids. Oh. We're going out for a nice, there's this nice Italian joint that my wife really wants to check out. Apparently they have this amazing ravioli that she's been waiting to hit up for a while. So we're really excited about that. We got the resos going. Hopefully this trade can help pay for at least a bottle of wine here. And we'll have a good time tonight. So I just want to say that shout out May 30th, never met more to me than the day I met her. So it's been a great journey, and yeah, happy birthday, Marisa. A lot of love in our family for her, that is for sure. And thank you for all the continued support on that one. But yeah, clubbing maybe not. But definitely some excitement tonight, that is for sure. Yeah, we're just going to go dollar clubbing. Yeah, we're going $2 clubbing. There you go. Yeah, so it's been bar hopping. So far, so good. I've heard of bar hopping before. I've heard of bar hopping. Yeah, well, I used to do that in my day. Yeah, I would do that better now. It's fun. Yeah, I go again, man. I want to go again. I like this thing. I'm still waiting for Neil to organize the Trader TV Live meetup. Oh yeah, that'll be sick. Like an ATV conference. I know, that'd be cool. We're talking about. We'll hit him up when he gets back here. He's a guy that's never been to Vegas before, so he wants to do something. I'm talking about something even still never went to Vegas. I've never been to Vegas. No, actually, there's no way. I gotta talk to him about it. You know, I'm saying, but me, my integrity over. No, I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised. Yeah, no, I know. He's like, everything. No, he's talking. He's talking about it many times on the show. It's not to throw shade at him or anything. It's just, no Vegas for him yet. So maybe we got to get there. But I was more talking about just a chill out vibe here in Toronto. We ought to have like a little meet and greet, go to a bar, have Neil pay for all the drinks and stuff like that. So it'll be a lot of fun, right? So
hit up.
We'll do that.
Rooftop bars.
Remember when it was a $2 winner?
Oh boy.
Let's talk to the next. Let's add the word quarter to the end of that one. Quarter. But let's just keep on going, man. I mean, I don't want to just. That was fun. I mean, we're gonna have fun on the show, talking about trading, talking about some of our when you go expeditions. I don't know, whatever. Neil's in Budapest. So we're having a great time, my guy. He's coming back tomorrow. Then you're here with me on Monday again, and then we'll bring it all back to Trader TV Live talk now. So all right. So you're still in Marvell. How's that working? Look at him hit the bed, dude. I'm just waiting here. I covered a decent chunk already because we're consolidating here. But the fact of the matter is that we did not rebid above that $60 mark. Even though I gotta be a little bit more nimble, and I kind of went back and reviewed the past week or so. If you guys remember, earlier on this week, I was like, I've been on a bit of a red streak, bit of a downward spiral for the past week or so, and it's been pretty stressful, I would say. So I went back, looked at some of the trading and being like, okay, well, some of the trades I'm taking actually make sense. Like, they're part of my playbook. So where am I really going wrong? And what I realized was I get tilted after missed opportunities. Right, okay. And then I start making irrational decisions after missed opportunities. So I just want to reiterate to myself, I'm doing a little bit better today because that 60 halves was definitely a missed opportunity because I got all the way down at 60s and it's now almost $1 lower. But guess what? I was like, all right, that's fine. Missed that trade. Have to work on acceptance, right? We talked about this before as well. If you guys have been watching the show for, I think a couple months ago, I talked about this. But yeah, acceptance is huge. There's going to be so many trades. You got to just have the mental to be like, all right, well, fine. I don't have the best price, but the trade is still on. Can I still effectively risk for the trade that is still on? If yes, then still take it and take what she gives you. Don't ask for more. And if I see it consolidating a little bit there, that strong momentum right off of the open kind of stalls a little bit. I want to cover a decent chunk of that. Got the stop in as well, so I'm not even worried about it, Sean. I'm not even going to look at this one anymore. If it stops me out, it stops me out. VWAP sitting at 60.16, currently trading at 59.62 here on Marvell. What a marvelous open technical breakdown. You heard it here in the pre-market. Let's see what it airs up to.
Keep an eye here on BSLK. This is a small cap. It was actually on our watch list this morning. Bold Projects Holdings. Not really any news on this. It's a materials play, 20 million share float. I just want to let you guys know as well that we do have in just a couple minutes now the Chicago PMI coming in at 945. So stay tuned for that. Forecast here 45, previous print 44.6. I'll be delivering that for you in a couple minutes. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Palantir going the other way right now, upside right now. So nice move from 123 up to 125 and change right now for PLTR. So they had some new talks today, U.S. government and whatnot. They talked about Foundry applying that to DoD, new Department of Defense contract today for Palantir as well. And apparently, Trump tweeted this out, many on the forefront here for PLTR. But look where we got right up into. Like if you're looking short on Palantir today, I was looking long, so we picked 120. So yes, there it is. You are now in the dollar club.
Listen, I know you got there a little early. Hopefully you order some drinks because I came to the club a little late today. But we're in the club now.
We like that. We like that call.
And I do want to point out, this is what I was talking about in the morning session. I was like, all right. I even posted this in my pod group here because I was like, I didn't see this before. But while doing a little bit of charting, and by charting I mean drawing a line on a chart. I was just like, oh boy, this is definitely something that I would like to watch out for because again, it's just about the offside. It's about seeing what has worked and then seeing it stop working, right? Because it's like, okay, support one time, support two times. This is a trend line. It's trending, whatever you use to define your trend. It's been holding that indicator once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times on the earnings reaction, and then boom, just cracks that. We're coming into that earnings reaction low as of right now, right at that 59.08. What's the candle low right there specifically? I got 59.08. So we're trading on 59.08s right now here on Marvell. Absolutely solid. It's not a I guess super aggressive trend break just yet. But let's see if we can kind of step forward and break through that prior, earnings reaction low, and then we got some prior lows as well. So just looking at just some prior structures, if we can just stair step down during the day. Obviously, I don't expect it to get all the way down to 48s on the day today, but here we go, 58.80s now testing on Marvell. So where is the next stop? You may ask. 56.50s is that prior low from pre-market on Thursday of last week. Let's see if we can crack that, and a little bit of an intraday low that might be a little stronger. Obviously, because of more volume traded in and around these prices. That's sitting all the way down at 54s, 53.78. Look at this quadroon that's coming in here, both on the NASDAQ and the ES. Beautiful tailwind for this short trade. Are you still in that?
$2.50 in the money. I mean, we're not even. I'm just letting you go, my guy. Great trading there, Obi, obviously. And again, it's about having that confidence. Well, we talked about this trade an hour ago. So there it is. And you just mentioned about in your little pod group there. So chilling out right there. You guys better
be watching this.
Yeah, great trade. Obi, all right, so here we go. We have number right now, so let's go over to Adara and figure out what's being released.
We have the Chicago PMI just coming out here. Just came out 40.5, lower than the expected 45. So again, 40.5. Chicago PMI for the month of May, lower than the forecast of 45, also lower than the previous print of 44.6. Here is the NASDAQ. I'm going to pull this up for you guys. Continuing to push a little bit lower here for the QQQ. Again, we do have a much more closely watched economic number coming through at 10 a.m. That is the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. That also does have an inflation aspect of that print. So at 10 a.m., you'll get the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment and the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. Back to you.
We're now $3 in the money. Like I don't even know what's going on right now. So we'll say shout out to everybody that joined the club today, the Sticky Note Club, because this was pretty hot fire, man. I mean, here it is right here, 139. We talked about 140 short. Obviously, I'm going to take the 139.50. So there it is right there. It's a good trade. It's now $3, and I'm just like over the moon right now with this trade. So whoa, it just came right back. So now it's only $2.60 in the money. Let me just put a bid there because we did miss that 50, Phil. I was waiting at 50. As it wasn't waiting there, actually, I put the bid there once it fell through. So I'm going to put it back there. Now 61s, we're bidding 61s, and there's the fill right there. So, all right, we are starting to go lower. I'm sure your Marvell is also working. Now we're short Tesla, though. Why did Tesla just rip right there? So we are now short Tesla at 358. Again, this is a little risky. I'm understanding that. Okay, well, is it that risky? Let's go. There's $1 right there again. We just took 25s. There's 75 cents clean. Let's do it again. There's another 75 cents. We're just taking it out on the same levels again right there for this. I mean, there it goes, man. I mean, this is just as quick as you like right there. You've been in this Marvell trade. It's a great trade, but it's 15 minutes. This right here is 30 seconds to move $1. Like, you have no idea these names are going to move, man. I didn't even think that this Tesla would have just popped in right there. So we still could get hit up on this, but we'll wait to see. We just covered some. We covered about a third of it down there at 57. Like, that dollar just came in real quick, man. I'm going to cover another piece of this at 07s. Bang, bang, bang. There's $1.50 right now. Happy birthday, Marisa. This is quite the day today. That is for show. But there goes Tesla now to the downside as well. So back-to-back jacks, baby. Now this is officially $3. We are now $4 in the money in total. We're starting to get ready to go. It's going to be a good day. We got that slap action going on right now, so it's going to be a good one, man. Your Marvell's working. We've got this going. It's been a big day thus far.
Thank you, Sean.
Right.
Solid trading there. Beautiful short on that Nvidia, and look at that, getting lucky with that strong flush right there. And we talk about the luck. Luck is just not luck, Sean. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity, and you were definitely prepared for that snipe, and that opportunity presented itself. And what a beautiful short that was if you had that one there. So good stuff there. Marvell is still kind of working. I covered a decent chunk right here, like I said. Covered some more there, 58 halves, and then on the reclaim of 59s, I covered majority of it right there. So pretty much holding a breadcrumb, not even concerned about this. Where is... as well as the relative volume. So we've got to keep that one on watch as well. UiPath got in the morning, but we're getting that bake off of the open as we kind of trade a little bit lower, give all of that back.
be honest with you. But oh, there it goes. Oh my, Obi. There it goes, man. We are coming back into that.
130. Yeah, I think it's no, but technically, I started like my, I think my first trade was in like 20, early 2019. I think I started kind of dabbling into the market maybe late 18 as well. But I talked about this a couple of times. My first trade ever was going all in on lean names. Yeah, okay, well, before Canadian legalization, because in my mind, I knew nothing about price action, nothing about charts, nothing about anything about trading. And then I was just like, I had an idea. I'm going to trade that idea. I'd be like, yo, when we get legalized, these companies are going to make so much money because everyone's going to be buying from them. So obviously they have to go up. That's what I learned. I learned the age-old lesson of sell the news. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to do this. Totally ignored.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Upexi, so we do want to say check them out on the NASDAQ, UPXY. It's Upexi, a publicly traded brand accelerator combining strong e-commerce fundamentals with a forward-looking blockchain strategy. In addition to operating a portfolio of consumer brands, Upexi is building one of the largest Solana treasuries in the public markets. Here we go, guys. Backed by institutional partner GSR, they offer equity investors exposure to Solana through a regulated security, without the need to hold tokens directly. With both revenue and asset growth, Upexi presents a unique opportunity for long-term upside. To learn more, please make sure you scan that QR code on our screen or click the link in the description box. There's Solana, we talked about SBET going absolutely insane. Check out Upexi. There goes Nvidia, another move down right now. $3.50 in the money on Nvidia, $2.40 in the money on Tesla. So yeah, things are going well here for the short side. Wish we did have short the market, that is for sure, but I do not. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. Here's Upexi's, I'll call it third level too, for us right now. So the $10 name right here, and it looks like I just was looking at the chart, we got a little bit higher there, going into $10. So we're going to wait to find out if we can hold this 8.85 level there. UP everybody gets short somewhere in this market, but it's been a decent move down, right? The NASDAQ, we came in today, it was hovering around zeros as we opened, and now we're down 0.7. So the market continues to make new lows here throughout the day. I mean, maybe not new lows, but we're getting close to that as we just touched that 5 minutes ago. So I just got to figure out what I did to Ramin, because I remember when she was on the board, you do not need to get on. Okay, she's smiling at me now. Okay. Okay, so now we're fine. Because we do not want to get on the bad side of anybody around here, Obi. Yeah, you know. But all right, so all good. Ramin is super nice. So we just play around with her. That's one of Sharif's rolling gigs. So I'm just kind of stealing that from him right there. Joe already excited about what's for lunch, but that's going to come just a little bit later. So yeah, not yet, Joe. Okay, calm down over there. All right, calm down. Go grab some more scrambled eggs. Right? Everything will be fine. Oh, you didn't take that? Yeah. You don't want your type of egg. Okay, got you on that one. All right, SMR coming through there. Nice move down. We had that move up on SMR right here. Oh, they're switching right now. On here, Fabian, just my screen is quickly here. There it is, $33. I always want to talk about the closing prices, right? If you're thinking one way and maybe it doesn't, go your way early, look for the closing price of the past day for some simple support and resistance levels. That's about as easy as it goes. I mean, that's how we found Nvidia and Tesla today. So good trading happening right now across the board, especially if you're short. What's going on with your trade, Obi?
Yeah, so I got a little bit, so Marvell's working out great, a little long on Nvidia here as it kind of, I guess, starts to slow down. I'm seeing the initial kind of slowing down of some selling here. Maybe, I have no idea. Let's see if we can get a bit of a wick. You can see that strong kind of pull up here on this 15-minute chart on the NASDAQ right here, a little bit of demand coming in off of that Kuadunk in the pre-market right here, and we're kind of coming into that same
University of Michigan as well.
Okay, University of Michigan in 1 minute. All right, so haven't really added to this position yet, but gonna be waiting for Michigan sentiment to see if this kind of continues on the day here. So we'll see what Dara will bring us with that Michigan sentiment.
It has been a good stock. Actually, we can look that up. I'm actually not sure how it is with the trade imbalance, but I'm going to get that. We do need a Yeti sponsorship. So anybody working with Yeti, you could just sort of send us a couple bucks, and we will talk more and more about that. I got to get Obi one of these things as well. All right, and cool. Yeah, I got a wicked cooler for the wife there for Christmas. It's been awesome using it so far this year. All right, 10 seconds till the number, and it's happening now with the Dara.
University of Michigan consumer sentiment 51.5 is the forecast, 50.8 is the previous print.
2 seconds until we get this print. 52.2, so higher than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Again, 52.2 is the actual print. Forecast here, 51.5. This print is also above the previous print at 50.8. This 5-year inflation lower than expected, 4.2% versus 4.6% expected at 4.6% previous. The University of Michigan 1-year inflation expectation, 6.6%. That's also below estimates of 7.1% and the previous print of 7.3%. So to recap, higher than expected University of Michigan sentiment print, and both the inflation prints were lower than their previous prints and their expected. So that means I guess we're seeing a little bit lower inflation going forward than initially we were expecting. Here is the NASDAQ continuing to make these lower highs, lower lows. Here, I want to talk about Tesla here as well, because TSLA is going to be on watch. We know they have their ongoing robotaxi excitement. They're trying to get all of that ready in the coming months. But TSLA also does have another potential catalyst. Elon Musk, CEO, set to have a press conference with U.S. President Donald Trump that will take place at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll cover that for you guys, so that's certainly going to be on watch. Also on watch are a lot of these earnings plays. Gap actually beat on EPS and sales, but as you can see here, gapping sharply to the downside. They did say they're going to have to basically deal with $100 million to $150 million net impact, most likely later this year due to concerns about tariffs. So Ulta, Dell, other earnings plays here, lots to look at, guys. Back to you.
All right, we don't want to throw our whole morning away here by shorting the TQs, but we did just short them on that sort of a pop-up, but it looks like it's trying to extend itself through. 69.60 right here, that's going to be my out. 69.65. We're not in this very heavy, any stretch of the imagination. We talked about this yesterday. We don't want to execute into trades that are too far away from our outs, because we want to have tighter stops and not be like, too nervous. Like, oh my God, what do I do? Like, you got to have that plan of action. So we'll support here against those levels, and we're going to get out. Like, just watch here, go 69. What is that level right there? Because we're at the 50 period and at VWAP right now. So if we break higher, momentum is definitely changing. We can use our 200 to get more short up here near 70, but I'm going to maybe change my mind if that happens. 69, 65. So let's just do that 66. Like, I'm not going to play around. If it breaks it, we'll mark it out of this. There's enough liquidity here on this that I don't need to specify a price. It'll market me out and we'll be okay. As I talk about that, we go almost back into the money on this trade. So far, so good. Holding this and averaging in at VWAP. But look, there it goes again. Be more patient. I'm talking to myself here, because if we just had to wait for this level to come through, we would have had it, and now we'd be that 30 cents, 13 cents in the money. But we're going to wait to see how far this can go down. We did cover a little bit more at Tesla. Well, first of all, we got a great cover at the 200 period. That was a good one. And then we covered some more at 36.50. What we have left on Tesla, we had that many shares. We have this many left. We have about 15% left on Tesla, and we almost have nothing left. We have under 10% left on Nvidia. So we cleared out there at 136, man. I mean, we talked about 130. I mean, I don't know if you guys watched the market recap show or not yesterday, but we were talking about it, Darren and I said we're going to watch out for 136 tomorrow on Nvidia, and like, that came in. So, you know, we'll Barry Horowitz pat ourselves on the back for that, but we were short into it and covering a lot down near that level. So, all right, man, my biggest position right now is the TQQs, which of course is the NASDAQ, a triple levered ETF over there on the TQQ. So, yeah, there's many other things going on. We're going to look at quantum, SMR, and all that. But for right now, we just got those numbers. Here comes the NASDAQ back into flat for me, looking to cover something in and around this area, 69.10.
Yeah, just watching this Nvidia as I guess it attempts to curl here. We get that little bit of a bounce here. I was just telling Sean that strong selling in the pre-market that happened right here all the way down at the 21,200s here on the Nasdaq. Bit of a demand showing up there, and we bid right back up into some of this pre-market range. Guess what? That flush that comes in off of the open kind of sells off into there. We don't quite get to that low, and then buying kind of comes back in. Once again, more of the same of what we saw just in the pre-market right there. So I like the bit of a turn here on Nvidia. So I did get involved in at 136.29, trading 136.60s right now. VWAP all the way here, just shy of 137 halves. Specifically, I have it at 137.53 on my other chart here. So I'm just going to wait and watch and be patient. Let's see if we can get a bit of a reversion here happening. 136.60s. Can we print the 75? Can we hold that third quarter and then print the whole? That's what I'm asking right now, as of right now. So 70s coming in. So let's see, 75s. Boom, there we go. There's a clip of 75s on Nvidia here. This is Nvidia tape, but TQ book. So let me just change this up for you guys here so you guys can see what I'm talking about as well. Let's throw on a little bit of the size filter so we see anyone who may or may not show up right there. So right there, 72s on the ask. Let's see if we can get to 37s there. Again, just looking for a quick reversion to VWAP. That was a beautiful sell. So I'm sitting here being like, okay, we're selling off pretty aggressively. Where's the next trade? It might be the reversion. You know?
Yeah, it
might be the reversion. So I do want to piece off a little bit here as we struggle to get to that 137 right away. But again, being nimble, not taking too much off, but trying to do a little bit better at being a little nimble as price tries to slow down. Like I said, I have no idea what it's going to do next. But shorter time frame, I'm like, all right, this may or may not be a little higher probability of a direction. So let's see what happens here. Wow, look at that rip on the NASDAQ. Yeah, huge. I should probably just trade the NASDAQ and DES, man. What am I doing on Nvidia?
Yeah, exactly.
But,
what are you doing on
there's
Nvidia?
some size on the ask, getting slapped right there. 137s, maybe potentially coming in. I'm just being patient. Let's see where the next trade is.
Yeah, great pickup down there on Nvidia for sure. So that's a nice one there, Obi. Congrats on that and your Marvell trade. It's been a good day so far for sure. It looks like for both of us. And that's where you just can go to show you can take longs and shorts. You just got to be patient and wait for your levels. I was pie in my face again, because we just talked about Palantir, And I was like, wow, you know, it's down here. If I was looking long, this might be a spot. And there it is, right there to the upside. So it's $1.50 in that reversal there for Palantir. Unfortunately, with that number coming out and the market bleeding sort of to the downside there, I was not confident enough to take that. So whatever, at least we talked about it. There goes Palantir. I hope some of you were able to grab some of that as we start to go upside right there on PLTR. We did get hit on our TQQ position, which is fine. We didn't have a whole bunch of shares on that, but we did get stopped out right there as it broke through 66s. And that was our stop. You guys saw we put that in. I think we got a 68 fill, so the liquidity was okay, not the greatest there, but so we get slippage of 2 pennies as that makes its way up. I'm going to now use the 200 period here as a guide for me on the TQQs. So, you know, that's something where we're going to start to short $70 into that area. I'm still thinking short until we break through those sort of pre-market levels right into here. So we're going to wait and see if Nvidia, sorry, not if Nvidia, if the TQ want to do that, and if they do, then yeah, we'll be gone. What is that? BL? I saw some people in the chat. BLRX? No, BLRX. Was that what it was? Put that in the chat again if there's something else. BLDX. I think it was BLD. I think it was BLDX. No. Okay. So people were talking about it. I'm going to go back and BLRX. Okay. Thank you. BLRX. Is that what I put the first time? Maybe. Yeah. Okay. So this name moving around. People interested in this. So this is up nicely there today. Wow. Okay. That must have been a reverse split. No. Not a reverse split because it's only up double, but there it is, up 60% there. It did get as high as $10. A fade back in on this name, $5.55 right there, the bottom for BLRX. Not sure of the news, but did want to look at this for some of you. We always look at the VWAP fade whenever there's a gap like this. So this is looking strong. It looks like it can break this. And I do want to, before we go over to Adara asked me actually this morning about how much for those long squeezes on SBET, so Starlink Gaming. Let's go over to sponsored by Tim Hortons. Oh, thanks, Randy. I know. All right, so. just reshorted it. What am I even doing? I'm distracted over here. But there it is right there. Nice little move on Tesla. Right on it because I have, what did I tell you guys? Less than 5% of those shares left. But there it is. As noted on the note, then we are out. This thing breaks 360, man. We are gone.
Code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide.
All right. Unfortunately, oh, geez, man, what is going on with Palantir, everybody? Palantir there, I don't know if there's news, maybe not. Look at Palantir. Right now, $2 in 1 minute. Nice move upside. Oh boy, I don't know to see what gold boys this week, but there is no news in there. Nice move up there for Palantir. Let's go, man. The number one holding in my long-term portfolio now. I actually look at it, it's Palantir. I don't think that's wise, man. Whatever. It's upside right now, up 70%. This here is Palantir right now. We're halfway through. Can we get to up 140% is the question. Can we have quite the move there in Palantir? Let's put a bid out there at 85 for the NASDAQ. And it looks like Tesla does reject a little bit up there at 360. Let's give her a go one more time at this level just to see. Let's go 360. Let's go 360.50. And then that's enough, right? I mean, we're not, like I said, we're not going to be too stubborn with this trade. If it doesn't want to work, it doesn't want to work. We'll get out of Tesla right now. Let's go to it. Where did I hear? Okay, Andre, thanks.
Oh, there's nothing new on Palantir to explain this move. There is something older. I was seeing this posted. It's actually 4 hours ago, but it was just reposted, as you mentioned it, Sean. So the timing here, New York Times reported that it looks like either last night or early this morning that apparently Donald Trump is leaning really, or his administration is leaning really heavily on Palantir. They're looking for Palantir to build a cross-agency data backbone using its founder platform to help organize personal data across DHS, IRS, Health and Human Services, and more. So basically, this is a report that apparently Palantir is really being relied on for a lot of data agency, I guess, alignment and the like for the Trump administration. It's just a report, though. And again, that's not new. I wasn't even seeing anything about this when I looked into it earlier. So not sure if this explains the push up. Worth noting regardless. Back to you.
Well, we're not just talking about you can either revert stocks that rip up like that, or you can join the momentum on there. And what we both said is that it doesn't really matter which style you choose. It's about the levels and how patient you are about it. You never want to have FOMO and try to punch tops or bottoms of anything, but you can definitely join that. And I think if you notice that Palantir was ripping right there around 125.50, right when we break that sort of that, it's not even the pre-market, that's sort of what the open market levels right there of 125.50. That's where you can join the party, right, and get going with this name. So there goes Palantir, man, a huge move. You can rewind. Honestly, I feel stupid about it because at 10 o'clock, just before the number, I said Palantir's at a good level here. I'm waiting for lower because I was thinking about shorting, thinking about the market being short, but right into there, Palantir definitely Prince City from the 200 period. That's the 200 period moving average. If there's ever a stock, and here we go, man, we'll put on our education hat. I think we do that every day anyways. If there's, okay, here's the 200 period right now. I'm sitting here right now at 85, so I'm actually at 86, is just ahead of that. Because if you ever see a name that hits the 200 period moving average, and it's testing the way that you like we had already written down one long today, Palantir, right? And so it does fade, it rips off the open, it comes right back into that 200 period. That's probably worth a look, but this is part of the, I was going to say prisoner's dilemma, but it's like the trader's dilemma, because as that was happening, we were short Nvidia, and we were short, which is not great, Tesla, not great now, but was great there, and we were thinking lower, and we had an economic number come through. So I don't feel bad about, there we go, we just stopped it again on Tesla. We're going to be done Tesla. We just tried it. We tried it at 360 twice, and it didn't work. So that was our number one trade idea, was to go short through there. So we will wind up losing on it, but we only lose maybe a third of what we made on Nvidia, and right now the TQs is kind of position pending as we've lost on the TQs, but that was not huge. We're going to try to wait to see what happens right now in and around these levels. I'm hoping we don't get stopped out, but a lot of these names are really starting to go, and Nvidia is kind of having a problem. Like, I thought that this would have, it's a great trade off the bottom, but we haven't broke through VWAP. We broke through VWAP on the NASDAQ, and we broke through it on Tesla, obviously, and now we're starting to go upside now on Nvidia. So that would be a good little level. Obi's in the long, so it doesn't matter. But for me, we're light on this. We have 5% left of Nvidia, and we're going to wait to see what happens now. There goes Tesla, by the way through 360 now, 361 and change. And at least we wrote down on here, get out if it breaks. And we should have just reversed long. So there's, to your point again, where we could be short. This get out and then reverse it back into the long. So there it is, man. Yeah, Tesla, good point there in the chat. Who was it? It just makes me laugh. They're Tesla getting charged up. Who was that? What's up, Kevin Vasquez? There in the chart says in the chat, Tesla's getting charged up. Yeah, definitely getting lit. Right there is Tesla. But here goes the NASDAQ, man, right into some levels again for us. We're looking to get short right around here.
Yeah, so I did get a little involved there on that Palantir, on that initial pullback right there through that 128.
Oh, man, we
got stopped out on the rebid, and then tried once again right there. So we'll continue talking about this one. Let's see how this one pans out here after we get back from small cap.
Yes, do that.
I definitely
AWM actually looking really similar to the NASDAQ. We have this push to the downside throughout the pre-market. Then we have this nice open, I guess, here after a little bit of consolidation. Now we're trying to push higher, but we're kind of running into this high of the day from earlier. I'm going to pull up the NASDAQ to show you guys what I mean. This is a 3-minute chart. NASDAQ looking really similar here. We push lower off the open. We bounce off of pre-market lows, and we come right back up. So NASDAQ and the IWM right now being twins, for lack of a better term. Here's TAT Technologies. TATT is the ticker for this one, or TAT, if you will. Actually still down on the day, but trying to push up a little bit higher here. This one pricing their $42.3 million public offering at $26 a share. So keep an eye on TATT. It's an Israeli company. Here's NPWR. No news on this one, but 11.5 short float. So pretty good short float here to be aware of for NPWR. Company's name there as well is Net Power. Last but not least, this one by far the strongest of the small caps today that I've seen, Basel Medical Group, BMGL. All they did here was really to just reaffirm strong financial position amid market volatility. What this means is they put out a press release. Regardless, the market likes that press release. They also like this 5 million share float perhaps for BMGL. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Okay, thanks, Adara, for that good little hit there. Obi just stepped away, but he's got the Palantir short, so we're watching out for that. We didn't get to 70-20, Phil. So unfortunately, I paid down a little bit for this name. We got some 11s or whatever, and then we got some O's or some 04s. So I'm waiting for more shares up here. I just let's let this calm down, and we'll still be in the spot right here for that. So any other kind of names you guys want me to look? Oh yeah, BBAI. I see people are screaming about that one. You guys know I like some BBAI. And there it goes, man. A nice move up now, up 8%. Goes Big Bear. So nice move there from yesterday. Where were we yesterday? Weren't we around this level anyways? Because we were going long around $4. Yeah. So we got stopped out yesterday on that. That was a negative trade for us yesterday as we tried to protect sort of that $4 mark there. And then there was the break in and around midday. And we didn't go too much lower, but there goes Big Bear AI with Palantir upside again on that play. So not too bad at all. Look, guys, we've been showing you the homepage for Trade the Pool now for a while, but today we want to highlight a section of the site that you may have missed. Trust me, it's what you want to check out. It's Trade the Pool's video on demand library, and it's so much more than just content. It's a space built to help traders grow with real stories of funded traders, strategy breakdowns, hard lessons, and mindset tips you can actually apply in your own trading. And there's more. There's the notes feature, which allows you to save the most valuable takeaways from videos so you can quickly revisit the exact moments that mattered to your trading. It's like your own personal playbook. All right, the best part, our bookmark. The best part is this is all completely free and included with your Trade the Pool subscription. If you haven't explored it yet, now's the time. Head over to tradethepool.com, click on the VOD library tab, and get excited about Trade the Pool. We want to thank them again for their continued sponsorship. I'll be having Scott, is it Steve Palmer on tonight with Trade the Pool there. So we want to thank them for coming through one more time again for us. Yeah, man. I was just talking about that. You hit that Palantir nicely there on the short. We just talked about mean reverting or going with the trend. And Obi, it looks like you are reversing that play back in to the downside, and I'll do this for you. Nice little dollar in the money.
We're going clubbing today.
Obi.
That's yeah. No.
Oh, you're going clubbing today. Okay.
I'm saying dollar club, right? It's just like Palantir, it's pulling back a little bit, but again, I think it's still got a lot more to go. I'm looking at VWAP as a potential, but again, it is trending very strongly to the upside. So am I technically still counter trend? Yes. But VWAP sitting at 125.38. That's about $2 lower right here. 125.50s I have on this chart. That kind of confluences with the opening range highs as well. But again, I'm going to be patient and wait and watch and see if this actually comes in. But yeah, pulled down, but look at that. It's coming right back in. So very volatile as of right now. Still technically front side of the move. So I want to stay a little nimble on this one. Look at that. Bids right back up. Right, so absolutely wild there. Nvidia working as well. Oh boy, okay, all right. So it actually got to VWAP, and there we go. Out of that Nvidia position. So I was already posted in and around VWAP, because guess what? The trade was reversion to VWAP. And I took that's the trade that I took. 136s, 137s, and then we talked about that 137 halves area being a little bit of that VWAP area, and I just posted the rest of the position into there and got lucky on that one. That one worked out. But oh boy, we talked about a little bit of a demand zone off of that. When was this? 8 a.m. candle flush on both futures. A little bit of a demand zone showing up there at the lows, and guess what? On the Kwadung that we get off of the open, that demand showing up once again here. And absolutely aggressive, over a 50% retracement of that opening action, just right back up to the top there. So absolutely beautiful. Let's see what Palantir will have in store for us. Does it trade back above 128? I have no idea, but it's still consolidating, chopping around right now, still making higher highs and higher lows technically. So I do have to stay wary on this one.
Yeah, great look there for sure. I'm just going to do the same thing here. I'm still thinking negatively on Nvidia. We're still down, and we just came to VWAP. I'm not going to put on the shares we had right there again. We're going to try it against 137.50. So that's about as high as we got right there. That's the wick that we're trying to play off of right now. So it's at VWAP. It just gave us at least a little bit of a touch there. I know Obi did a great trade by getting out. So we're going to average into that. We do understand it's a 200 periods all the way up here at 138.50 or 138.20. I'm not waiting for that. So hopefully we can come in here on the market. But the market's doing not exactly what we thought it would do, because I'm already short. But these are the levels that I'm talking about getting short. So if we can break, then we're going to get out. But we're about 30 handles away right now from breaking through the top of the day here on the NASDAQ. So there it is. We'll now layer into our last go here. There's Nvidia's ripping upside, but we're pretty light on that. It's more just we just got filled on our futures position. So we're going to wait for 7. Now in the NASDAQ I'm feeling, but maybe this market just continues to go. That came, and now it's gone, and you're $2 in the money. So big ups there. Can we just...
April ending, at least we made a lower high last week. So let's see if we're able
bought it with a friend. It was funny. I was like, it was earlier on in when I first started trading. I was just like, okay, oh boy, Palantir's gonna get blocked up, but that's fine. But yeah, I was like, oh boy, this was 130. Are we gonna squeeze? No, it might be. I have no idea. So then I think, okay, so I think it was 2024. Well, this might have been showing before 2022. Oh boy, it might have been 22. Honestly, I think it might have been 22. Charts, but it doesn't matter. I don't know. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, 2022 was when I bought that Dogecoin. So that's been staying pretty since. Elon went on Saturday Night Live and Doge down. I think that was his highest spot. I think it was 58 cents or something like that during his appearance on SNL. Right. Yeah, good. All right. I just want to say to it there because there's some requests here on the hotline ring over here that they want to know about UNH. So UNH, I think it's just probably normal action here for UNH. I mean, it's up 2%, but it is starting to go up again. Getting beat up, man. We've talked about that many times here. Obviously on the show, we all know the stories and the downgrade and the change to, this is the healthcare system.
There's no news on UNH, guys. Story that in there. There's no news on UNH.
Yeah, so I sort of figured that was the case because this is just kind of whatever. It's up 2%, but it is a nice move. You are basing out in and around 3 bills. That's the things there for bringing it just everybody's attention to the outright trading on United Health. I mean, you've already broken that level right there. So I think if you're long, why not just stay long? We talk about playing with momentum and all that kind of stuff. So that could be another play right there where you just kind of wait for this name to develop, trade out, and if it pulls back into there, you have your spot 303.75 or so. That's kind of top hit, and zoom your charts back out if you're comfortable holding that kind of a trade. Then that's great. You even have pops in here to 303. So yeah, I would say keep on riding this momentum to the high side right there on UNH. The stories are already out there, barring anything new. This could continue to work higher, right? There's a quick in and out, as some people are saying there. I think that's good, man. I mean, if you're taking the profit now, great. But I think you can hold it back into these levels. There's a 50-period moving average. Plus, we just looked at 303. 303 is not too far away from here right now. But okay, so that's what we've been doing right there. Let's just check out on some earnings plays. Let's see what Dell's doing. We talked about, just remember when it was beat up, we talked about maybe it did have an opportunity to get back to the upside there. It did, but now it's been faded out. So my sort of thesis here would have been wrong on this. It would have been right early, and I would have been like, yeah, let's go. But we saw HPQ and CRM. Actually, it was more CRM. I'll have to double check what HPQ did. We already looked at that, but CRM kind of grinded higher yesterday. Oh boy, Obi, we're starting to do something now. Let's see if these futures can come down a little bit more for us. We just took a 98 fill there on the mid 92. See if we can get some of that love right now as the market's starting to finally operate in a positive space for me. Coming back downside right now, we're in money on this TQQ position, which of course is the NASDAQ. I would have put out some more at 98 just to make there it is. We got it just to make sure that we do cover something here. Bring it back, man. We are getting 92s. And then after that, let's let it flow because, it was a pretty aggressive. There it is. We got it. So there was a pretty aggressive move to the upside. I have no more bids right there. I'm glad we got a little bit more aggressive than we needed to right there because our stock was still 70.50. So it's still not really the greatest risk to reward right now, but we're playing with it. It is the TQQs. So yeah, there it is. A couple good covers down there. We still have 2/3 of this trade. Yeah. So traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with backtesting, reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. So it's Palantir here as of right now, kind of just chopping and turning. I'm glad about where I got out of that Nvidia. A little bit of a push into VWAP, and maybe we're seeing more of the same. Yesterday, pretty much all day, holding that VWAP like clockwork as of right now. Still kind of
is up to, oh boy, a bit of a reversion of yesterday's selling. We talked about looking for a potential continuation. Guess what? That's not happening at all. Look at this beautiful kind of a VWAP hold in the morning and kind of a break of that morning session high, and then holding a little bit higher as well. Oh boy, coming into some of these priorities levels as of right now here on Tesla, aggressive strength. Look at expanding volume that comes in to break that opening range high. I like that. That's some good confluence there. If you have the idea for continuation, I guess for the long there, not the continuation from yesterday. But yeah, no, Tesla definitely one to watch out for. So shout out to anybody who is in the Tesla long, because guess what? None of the other Mag 7s are really running like this. The only one I'm not looking at is Meta. So let's take a quick look. Okay, so Meta is kind of running like that, but when you look at everything else, you got Softy and SFT right here. So look at that sideways chop, nothing crazy as well. Nvidia, we're already watching that. Kind of a downtrend. They're holding that VWAP as of right now as well. And then looking at Amazon, look at Amazon, pretty much sideways chop. Google as well, sideways chop here on the Google. Let's take a quick look at NFLX as well. You know, that one's been pushing fresh highs pretty much every week, almost every week, and we're getting a little bit of a sell-off here off of the open here on Netflix as well. So, wow, that Palantir, man, that stopped me out a few times. I'm like, all right, well, 3 strikes.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Don't really want to fight this one too much here as it continues to sell that on what?
No, we had the same way about Tesla. We took a couple swings at that and missed, and eventually we stopped out of it. And again, I think the one thing that, I mean, we can see each other's nets and all that kind of stuff and how we're trading. But the thing about everything that we're doing here are, and I just talked about this a couple days ago, tighter stops, a little bit more shares, you control the downside risk. I mean, you know, we're looking for bigger moves. You know, great trade, Marvell, Nvidia, Palantir. Like, if you're going to take 50, 60, 70 cent hits, you've got to be ready to take, you know, a little bit bigger winners, right? Like 2 to 3 to 1 or so. All right here, nice little pullback right now for the NASDAQ on that. So we just went up, got short. Had to go get my own coffee, Randy. Right there, so we do that. I was playing around. I actually like to step out. And I have to admit something. There's these little donuts that are about the size of like this.
Those look delicious.
Yeah, and there was, so I like the maple donuts. Okay. And one of them was there, and it was cut in half. I kind of felt like that was an omen. Like, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, eat too crazily these days or anything like that. I went on the scale down 2 pounds. Yo, let's go. Yeah, so I hadn't been, so that's okay. I mean, we have a lot more to cut than that. But that was very discipline with swimming and the working out every day. It's more, so I find that the big thing that I have to change right now, obviously, and, you know, Brendan's talked about this a lot. He talked about it on the main show. Like, diet is so important, right? I mean, if anything, you obviously want to work out, you got to get that heart health and, you know, build some muscle. I mean, this is the bro show. This is what they talk about, but ultimately, it's that those late nights. Like last night, we didn't even get home, so we ate. So I ate when I got home from here, which was around 6:30 or so. I was home earlier, but that's when we ate. And then, you know, my son has chess at 7, and then we have to be at the park at 7 for our game, which is 8 to 10. So part of the problem is when you have kids and you're on like these limited schedules, is the fact that you're not eating at the proper times. You're having too big of a meal near, you know, close to bedtime or something like that. So often you'll get home from something like that and you haven't eaten since 6 o'clock. And I'm not doing like that whole fasting thing. So sometimes, you know, you have those late night little, I don't know, nothing, just a bag of popcorn or whatever it is. Not like it's crazy amounts of food, but staying away from that, I think, is going to be a big help. So I'm trying to figure that out. But 128.98, we just joked about Palantir. Palantir is going to touch probably 130 again today. So let's get going on that. Because I'm a little bit off track here, I'm not sure the segment, but it's small cap recap maybe? All right, good enough. Sector watch with Adara at the screen.
Let's start with the sectors that are strong. Costco up 2% here, leading the otherwise pretty flat retail trade sector. Walmart to the upside as well. Costco, of course, earnings day one. BRKB actually red here, though, in financial services. Otherwise pretty flat. The theme of the day is going to be some pretty flat sectors. But again, health services actually really strong. We talked about UNH being up. I couldn't find a catalyst on this. Nice bounce. It's been struggling with 303 as of late. As of right now, actually back above 303, so good look for UNH. Communications, all 3 of the names in this sector nicely to the upside. Morris was at a laggard yesterday, today trying to lead the consumer durable sector. Eli Lilly to the upside in health technology. Let's talk about these tech sectors as we always do. They're actually not telling you very much directionally. Nvidia day two, red here for electronic tech. Some of these other semiconductors a little bit red as well, but Apple, Broadcom, some of the larger names in the sector relatively flat. Then you've got another very mixed to flat sector here in tech services. Google red, Palantir bright green, CRM red in earnings day two. Other than that, pretty flat. Unfortunately, not a super exciting sector board, guys. Back to you.
I just told Obi, like, this market doesn't want to go down. So I'm starting to, that's my, and as soon as I say that, this just ticks down a little bit. But I don't know, it keeps on resisting this level here at $70. I mean, the futures are right here where they are right now in the NASDAQ, so it's 1044. So we're getting ready to throw it over. Sharif, not here today. We wish him the best, and he's fine. Just dealing with some issues there, as Brendan mentioned, sort of off the open. So we hope for Sharif. So it'll be, I think you're going to be joining. I'm going to be joining in there. I think we're all sort of going to be there with Joby, there on the midday show as well. So we're hoping for the best on that side of things. But yeah, so that's what's going to happen very soon in 15 minutes. And then I'm going to run some errands, and I'm going to come back and join the show as well. So far so good here today with this trading, man. We've given some back, but oh boy, here we're going again right now back into the downside. So maybe my opinion's wrong, which I'll be happy with that. And the market does want to go lower. So right now we're pushing lows. We're pushing lower right now. We're nowhere near lows. But yeah, we talked about trying to get short into this area, so we did it. And when you do something like that, you got to reward yourself a little bit. So let's take out something as we come in on the NASDAQ, right to this level. Go NASDAQ. If we can get something like around 21,350, that's the 50-period moving average. 21,340 is VWAP right there as we try to push just a little bit lower right now. Good trade there. We just got some more out for me on the TQs. We are now positive on the TQQs, and that's going to be a good trade, hopefully even better than what I see right now. I hear lunches now coming in right now or something in the background, so that should be fun. We are almost on what's for lunch. There's the NASDAQ, there's Tesla downside push as well right now, but wow, what a move for Tesla, all the way from $10, right? The $10 bottom, 353, 354, all the way to 363, and now pulling back. All right, I got to address a little bit of this now because we are right at the 50-period moving average. So again, just a couple, lots that we took up there, probably had about 2 to 3 units of risk there near the high of the day. So, we're pretty proud of that trade. It's a nice move downside here. We're at our one-day goal, but we were kind of there before with our Nvidia and our Tesla short, but then, gave some back on the Tesla. And the fact is we turned red on Tesla, but again, we're red a third of what we've been up on Nvidia. And oh boy, fire off the hot dog cannon for that last reload, Obi. Look, like this to me, is what we're talking about. You go short off your initial play. Boom. Sticky note. Right. Get out of here. Okay. And then it comes back up. Obi empties out his at VWAP, and I'm looking short. Yeah. So there's the short take on Nvidia, now 50 cents in the money on that reload, and we just took some of that profit. So I'm actually going to take a little bit more out here at 85 if we can. We just bid 85. We missed it. There it is. We get it back in right there. So take some more out here because we're short the NASDAQ and we're short Nvidia. So, we don't want to have all of our eggs in one basket, but I prefer the short today, so that's what we're doing. We are shorting that. Not too much look at quantum here today for us anyways, but it's been a nice move. The thing is, I was looking at it and we missed that move early, and now it's kind of just doing this. So let's zoom out just quickly, and I'll throw it back to Obi to see what's going on over there. But 1650, I mean, this looks like a short to me on QBTS. Still red on the day, but again, remember, I'm very biased to the short. Everything I've been doing today is short, other than calling the Palantir long and not taking it. 1640 right there. This to me would be an area that obviously yesterday at the close we talked about some of those prices coming into play again. So we deal with closing prices in and around these levels right now. So I think a break right there of this level, 1660 or so. Even if you want to go to $17, I mean, you got to give this name a little bit of room, but it's not moving dollars today. It's just kind of hovering right now. Another name, obviously, Rigetti, which is a very popular one. They had a shelf offering, I think, last night, live on air with Adair and I. Oh, remember Palantir 130? It's at 130 right now. So there goes Palantir. So Rigetti gets hit on that shelf right here, by the way. So a nice move down for Rigetti, just trying to find its way. I think this would be the name that could pop down 6% there. We'll figure that out. But Rigetti, oops, PLTW? PLTR, is that what Planet Fitness was another name. Look at that, Obi. I mean, would you take a look at that? Right there off the 200 period moving average, right back up there to 130. I mean, what's the biggest of the bears doing as well as AI is hot fire. My one friend, of course, we talked about that story yesterday. That's a big bear AI, you know? I mean, we talked about this guy smacking into that yesterday blindly.
Because look at that. Now we're consolidating and chopping and churning around 60s. But Sean,
level. Green on the day, though, but not even close to making up after that big red mark we had yesterday.
world on fire with any technical analysis here or anything like that, but like 28 goes all the way back here. That one move at 10 o'clock. So great look there. I think you've done really well with Unity. But if you're short, you're almost there as well. You're almost here. Like, Unity does have a short flow. I'll double check that. So Unity software, I'm going to say around 10%. This is where we want Unity, and I think every single voice is going to be something. There's 8% shortfall for Unity. So again, thank you so much for the question. And we can see some stuff that nobody can answer. You got to hit the like and the subscribe and get into that chat. And join us here every single day of the trend markets live with you. So there goes up in some movement. Thank you, Sean and King Kobe. There, Brenda and Bears versus Bulls. God bless you all. Yeah, same to you. And thank you again for watching. Let's keep the show on the road and rolling right now as we are getting ready for the Midday. Let's see. Dara will be back in the hot seat with Joe. So she's loading it up right now. She's super excited. She's got the red on, but that doesn't mean that the market's going to go down. The market's pretty flat right now, so we're excited to have Dara on there. Maybe she'll be looking at some UNA tunes. What she's looking at right now. She's looking at some Ulta Beauty. She's in Ulta Beauty. Okay, there's lots to go right now. Okay, get going. We'll load up for lunch, then we'll throw it over there. Yeah, I'm just watching this Palantir, man. That 130, that initial push of that 130 did a little bit of a false break drops down 40 pennies through that one there. So I'm keeping it multiple times and keeping it light and tight until, like I said, until it kind of really shows me what I'm looking for. I'm going to get some few paper cuts on it there as it slows down around some what I think are key places. But like we talked about yesterday, I should be more than willing to be wrong a lot more than I am right, and I'm kind of just waiting for that something to kind of come in. Do we break the trend? This is an aggressive trend all the way up. I know I'm shorting front side of the move, but if and when this does pull back, I do want to participate in it. Here a little bit, 130 test happening. 133 was that prior high there on Palantir. So aggressive strength. The market's taking a little bit of a pullback here as we speak. So one to watch out for. Again, that was a crazy morning, right? Strong flush off of Trump's comments about China in the pre-market. Strong flush off of the open, giving us a little bit of a continuation from yesterday's move as well. And then you get that strong push all the way back up to 21,400, and then that's acting as a little bit of resistance for now. So let's see if that kind of confluences here with the Palantir move. And again, Palantir has a beta of, I think it was a 2 point something, beta of 2.61. So that's, I just want to keep that in mind when you're kind of watching futures or the market as well. ES coming down to 5,900. Let's see if we can make it there. Nice shake and bake on that one as well. So other than that, I don't really have too much else going on. Hopefully you guys had a solid morning, a lot of opportunities. Look at that Marvell just clipped that 61 and then pulling right back in on Marvell as well. So that's crazy market here right now, Sean. Yeah, we're almost back to our day's high that we've been at right now. Good short there. We're at 80 cents in the money now on Nvidia, and the market is starting to go a little bit downside, but we're just trying to get out as more news is coming. We got to figure out what's for lunch. Okay, Joseph, listen up to this one. It is Friday, May the 30th. And chicken, I think, a few days in a row. Are we going 3 days in a row? Oh boy. Are we going 3 days in a row? We are not going 3 days in a row. We have blackened salmon today on the menu. Yeah. Should be all right with with roasted baby potatoes. That should be good. As well, oven charred Brussels sprouts. Nice. Chef's Choice salad. It is blackened salmon today at Trader TV Live. That is what's for lunch. All right, we did cash out of much more than half of our TQQ trades that came into the 200 period moving average. It's been quite the show here today. Thank you, Obi, for joining me all week. You'll be back with me at 2 p.m. as well, and we'll all be helping out if necessary on the midday show as well. So, yeah, get ready to rock and roll. It's going to be Joe. It's going to be Adara. All right, Obi, thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls and to everybody, Andre, Fabian, Ramin, Brendan, Adara, Joe, and everybody for everything happening today. And thank you, Obi, again, for all your great ideas and your talk about all of this. So we'll wait. Adara's just going to get mic'd up and then we'll throw it over. So any last words here for anybody? Or
no, nothing crazy.
All right.
I'll see you guys very soon, but don't go anywhere. We got the midday show.
No, you're not ready yet.
A little bit here. But any weekend plans? Any weekend plans? Nothing as of yet. My sister's in town from Chicago, so I'm going to be hanging out with Lou, I believe. They're 131 coming in here on Palantir.
Like that one. They are ready.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for putting up with us. You have to see us again at 2 p.m. We're super excited to come back with you then. But for right now, we've got to go over to the midday show with Adara and Joe. It should be a lot of fun. Let's throw it to them and see what's going on this afternoon. It's May 30th. We're ready to rock and roll. It's Trader TV Live. It's the midday show, and it's happening now.
What is up? I'm feeling something from Sharif's playbook here, guys. Welcome to Trader TV Live, the midday show. And what's going on, all my fellow traders? I'm glad that everyone is joining us here in the chat. We usually go through some roll call, but we're going to add a little twist to it here this morning, and that is, are you red or green on the session? And here you go. Your boy Joe is going to be the first one to put it in here, put those red or greens, and we're going to do roll call based off of that, guys. Happy Friday. I'm excited to talk about today because I think there's going to be a lot happening still. I know, we got volume cooling off on Fridays, but that doesn't matter. We're still here. We're live trading. I'm waiting for those red and greens to come out. The purple is flat. Where are the red and greens? There we go. We're starting to get some green apples rolling in here and there. We're getting some waves, more waves, some greens. Let's see it. Okay, red or greens. Let's go. Everybody, what's going on? Black Hawk. Cool, man. Blue Arrow, Apo, G King. What is everybody? Oscar Rito. My guy, Bebop 5000, a regular. Love seeing those names in the chat here. Delwar Singh, he's green on the day as well, too. Glad seeing that there, guys. Minnesota trader, red. Welcome to the red party. And Adair's wearing red, but we're going up. It's the inverse correlation now. We don't even need that indicator anymore, Adair. Lots of greens in the chat. Who else? We got the Derek. Okay, State, Blakely, red. Okay, I see where you're getting at there, my friend. Turkey, Alamathi, big green here on the day. My God, says Owens. Yeah. Sailing Diary. That's a very interesting name. I like that one. God sent O to G, big time green on the day. Glad seeing everyone in the chat. Let's see what they got going on. We got Katina Man here. We got Adara sitting next to me. They're working on some technical stuff over to the right. But, I mean, let's talk about what we got going on. I was slightly short biased this morning. We're going to get right into that momentarily because I want to talk about some big names here, and that's going to be Nvidia. I know we talk about it quite often, but I want to correlate some key things on what we see on the options chain and how that is necessarily reflected here in the daily price action there, guys. We have the likes of Tesla continuing to climb higher. Why? We're going to talk about that too. So stick tight. Get ready. It's going to be action-packed. There's been some monster shorts here today as well. We're bringing the energy. Milo's got training this evening. I'm trying to hit the gym. We got a lot going on, but what's most important is what we got going on right here in these markets, guys. Google looking to take take another leg lower. Nima Musk talking at 130. Algos are buying Tesla like crazy. It is. And we're going to talk about and how we can correlate that with what we are seeing on the options chain, guys, because I think it's extremely important because we have two totally different scenarios here in the likes of Nvidia and in the likes of Tesla, and we're going to go over exactly what your boy is seeing. Apple looking like it wants to take another move higher, but enough is enough. Let's get into some of these markets here, Adara, and see what we got going on in the TQs as we attempted to short it. Well, we did short it this morning. So you can see shortly after the open here, guys, right at 9:33, we sell VWAP. Once we get that momentum moving to the downside, we add into the position, and then there we go. We take some off, and then eventually get stopped out break even. I'm like, all right, so if it works once, we got to take another stab at it, get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. But it said, not today, Joseph. No way, Jose. We are going to continue to climb higher and higher. But Adara, is your screen working there and everything?
Yeah, everything's all good.
Okay, we're live then.
Yeah, there was a fun little instance where I couldn't see my history logs. I wasn't able to like move or add stops, so that's obviously not good. So I was like, I'm gonna have to manually punch up, but no. So let's talk about Ulta Beauty. And so there's gonna be a theme. I'm gonna go over my trades from this morning, and the theme is gonna be. I'm going to actually quote 21 Savage here. Taking less L's, making more M's. For the record, I think I'm flat on the day. I try not to check my P&L as a rule because I think, I would like to think I trade the same throughout, and I think I more or less do, but I think mentally it gets you a little, so I like to try to avoid that. Let's talk about this ULTA. So first I try to go short at VWAP. Now, unlike another short I tried at VWAP, which we'll talk about in a little bit, I actually think this was fine. Look at that 5 minute. I thought it made sense. I tried to short at VWAP, but we're still above a VWAP at this point. We don't crack that until much later, so probably a bit premature to attempt this. Whatever, I get stopped out. Then I'm like, oh, it looks like a long. And at this point, I'm like, Adair, breathe, chill, breathe. Like, yes, we bounced off VWAP, but do you actually like the long, or are you just trying to, whatever, try to get involved? So as you can see here, topping tail candle, topping tail candle, topping tail candle. This is the 5 minute. At this point, I'm like, well, okay, this is definitely a short, but one of my big rules, and I'm going to talk about that throughout, is if I'm in a trade, I like to see it through, even if I am starting to feel kind of wishy-washy about it, because if I don't have a reason to leave, I should not leave. Now, I think you should get into trades with conviction, but I don't think you should leave trades unless your fundamental reason has changed, even if you're feeling kind of wishy-washy about it, because there have been situations where I've been like, oh, this trade can't work, I gotta go, and then you leave even though your stop hasn't hit. You're just being a paper hand, whatever you guys do over here, and so because of that, you actually miss out on opportunities. So with that in mind, I let myself hit, and you guys can't even see because I got in right away. I shorted. Right after I got out of the long, I shorted and I went double size, risked the place where I went long, and look how that worked out. So got short 482.50, I think around 50s. Took my first piece of profit here, 473.11. So we took about $9 and we're still in it. So let's see how that goes. I'm keeping my stop at 30-minute power bar highs. I'm like, we're thriving over here. So I'm not getting stopped out till 481s. So I'm actually cool with that. Yeah, I know that's relatively flat, but guys, I already took some profit. And I honestly think back above VWAP, back above AVWAP, that's that 481s. Until we get up there, I actually don't think I'm wrong. And I don't mind this thing chip and chopping a little bit until I have a reason to get out. So that's my deal there with Ulta. I apologize if yaps a little bit here. And I want to talk about Zscaler, which was actually my biggest L of the day. And I don't think I'm going to touch this again. But I want to talk about it because I think sometimes you have to you learn more from your L's than you do from your W's. Let's talk about
market to really start to break down. I think that Tesla may be strong for a remainder of see it. I'll add a little bit here just so we can get that move. Oh, we didn't.
Marvell, I got stopped out of the long. I was considering the short, but then I was like, only time for actually like this is a short was moving 30 minutes. I was like, I really moving 30 minutes on Marvell before the not really. So it's not a priority for me. My Ulta, we're like $11 a money in Ulta, so I'm just gonna let her be beautiful in peace. That has been the ultimate trade for me today. No pun intended, actually very pun intended. Let's talk about this Tesla. So my top idea today was Tesla short. Like top idea, bar none. I know she's talking about 358. I'm going to show you guys my notes for the day because I do mention Tesla there. Tickers to look at. There you go. So here I documented some notes for myself. I'm going to skip through those. Yeah, so I think to myself, tickers, whatever. So let's talk about this first ticker, TSLA. So 356 was the low day the last 2 days, right? That area. So I thought that would serve as support, but I was into it being a short if the market was weak, which off the open it was, right? So I want to look for a rejection of that level and took it short as I had a rational area to risk to. So now that you've read my weird little notes, I write these every single day for myself. Let's see what Tesla actually did. So this is off the open. I'll switch to the 1 minute because I actually got short at 9:30. So if I help to look at the 1 minute here, did I get short at 9:30? Yeah, I'm at 9:31. Let's go. So we get this initial pop here in TSLA. We false break. What was this? This is like the pre-market high. So we false break the pre-market high. Come right back down. I was like, yeah, I'm not playing like that. I liked all of these areas around 356. So I got short 355 70s. I never moved my stop because in my opinion, I didn't have a reason to. Now, if I was using the 1 minute, I probably would have moved my stop to the lower. I want to help, and I want to help people understand how I think. Thank you guys for the compliments on the Tesla trade. I do appreciate it. Also, we're $12 in the money now. So let's talk about that.
From a percentage metric, is there how much do you have left?
I have 50% left.
50%.
I would be willing to add the things right now. I'm even trading the 30-minute, like my stocks at 30-minute part of our high. So I don't have a reason to add unless I already was allowed at this 46.76, but I didn't. It's all good. I'm not rushing to add here. I'm pleased as punch. I was risking $4 here, so we're 3-1 on this. So I'm living my best life, and I definitely want to talk more about how I approach the market and answer any questions for people going forward. But I'll send it to Joe for now. If you guys have questions for me, let me know.
I think there's going to be plenty of questions in the chat for you there and there. Everybody's loving what you got going on there, especially in that trade with Ulta Beauty. So nice work. And would you say your stop was $6 on that one?
My stop on Ulta Beauty. So my stop is right now it's about $10 away because it's part of our high.
So you're trying to break even stop there, but your initial risk was $6.
So we're taking $4 initially.
Okay, bang.
So $4 initially. We're $12 in the money right now.
There you go.
And then within 30-minute part of ours.
There you go. There's the 3-1 there, guys. Love hearing that stuff. Fantastic material from Adara. And let's just break it up as I got all out of this trade here. Don't want to be going too against a strong stock. It is breaking down, but I'm also content with this move here. So we get a nice little W here, but this was the risk to reward profile that we wanted. This was the most size that I put on this single position, and all I'm risking is the high of the day. So it's, what is that, about 7 cents of risk right here to pick up. What did we get all of our out? About 10 cents, a little bit more, 14 cents there roughly. So it is continuing to move down, but I'm happy with the move that we got, and I just punched all out. There you go. You're seeing it take another flush to the downside, but we're done with this trade. We're out of it, and I couldn't be more happy. Yes, it's continuing to go in my favor, but that's fine. I stuck to the plan. I executed the plan. Yes, we were looking for the primary target, but I was just doing what the market was telling me, and I seen an indecision print, and I'm like, let me get out of this, and it's going to be this exactly. I said, Joseph, take your money and run, just in case Tesla does decide to squeeze again, but continuing to sell here, and we feel no ways about it there. I will cover inventories at VWAP break even. Yeah, there you go. Good play. I think we do get to the volume weighted average price here. That would be an absolute monster move, and it looks like the tape has flipped here now, guys. Really weak compared to what we were seeing earlier in the session, where the flushes on the bid are just continuously coming. So you see we get these waves of at the bid, below the bid, opposed to what we were seeing about 20 minutes ago when all those clean flushes were at the ask and or above the ask, signaling an extremely strong stop. But then we also have the 1-minute time frame. You can see that we're starting to accelerate on the volume by time profile as well. I never seen that movie, Love Eyes. So
I've never heard of
that. Yeah, I never heard that. And Adara knows movies too. So with Joe Lacey, apparently I look exactly like the guy in that movie, Love Eyes. So we might have to do a little bit of research on that to see what Buddy actually looks like. It's either going to be a great insult or I'm going to be like, hey, thank you for that one. And not so much the insult, but yeah, there it goes. Tesla continuing to move, looking like it's going to head towards the volume weighted average price, guys. Year extension. Wow, yeah. Oh, what a trade this would have continued to be. All right, it is what it is, Adara. We're not going to dwell over it. The market taking another leg down. And make sure you guys stick around for the afternoon lesson of the day today, guys, because I'm going to be breaking down the open interest on Nvidia and the open interest on Tesla and why we've seen two different underlyings moving in completely different ways. And we're going to correlate that with what exactly the options chain is telling us. So I'm looking forward to that. So stay tuned, guys. Trading today for tomorrow. No, you are the individual. You are the man. I don't know if I can't see your profile picture or anything along those lines, but much appreciated. Whoa, what a move here in Tesla, heading back towards the volume weighted average price. No, I got all out of Florida there. Yeah, and I had some size, but that's okay. We're not too worried about it. That would have been an absolute monstrous trade. But it is what it is. We accepted the profit. We accepted our fate. We executed exactly how we wanted to. And most importantly, we put on that side. So it is what it is. Where is the next trade? That's exactly what I'm looking for. Taking a book out of Obi's page, or page out of Obi's book, and we flipped that one up there. Yeah, we flipped that. We literally flipped that script there unintentionally. How's everything going? Yeah,
Joe just said that he's taking a book out of your page.
Yeah.
And then he realized that he's taking a page out of your book.
No.
So we don't know what's happening.
We don't know what's going on. Ooh, write a book on every page. There you go. There you go. That's how we do. We mix it up. Never let them know your next move. Fridays.
Yeah, you gotta always stay on the ball. Also, some people are saying that it's Cuba Gooding Jr.'s son that you look like. So I'm guessing they're saying Mason Gooding. I don't know. I don't know if he has more kids. I don't know if you've seen the new Scream movies, but he's the guy in the new Scream movies. I don't think he's like the love interest. He is. Okay, that's a spoiler. But he's there, and he doesn't. He's not the murderer, so also spoiler. But
Okay, I'll
Mason
take it.
Gooding.
I'll
Yeah,
take it.
actually, I would not have thought of that, but when I see it, I kind of see it. So
I'll
anyway,
take it. I mean-
shout out to the people making those comparisons.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely take that. You guys seen a good picture of him. If that's the chap,
I think that's it.
there
I
we
think
go.
that's who they're being.
Yeah, I have no issues about that here. Good. Look at the smile on this guy too. There you go. Handsome fellow right there. So I'll definitely take that one there. So much appreciated.
But yeah, we'll talk some markets here. So guys, if you have any tickers you want to see, let me know. People are, I think Skull in the chat was saying, oh, Derek, you're going to fill in Sharif's shoes and look at small caps. I'm not a small cap trader, but I can look at some INQ and some quantum is the word. IONQ is on the NYSE. You can see how long it's been since I've been on the show. Let's take a look here. IONQ. Okay, IONQ. Slightly, okay, this is a double top or double bottom here at that 39.20 level. I'm going to full screen my chart because I'm like, I can't see this side. There we go. I'll fix that. But so here is IONQ. I like this slightly higher low, sort of pseudo double bottom here. Then we make higher highs, higher lows. Right now, we're kind of in a downtrend once we started kind of reversing things here at 1054, lower lows, lower highs. I want to see what we do here at this 40-60 area because it looks like we're trying to base out here at this previous area of resistance. So could be on watch. We're above VWAP. That's my look on quantum. BLRX says daily day trade. So guys, I want to clarify. I know Sharif usually goes over tape here on these small caps as well. It's not my steez for lack of a better term, but I can definitely look at these charts for you. So Sharif has the small cap rules. So BLRX breaks both of them. We're not really above VWAP here. We're kind of oscillating near VWAP, and we never even made it close to pre-market high, so I know he would say this is a no-go. For me as a trader, ignoring that it's a small cap, I do like that we're hanging out around VWAP. I'm going to use a higher time frame. Again, I know that's not really a small cap thing, but I like this bounce here off 660s. I would say we're bouncing maybe better off the 90 MA than we are off VWAP, so I want to see what we do if we get back above 7s and we break that 15-minute prior bar high. Could be a nice look, but I don't really know if 15 minutes are usually used for small caps. Guys, let me know what time frames you use for small cap trading. I know Sharif usually uses, I think, the 3 and the 5 or the 1 and the 1.
The 1 and the 5.
The 1 and the 5. Right? So guys, tag me with what time frames you use because I trade a lot of these spreadier tickers and I can definitely get into my strategy more as this time commences or as the time goes on. I'll use, honestly, whatever time frame I think best supports the thesis, and I want to use multiple time frames so I get a better sense of what I'm looking for. I'll look at the 30. I'll look at the 5. I'll look at the 15. Look at the 3. I will trade off of the hour chart on a spready ticker if I think it makes sense risk-wise and I like the look. I'm waiting for a certain bar to break. So that's my take there. I want to hear what you guys are trading off of. Can we check CoreWeave? When will it break 100? Says Traders Community. So let's take a look at CoreWeave. Let's see what story that one's weaving for us over here. 3%.
Our guy Sharif wants to short this thing. He wants to set up a short plan. Yeah. So we've been working on that.
Okay.
To see what he's got going on from a daily standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at the daily. I want to say, I'll switch to the 3-minute here. I want to say, too, this person's saying, when will it break 100? If you mean to the downside, maybe, because the upside is above 100. I have to say, Joe, this looks like a breakout. Looks like it's trying to crack this 109.40 area. We have this is beautiful. We're going to get first pushback of the day for that 105 base. Look at that 105 base. Then we come up here. We bounce off VWAP. We chill. Bounce off VWAP at 107. Snatch. Come back up here. Back to 109. What is this, 30s? Okay, we're back at VWAP. But look, slightly higher high. I like that. Slightly higher low. Sorry, I like that. Now we make an even higher low here at 108. I really like this on CoreWeave. So it's a good look there for CRWV. I'm still in Ulta. I just want to report on that. I'm likely not going to update this trade. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. My stop is at the 30-minute prior bar, which might be aggressive, but it's almost the next 30-minute candle, so I'll be moving it pretty soon. That's the look here on CRWV.
Oh, wow.
I'm anti-yapping right now, apparently says off-grid whips. I don't know what that means, but I like it, and I respect that.
Yeah, we respect that.
Yeah, and I want to mention really quickly, too, for people who are new to seeing me trade, and you've only seen me in the news desk, what I do. So I like trading expensive tickers with large spreads. Ulta Beauty is a really great example, and I like to see how the spread moves, and I like to use that for my strategy. Now, I have no problem holding a thing against me for a while. I'll take wide risk, I'll size appropriately, but you know what I mean? I want to really to see the trade through, because when I first started in the midday, I was trading in the stem. I'm sure a lot of you guys saw me. I was a scalper, and I think that's more because I was scared of losing money or scared of not clinching profits than anything else. I don't think I have a scalper mindset. I like patterns. I have a good memory. I like longer term trends. I like seeing things repeat themselves. And a lot of my trading does, I think, lend itself a lot better to just staying and holding. I'll hold trades for 4 or 5 hours if they make sense now. So I think it's important to I guess, experiment with every style, but find out where you stick. And for those of you who haven't seen me trade, I just wanted to give a quick primer. I'm going to send you back to you.
Absolutely. A little microphone check right there. All right, guys, let's see. Sometimes you just got to listen to what the market is telling you. There's a double indecision print right at the volume weighted average price here on Tesla, guys. So we were short right up here. This was my first initial short. Started really small, stopped out, tried it again, got a small move, but not the move I was looking for. But then we get it again, and then I just get all out right here. But we did get that move back towards the volume weighted average price there, guys. So yeah, we got to be patient on that. I do like that double doji right at VWAP Gorb. I don't know if you're still in the short, but there it is, a big time bounce here in Tesla. And that's what I like to see here. So maybe we're going to start looking for some longs. I'm going to be patient, or this could just be a recovery. We knock on the door of this support level right here, now acting as possible resistance. We curl back. Guys, for the first hour of the session, guys, it was just continuing to move higher and higher. And
$451. I want to find out how many shares. I want to find out what company they are. Apparently, it's a beauty care. month, at that point only in the sim, you have to try everything. So I do want to try everything. That being said, but this is the situation here. I remember this beautiful IPO day for Birkenstock. So good.
Come on, baby. Let's get real here. But there we go. Another big time move down here in Tesla. This is exactly what we want to see, guys. I'm going to look to take some off. I'm going to post up at 16.15 because you see we do have a key support level right there. So if price action is telling me, hey, Joe, we're going to reject this, then I don't want to be getting caught in a break-even move. There we go. A nice big flush there. So we're going to take some off here, guys. 25% to be exact. Let's see if I can catch that fill. There we go. Bang. Love seeing that. So a big time rejection of that key pivot that we mentioned earlier, and then we get that move down. One thing to know, as I just said here, we bounced right off of that level, so I want to be able to lock in some profits. The fact is, okay, if I get stuff till break even, I don't care because if it comes past my entry point, it's going to give me the ability to hop in another trade in another position to look for that potential breakdown. But what we are seeing displayed right now is that there is still buying pressure in this underlying asset there. And I mean, with the market taking a leg lower and Tesla holding up relatively strong here above the volume weighted average price, I got to keep my eyes on this trade.
do. So we come up here, we chop, we churn, we do what I wanted Marvell to do, truthfully, after breaking above VWAP, and then we make our last higher low, and then we get the news and we break out. So I think this is a great combo of a stock already looking kind of good for a breakout long, and then having the catalyst at the right time to really drive it home. Now, when we talk about this RGC, this was brought up here by our friend Jay Lee in the chat, and Jay, I'm going to be honest with you, I can't really talk about this intraday. I love the spread, but this here we got on the bid $885, on the ask $945. That is a cool $60 spread. It's much even for me. So yeah, all jokes aside, with 23,000 shares traded, it's a little bit hard to look at this from a intraday perspective, but I want to look into this when I have time later, not on the midday, because you're right, this is a crazy move here for this RGC. I don't know anything about the company. I don't know anything about the catalyst. I want to look at it, but I'm not going to be looking at it right this second, just because I want to make sure we're focusing on these intraday trades, if that makes sense. Let's talk here about Guru, says BDT. We have not talked about it yet today, to my knowledge, and I apologize, our small cap friend Sharif is not here today, so noted not small cap trader myself will be looking at these for you. And it's on the NY. Great times. Let's get into the NY. Oh, it's on the NY. It's on the Amex. Okay. Guru with the plot twist. Let's go Guru. So let's take a look here at BURU. Okay. So right away, I'm going to be honest, I do not love Guru. So we have here, I have to say, I do like this higher lows because this pre-market low is around 33 cents. Then we get this 35.5-cent level low. We really like that. We break back out. We're above VWAP. We're chilling above this VWAP, making higher highs, higher lows. We get to 53 cents, but now we're kind of consolidating around 46. I honestly think this might break lower. I am not a huge fan of Guru here, I've got to say. I would probably wait to see what it does at VWAP because lately we do have lower highs and lower highs. Thank you, Juan Vo, for the 1,000 yuan super chat. BJT green spike, presumably because they closed private offering for BTC. Thank you so much. I just mentioned that as well, so I really appreciate you bringing in that super chat. And before I get back to Joe here, I want to talk about some of the tickers I have on my list I haven't looked at yet. I mentioned my morning list. Okay, Zscaler, we dealt with you. That was a mess. We'll see how it's doing. But Zscaler, in case you missed it, you'll see it when I pull up this chart. I went short when honestly I think I was being a bit short-sighted. No pun intended, but it really did work. So I should have zoomed out a little bit, and I probably would have tried long here. And look, these VWAP bounces on ZS keep on paying. Now, Joe, I want to get involved here. This okay, you know what? I actually really like this too. This is previous day high, this 270, 260, and I can risk here to VWAP 270, 40. You know what? That flies with me. I'm gonna go long. Zscaler, I think if I can get filled, and we'll do one risk unit because I quite frankly don't have that much to risk on this stock. So 270, 260s, we're gonna try for a long here, and we're gonna risk it to VWAP, which is that 270, 40. It's risking about $2. I'm risking one risk unit. Now, in terms of RR, I think we can get to like at least 270, 360s. That would be, I guess, 1 to 2. The RR is not great, but I don't take trades for the RR. I take trades for the opportunity. I actually do. I have no problem risking $2 because I think if this ZS breaks out, it's going to be a good look. We just got filled solid. So let's look at Costco too, because Costco is one of my spready ticker friends. Oh my God, Costco! Holy cow! What I'm seeing right now, this is a beautiful breakout. Sorry guys, I yelled, I got a little excited. What's the volume like on Costco today? Okay, 1.84 million shares. Let's go! $1,042. Okay, so this is great. You get this long off the open. Honestly, props to you. And it gives you so many opportunities here. You get a lower high, or sorry, you get a high or low. This 1,034 bounce is just beautiful, I have to say. Now, I have no reason to get in here. I'll keep an eye on it, but I have no intentions in buying Costco at this level beyond the spread. And the spread actually isn't bad right now. It's on par with Ulta, which is about $600 cheaper. It's about $1 spread right now for COST. But ZS, I want to put in my stop, and I want to see how this goes. Right now, it looks like Zscaler wants to give me another Z in my book for trading this ticker. How do you do?
Yeah, I like that there, right there. I want to talk a little bit about Costco as well too, because I think there's some key important notes here, especially with tariffs and how it can affect some of these retailers here. So Costco's value forward model means that the company will try to keep prices as low as possible to maintain market share. What would come at the cost of profit margins, obviously, if they're not implementing the tariffs and trying to keep prices low for the consumer. For instance, in the last quarter, the company decided to maintain prices at certain staple products such as pineapples and bananas, even though import costs were higher. But not all prices will remain unchanged Millerchip outlined that the company opted to increase prices on imported flowers, a more discretionary purchase because team members felt that there was something that the consumer could absorb, and Costco members could absorb more easily than lifting the price of some fruits and other vegetables in Costco. So I thought that was really interesting to hear. And we heard with the likes of how Walmart is battling these tariffs, how Home Depot is as well too, and then you can see how Costco is trying to lessen the blow on its members there via tariffs. All right, guys. So wow, Nvidia continuing to move lower here, Dara. I'm not surprised at all, and I can't wait until the lesson of the day. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that because we're going to talk about it. And what I was referring to earlier is that we're going to implement what we're displaying here from a technical standpoint, and then look at the high levels of open interest through certain strike prices on Nvidia. And we noticed this last quarter as well too, and that's exactly why I was referring to you guys yesterday that I am slightly short biased on Nvidia for the short term. It doesn't mean I'm long term have a short bias. That's not the case at all. I'm actually long term. I'm long term. I guess I should say Nvidia. But I want to explain to you guys what we're seeing on the options chain because it can tell you a lot, and it's being displayed here today in the current intraday price action. All right, so yeah, that's it. I'm all out of this Tesla short there, guys. A nice little scalp. You can see we went here, got that move, we bounced off these key support levels. I was referring to those higher lows, and then that was my signal to get out. Yes, it would have been nice to have been sitting through it, and then you get that move lower, but it looks like the volume weighted average price wants to hold up relatively strong today. So that is that with Tesla. A good short, unless we get that momentum past the indicator, and then I can see that displayed on the lower time frames, I'm going to suspect a potential bounce or just choppy price action within this range here. So I'm going to be patient. If we go through the top names, all of these, and I'm looking at the 5-minute time frame, that is, you see a lot of overlapping here in the prints. And that's not necessarily something that I want to see. I want to see definitive trends, distinctive trends, and that's not what I'm getting at here in Apple and a lot of the overall market too, guys. Nvidia is moving to the downside, and so is Google, but you can see that overlapping consolidation displayed here in AAPL. All right, so just keep that in mind. If you're a breakout trader. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm bullish. That's exactly what I was looking for. But if you're a breakout trader, this is not an underlying asset that you would necessarily want to be looking for, okay? This is not what you want unless you see that volume profile really start to increase. You get a news catalyst and you crack through some of these support or resistance zones. For me, it's sell the into resistance and then buy into support, all right? So if you're playing these ranges, you want to sell the tops, start covering as you head to the lower end of the range, and then you want to buy the lower end of the range and sell as you get into some of these key resistance zones, all right? So yes, I noticed that there, JBRB, BRB, double BRB on that one. I'm noticing that 5-minute hammer there, but for me, I kind of do like this. JBRBRB, but there we go. I mean, volume print, that's exactly what we've seen, like to see, and I mean, it's higher than what we've been displayed for the past 45 minutes or so, a little bit more, an hour, and there you go. If it closes as a complete hammer, I'm not going to hop in right away for the long side. I'm going to be more patient, wait for a little bit more indecision. Maybe we can get a move and an open in the middle of this candle, and that's going to help tighten my risk parameters significantly, therefore increasing my risk to reward, as Adara was talking about earlier in the day. So that's the game plan there on Nvidia. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I like the way that looks, but if the overall market wants to continue to sell, don't expect that extended move back towards the volume weighted average price. Keep an eye on the time of sales. Where are the transactions occurring? Are they at the bid, in between the bid and the ask, or on the ask? And that will help display a lot of strength in certain underlying assets there, Adara.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting on my finger on the trigger here with Marvell. But Marvell is really trying to play hard to get. She's like batting her eyelash. She's like, oh, come here. It's time for the short. Oh, never mind. I'm joking. I'm going to go back up 10 cents. Oh, wait, no. It's time. No, not yet. So in case you guys are like, Adara, why 60-20? We're above VWAP. You just talked about shorting things at VWAP. I did. And you got to be careful when you do that. But here's the thing with Marvell.
What is it?
We have this gorgeous little bounce here at 60-20. That was my initial stop. when I was in this long, then I moved it when we started making these higher lows, but I digress. This 60-20 was a level on Marvell, and look where we bounce once I get weight out of said long. Look where we bounced. That's right, 60-20. Now we're bouncing again. If we keep making these lower highs and we break below 60-20, I want every ounce of smoke on this short.
Okay.
And I'm actually willing to take, I would say, at least 1.5 risk units to start on this. Now, the reason I would do 2 risk units, but truthfully, I don't like that it's above VWAP. I'll be real with you guys on that, but I'm willing to, like if we get to that 60-20, if we break 60-20, I had my finger on the trigger. For a while there, while Joe was talking, I was like, we're going to get to 60-20. And then it was 60-21, and I said, Adara, wait, no, you didn't get it. We bounced back up. Now we're up 20 pennies from that level. So that's why you have to have patience. There's nothing wrong with wiping the book. Like, for example, in a spready ticker like Ulta, where you're not sure you're going to get your fill. I have no problem. But my rules are, if I've lost more, equal to or more than half my
ABRB, thank you for pointing that one out there. I like that indecision print at an extreme low. We're getting So that's where we're going to take the majority of our position off. And you see it displayed. We rejected. Place. That's not significant. Is this an ad opportunity? I think so, Adara. There it is.
Or not, but I'm assuming you actually want to know the news. That's what I always guess. So I'll tell you guys, because I'm very bad at sarcasm. The news here is that Trump media is closing a Bitcoin treasury deal. So that's what happened there. That's like $18. So we'll take a look at EJT in a moment. I just honestly haven't really looked. Let's kind of see what the cap is up to. I haven't really looked at these stocks yet. Look at this. This is just beautiful. Section 3. I would say I like that these higher highs, higher lows. That's continuing. So, please just watch there. Speaking my language, I'm wrong. EFY and LLY. So that last one, you guys know, is a favorite of mine. And was literally quite a lot of fun with her earnings most recently. Let's take a look here. Oh my boy, Eli Lilly, thank you, the millionaire. Oh my God. Okay, so I'll stop making sounds. I like this. This is a beautiful long off the open. We're going to come back. That's 731. Guess what? We go higher. And we make a higher low. Now, I have no reason to get involved here. This is kind of, in my opinion, kind of an awkward way of getting in place of getting involved. If we make a higher low, maybe I'll look at it. But I want to take a look here because I have, we talk about these trading view charts and the platforms of lines. That's Tesla. What am I doing there? Eli Lilly chart has so many lines. So, yeah, like, I need to clean up these AV bucks, I'm going to be honest with you. So right now, the overhead resistance I'm seeing on that 30 is like, what, 762? That's so wild. Let's take a look at this. Oh my God, this chart. That's the daily chart. This daily honestly looks fine. It doesn't look special. I'm still only seeing 263 as an overhead resistance. So unless we buy something or get to 263, I have no reason to look short. But right now, I'm already getting to the long. So clearly, right now, I'm going to have to wait and I'm going to have to just pass. So different. Adara today says someone in the chat. Yeah, a bit of a different. I guess it's a trading era, not a music era, but they're all the same, I promise. Now, I want to really talk quickly because Rob Palmer asked me about Ulta, and that reminds me of a question I had from someone else in the chat. So Rob Palmer saying on my Ulta trade, can you hold this overnight? No, we can't hold overnight. We have to get out of the close. I wouldn't anyway. I have a 30-minute prior bar, so we'll see what happens right now. Our stop is something around, I think, 475. So we're chilling right now. We're at 471. I'm going to let her do her thing. Sounds like lunch is right now. It's already 11:55. So right now, it looks like it's trying to make a breakout above that 470. As you can see, the next, I would say, big area of resistance that I have to worry about for breakout is 476. And as mentioned, 476, like that's already where my stop is. So we're chilling. Get it, says Scott Rats. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'll let you talk about your trade, Joe. I put a big time ad there. I'm going to take some off there. So you can see we added to this position right here. So I was just waiting for that pullback. You can see
that and that's why it's highly important. I correlate volume with my price action. It's so heavily involved in my trading, how I trade, is that I love having the ability. Am I right all the time? Absolutely not. But when you're really locked in, you can reprice action pretty well. So we got in good there. And then look at the volume by time profile right here. Look at the volume really start to step off. And then it steps slightly back in. It's not any drastic amount. But I mean, we get that pullback. That's exactly what I'd like to see here, there, guys. And see if we can break through some of these key pivots. We are knocking on the door of it. That's why I decided what I just added right there, I took off. So that's just extra money in the bank. And if it comes back to my break even, that's fine. I got a nice little pop on that, running into the resistance zones. But if it continues to move, then I have what I entered with here. I took that off. I'm still remaining with that. This ad was just a little adding money to the bag, just slowly filling it up, taking those gains as they come, and looking for more, leaving some on for a runner. And I think that's really important. We have a trader, Jay. I know Jake is like, Joe, what do I do? I keep leaving money on the table. We'll start with just leaving 10% on, right? You hit your primary target. Okay. Take 90% of that off, or you've been piecing off, running into your target, and then once you get to your target, leave 5 or 10% as a runner, and once you get comfortable with that, you'll have the ability to start leaving more. Next time around, or a couple times around, you'll be like, okay, I'm going to leave 20% this time, because I don't necessarily care about that unrealized gains. I can gain more than what I can possibly lose from just cutting the trade and going all out, and I think that's a really important skill. So if it comes back to my break even, that's totally fine. I'm not going to be worried about it at all. As it's starting to pull back, we do run under the FIFO rules, first in, first out. So keep that in mind. My average will slowly get lifted because of this ad right here as I continuously start to lock in more gains and more gains. All right, guys. So let's see if we can get this bounce here in NVDA. If we get the strength displayed here on the tape, I think that's going to be a really positive thing here, guys. So looking forward to see if we can get this continued climb. I mean, look at the SPY here as well too, Adara. If you ask me, that's not a pretty price action. I don't want any part of this, in my opinion. A lot of overlapping, no definitive, well, I guess sideways is a definitive trend. So we'll have to keep that in mind, all right? So there it is, the SPY moving sideways, getting a small bounce here in NVDA, but Tesla also trading below the volume weighted average price as well too there, guys. So we got to keep an eye out for that. If the market is overall weak, you may not get that extended bounce that we're looking for here in NVDA, but that is totally fine because we took some nice trades on this one. We stuck to the game plan. We added to the position. We took some more profit off, and then now we're just leaving some for a runner to lock in some more potential gains there, guys. All right. So that's what I got going on. I'm going to send it to you, Adara. We're going to be doing, yes, it's going to be Joe's lesson of the day.
We have a lesson of the day?
Yeah, we have a lesson of the day. It's going to be Joe's lesson of the day. I'm going to punch out right there on NVDA. It is almost that lunchtime hour, so we're going to hop in for that. Give me 1 minute, Adara. I'm going to prep a couple things, and then we're going to hop into that there, guys.
Yeah, so as we get the lesson ready, so Marvell, I was talking about, I really want that 60-20. So 60-20 happens, I'm looking away at the wrong second, and all of a sudden we're at 69 teens, and I was like, but it's okay. I move right now. If we get 69 teens, I'm actually cool with that. I honestly think we can probably wick it. We talk about a lot of order types. I'm using Frex right now, so you can get kind of frisky with Frex. But right now, MRVL is like, you know what, Derek, you waited so long for me, it doesn't even matter. I'm going to keep going lower. And I'm like, okay, you're just not marvelous, but I respect you. You have to do what you have to do. Sometimes, you can't chase. If this comes back, and if it does a little swoop into 60-19, fills me, and goes on its merry way to the downside, I'll be pleased as punch. I feel like the way I'm talking here should be like some weird violin or banjo in the background. This is not a romance movie. It's just a girl trying to trade a stock. So good times there. 460 price target on the short for Ulta, says Rob Palmer. Wow. I mean, shout out. I would love that. I don't know if that's happening right now. It looks kind of, 460 right now. I mean, we're trying to bounce off 470s, I think, truthfully. Yep. This ULTA. So this 30-minute prior bar right now, I'm going to check trading view for the prior bar because I find sometimes the ones that you have on what's it called? P-Pro are a little bit optimistic. So I'm just going to quickly do the lesson. We'll do this lesson now. But yeah, just so you guys know, my stop moving here, 471.44. So we're going to have to be stopped out pretty evenly here in Ulta. How you doing?
Yeah, good stuff here, guys. All right, let's hop into this lesson of the day here. Lesson of the day is brought to you by Upexi, a brand accelerator driving e-commerce growth for a forward-looking blockchain strategy under the NASDAQ UPXI, guys. So there it is, Upexi. Lesson to you brought by them, a brand accelerator driving e-commerce growth with a forward-looking blockchain strategy right there, guys. So make sure you scan that QR code. Check the link in the description under NASDAQ UPXI. All right, so now let's hop into this lesson of the day. Much anticipated. We've been talking about Nvidia and Tesla throughout this trading session. Now let's correlate the options chain with what we're seeing from an trading standpoint, an intraday trading standpoint. And what we're going to do here is we're going to start to hyper focus in on certain strike prices. That's going to be those whole and half dollars. And then let's correlate them with what we're currently seeing in the price action. Okay. So we've seen during the earnings report, we breached 140. 140 being a key level, but we couldn't get past that 145. We didn't quite get there. 143.5, I believe, was that high on the final high on the earnings report. But why, Joe? How does that even work with the options chain, and what are you looking at? Well, let's take a look at the open interest, all right? So what is the open interest telling us, especially on a weekly expiration cycle? So what you can see here is that we have 86,000 current open contracts. If you looked yesterday, that was significantly larger. We were north of 100,000. Times that by 100, that's a lot of liquidity that needs to be absorbed in order for us to continue to climb higher, all right? So let's focus on the next strike price. That's going to be 145. We have 132,000 current open contracts. So what is that? That is another supply zone. So Joe, how is that correlated with how we're seeing things from an intraday standpoint? Well, let me tell you this. If we can't breach specific levels, what I look to do is I want to see what the open interest is telling me, because these are supply zones. What happens in supply zones? Well, whoever's on the opposite side of the trade, so say I were to buy the 145 strike price, well, what I'm looking for, especially on such a short duration cycle, is that I need that underlying asset to appreciate in price relatively quick. And if it doesn't, I'm going to lose money. But there's always another side of the trade. Who is selling me that? So I can have the ability to go long. There's another individual on the opposite end, and they don't want it to close before the expiration cycle above that, because now they have a short call that is in the money, and we do not want that whatsoever. So what happens is that you get continuous selling pressure through these specific zones. So you can see we breached 140, but we had the inability to get through 145. Why? Because we had that downward force of the opposite party saying, I don't want my short calls to close in the money, because now I'm assigned 100 shares per contract at 145, and I'm going short, but the underlying is trading at 146, etc. Now you're automatically out the money. So that's not what we want to see, okay? So what is being displayed here in NVDA's price action? You can see from an intraday standpoint and on the earnings report high, 140, we're not going any higher. 139.66. You cannot make this stuff up here, guys, all right? 139.66 was that high of the day, and then we immediately reject that key level. Now let's go over to the earnings report opening candle, okay? Where did we reject it, Dara? 140 to the penny. That 5-minute print, and then we eventually had grabbed and absorbed enough liquidity, and the momentum was large enough in order for us to, there was enough demand, I should say, above 140, and then that's why we took that second leg higher, but we couldn't get through that next call wall, and that is extremely important to be able to identify. Now, that is with NVDA, so what I'm getting at is high levels of call wall, look for those rejections of those key levels, and you can identify that through those specific strike prices. Now let's take a quick look at Tesla. Why was Tesla trading higher today, Joe? What was going on with that one? Well, let's see what the chain is telling us here, guys. And I talk about the path of least resistance. So we're going to go over to today's session, and you can see we just continuously climbing and not moving in correlation with the overall market. Well, let's take a look at the chain to see if we have any forms of high level of open interest through those specific strike prices. Or do they have the ability to absorb, and there's enough demand north of them? And that's exactly what we've seen. With Nvidia, 100,000 here, 80,000 there, 140,000 open contracts through certain strike prices, and we're not seeing anything relatively that large in size here with Tesla. Yes, the prices in the underlying are slightly different, but with Tesla, we know it gets that call-like price action, and it can just move in whatever direction it wants. But the path of least resistance with Tesla is telling you guys, all right? So the lesson of the day is brought to you by Upexi.
Was saying the opposite thing. So here, this is a case of a great VWAP breakdown. The book was doing what I wanted to. What I like to see, I like to see, what I want to see is ask creep. So the main was 72.85, 62, I want to see 61, I want to see kind of gradually push to the downside. I'm looking for a wall. That's right here. I want to see the book gradually creep up 65, 66, 67, 7. I want to see this gradual build. But it's pretty ticker move very rapidly. They go up a whole bunch, down a whole bunch. And that's really confusing. There are times right now, honestly, this book, we just got a little bit of a big perform Ulta at 471, 70. But other than that, it's not super clear. Basically, I got out of this trade because it was a 30-minute per hour and we reached around that mid 471. So how easy is that? That's the reason for I say that trade really. I hope that part is super complicated trade. Yeah, just do that. I took a lot of dollars of that. Please just watch what happened here with ULTA. And I want to say two things why I like 30 tickers as well is because the way you trade them, I find, at least for myself, is a little bit different. Now, I usually like to take less shares because even if I want to take, like, let's say, one risk unit on a stock, I'm going to have to fundamentally take a lot less shares than if I were to say take one risk unit on something like a Tesla, because you're going to have to risk dollars and not cents. So with that in mind, the approach you have to have is different, but I like it because I feel like there's a little bit of more to it. Now, I guess it's not like, it's not crazy, I guess, to read this book or read this tape, but I like the way it speaks to me, and I find as a trader, I've communicated with them the best. So I always recommend everybody
all the way there, and I seen some people from my gym bouldering there. So stopped and talked for a little bit. I like going there during the summertime. Nice blue water, and you can see those rapids and everything along those lines. So I like that. I'm a big hiking and adventure individual. Everything I do is always a little adventure, right? So in the summertime, like rollerblading on the trails, going as far as I possibly can, spending the day outside. So yeah, that's that there, guys. And here, okay, so I'm happy to have hopped out of this Nvidia, Regina. I'm out of that trade right now. If we hold these lows and these specific levels, then maybe we can look for another long right now. But the thing is, though, I just went over a lesson on how there's that downward pressure here in the underlying asset, and I don't necessarily want to be going counter trend right now. So I'm gonna stay away from that. I'm happy with that print. If we get any form of indecisions at extreme lows here, then I will be looking for that bounce. But you can see the weakness displayed in NVDL, and I don't want to be counter trending right now. You get that bounce. Question trio, we like to say, am I counter trend? Yes. Are we going to get an extended move back towards the volume weighted average price? In this instance, is absolutely no, because the weakness was still displayed on the time of sale. So for me, that's it. I'm happy with that trade, executed relatively well, and I got out when I was supposed to there. So that actually took me. I'm going to put it in the chat right now, guys. This took your boy Joey options from, here we go, much anticipated. There we go. So there we are. Okay, lackluster. That's okay. We can rebound, and there it is, red to green, folks, in the chat, and that's what we like to see. Yeah, just sticking to those risk measures. I can't complain. We tried multiple shorts there on Tesla. It took over 3 attempts to get it rolling. But the thing is, though, I like how you use more than 50% on your shutdown on one ticker. I like to go by the 3-strike rule as well, too. But I mean, 3 strikes is at a break even. So if I get in, take a little bit off, and I get break even, that's a ball. I'm going to call that a ball. I don't know if Obi's familiar with what a ball is in baseball, but that's okay. That's exactly what we're looking for. He has no idea. I can see his eye. He has no idea. So we'll take the ball, and then we have the opportunity to get one more at bat there. All right, guys. So that's exactly. You know what a ball is?
Yeah, no, I know in context. I remember we baseball when they go ball, and they're like, oh, I hit the bat again.
Yeah, exactly. So you get to take one more swing there. And that's exactly what happened with Tesla this morning. It's unfortunate that the way Apple's moving the way it is, because it's causing the market to move sideways as well, too. And for me personally, Adira, Eastwood markets is not my strong suit. I need to see orderly type price action. I want to see definitive trends, and that's not being displayed here in some of the big names that I trade frequently. But Unity Software, a lot of people in the chat were talking about this, trading relatively well here today, guys. Not looking back, so some strong price action, rejecting the volume weighted average price. We can't even get there just yet, so be careful. Don't be selling any lows on this. So if you're looking to sell the lower end of the range, I would suggest not, right? You want to get higher ends of the range, maybe even up here, but that might not cover. Okay, so let's zoom out and take a look at it from a daily standpoint. Oh yeah, Unity. Again, really tough to sit in. This is not something that I would want to be a
it about X on the platform X. So I'm going to look more into that once I get up to the news desk. But thank you for telling me, Kanye East. I also want to tell you guys that someone was asking, who's covering the news now that Dara is gone. I will be covering the news again in a second. But you guys were asking about the Jamie Dimon comments. I checked all of the X accounts that I used to get the news, and none of them were actually talking about what Jamie had said. So hopefully we're not missing too much there. Again, I'm going to look into all of that when I get back to this desk. But right now, I'm honestly just very pleased as punch to be able to trade for all of you guys. People were asking, is this moonshine in my cup? Guys, I'm high on life, and I'm drinking water, and I haven't had any caffeine today, and that is a true story. I had a caffeine-free peppermint tea, and this water, and that's really all we've had. So I want to shout that out.
Here's that there. What do you got in there?
Right now it's empty.
Cheers. I think that's bad luck there, but I don't know if you're supposed to cheers an empty glass, but we did it.
We did it. And I want to, before I send it back to you, I want to really quickly talk about Zscaler, which is the trade I'm in. Apologize, guys, I wasn't in as many trades as I necessarily would have liked to have been if I'd been able to get involved in that Marvell short and I had moved away at the wrong moment. That'd be a banger, but alas, it's not, and I'm still here chilling. So this is Zscaler. This is the area where if I wanted to add, I would have added. You know what? We're going to actually add a little bit. Here. We're going to add at 60s. Let's see if we get filled. So why I like this, I know this is where I initially got involved, but I like this because we're back at this. This to me is a huge area of previous support resistance. So I want to keep adding there. I'm moving up my stop to previous low. So right now, I guess the most recent low, I would say 271.50. If I'm being a little bit stingy, if I'm being a little bit more realistic, it's around 271.16. So maybe we split the baby and we go 271.21. Either way, that's going to be around where my stop is, that low mid 271s. Right now, if we get that 273.90 breakout, I would love that. We have lower highs. We're bouncing off view up. I think the chance of breakout is realistic. The other probability is a triple top, but I think with the higher lows and the above view up, I'm right now, as you can tell by my long position, I am leaning towards triple top breakout. How you doing, Joe?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just talking with Gorev. Yeah, so I see you were talking about there on the 5-minute Gorev. It just wasn't there, right? And if it is, it's like a D minus style of setup. For me, we want to see that more isolated, right? And then we want to see the indecision print kind of correlated with the volume print. We can go with like a C setup here on Nvidia, but you can see how shallow the pullback was. I mean, we have an outlying volume signature and then an extreme doji right here, but look how shallow that pullback was, and then we just go and crack that low. So for me, that's invalid, and I'm more than happy just to take that little scalp up to the top and then hop into out of the position. But yeah, Tesla, man, what a short this was. We did crack the volume weighted average price, and here we go. I was short from 362s in TSLA, took some out right here, and then I re-shorted right here just into the lower end of this range, but you can see that continuation moving to the downside. So yeah, that was a really, really nice trade for that short bias setup. And I was talking about it yesterday. I'm just coming into today's session with slightly bearish mindset, just because of what I'm seeing in the likes of NVDA's options chain. And here you go, guys. You can see that it's displayed in full effect here, just continuously moving lower and lower. And in my opinion, this is an opportunity to buy. I'm going to be looking forward to getting some more of this. I am still sitting on a small fraction of my swing position that I opened up about a month ago or so now. And the same with the likes of Bitcoin. I like seeing Bitcoin trading at 105. I wanted to go to the 100 so I can even grab some more. What are we at, 105? And we're just hanging around that neck of the woods. But I mean, here we go. We'll zoom out from a daily. We have cracked that downtrend line, right? Very, very key. But let's see if we can crack head to the lower end of the range. And if we catch 100s, I'm going to be grabbing some more shares of IBIT. That's for sure. Looking for the continuation from the break of this previous constructed high, and then the hold of that as well. And then maybe we can continue to appreciate in price. One thing that I don't want to happen, and I think this is worst case scenario, is that we just go into another lengthy consolidation phase. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case here right now, considering we were in one from March to November before we broke out, and then we go on a nice run for another month or so, a little bit more than that, and then we head right back into a consolidation zone. We get that pull back to liquidity grab, we hold prior resistance now acting as support, and then we take that leg higher, constructing that new all-time high around $112,000 there, sitting on the backside of the trend right now. Wait for any indecision print at the pullback lows, and I think that's going to give you a good opportunity to get involved in this name, and that's exactly what I'm looking to do there, guys. So when would I be comfortable getting back into Nvidia with today's drops? That's a great question, and to be honest with you, I can't give you a straight up answer. have to follow what the price action is telling me. I'm not going to hop in just to hop in. You can see that the market is looking to put in some new lows. We're not far from the low of day here in the Qs, and same with the SPY. Google is about to put in a new low a day. Tesla's heading towards that as well too. Let's take a look at Tesla's chart. Hasn't put in, no, but we're right back at opening price almost there, guys. 355 is OP, and we're heading right back into there. So I got to be patient. Dara's still, you're out of the, what was the Ulta
I got
Beauty?
stopped out of Ulta,
Okay,
yeah.
so you got stopped out break even, you trailed this.
Oh, not break in. No, I actually got $11 in the money. I was using 30-minute prior buy.
Okay, so you're just okay,
Yeah,
so
I
you were trailing it. So yeah, fantastic stuff. I really want to see this traded, Derek. Pull it up for us and just break it down for us.
Let's do it. So I mean, right now I'm in Z-scale. I'm probably going to have to leave this soon if we break at this low, but that's all good in the hood. Let's talk about our friend Ulta Beauty. So, and I want to, because initially I tried this short too early. Be real. Tried this short, didn't work out, got stepped out, all good. Then I tried the long because I was like, oh, maybe we're breaking out here, whatever, fine. Didn't work, but the key here, you can't even see because I think I literally got stopped at the same price that I got short. So I wanted to try the short again, and I actually went double the size that I tried this long one because I felt way better about it. I said, Adara, this looks good. I risked to this 486 level. We had lower highs. We're now breaking below VOP. I went short, took some profit here at 472s because we were kind of struggling with that level a bit. Then we go back to 476s and we quadunk. I get up to the 30-minute prior bar high around that 471 halves level. This is a 3-minute chart. The 30, I could show the 30-minute, but truthfully, for like the kind of the prices and the highs and stuff, I use the trading view charts because I find the ones on PPRO tend to include wicks, and I want like a more, honest.
Want the genuine print.
Exactly, I want the real thing. So shout out to Ulta. Someone putting here as well, Tyler Reverse, do they make drinks that slow you down? So I don't know about them. I'm quite frankly pleased as punch with my current speed. And yeah, I mean, the thing is too, is I'm naturally a sleepy person anyway, which no one believes because I'm very high energy. But if we make drinks that slow me down, I would probably be asleep. So you gotta be stay true to yourself in trading and as a human, how you do.
All right, guys, we've been showing you the homepage of Trade the Pool for a while now. But today, we want to highlight a section of the site that you may have missed. And trust us, you'll want to check it out. It's Trade the Pool's video on demand library, and it's so much more than just content. It's a space built to help traders grow with real stories of funded traders, strategy breakdowns, hard lessons, and mindset tips you can actually apply into your own trading. And there's more. The note feature allows you to save the most valuable takeaways from videos, so you can quickly revisit the exact moments that mattered. It's like your own personal bookmark. The best part? It's completely free. If you haven't explored it yet, now's the time to head to tradethepool.com and click on the VOD library tab there, guys. Video on demand tab there in the library. Yeah, so you went over the Ulta. That was an absolutely fantastic trade. $11 you grabbed on that one there. Whew, God, we got to get thousands of shares. We're going to start taking on those ones.
Yeah, I need to start getting more comfortable and taking those trades.
Yeah, it will come a time, right?
Yeah.
Again, the more reps that you get, the more comfortable you're with. But in order to break through some of the key, and one of the Toronto Maple Leafs head coach said something that kind of hit home. He's like, well, you can keep running into the wall, the same wall, bumping your head on it, and eventually you're going to get these scars, and the scars obviously remain. But in order to break through those levels, you need to take that next step to get over that wall. You need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and that's just taking that next leap. So shout out to everybody on the Trader TV team. Just saying, Joe, start taking more shares. Everyone start taking more shares because you have the ability to trade. Now it's just to start scaling up your system without necessarily changing the way you execute and your mindset. And that's what I mentioned. I add into my winner. The key thing is being able to identify and grade your setups and then also scale from.
Oh, good. Baby, I probably won't take another shot with Zscaler unless we break decisively below VWAP because
Because we got Obi. Are you still cooking up in Palantir there, Obi? You covered it. Adara, she's got the news for us right here, right now.
so it's unclear if they still feel like we have a chance of rates going to 5%, but worth noting here, Jamie
across the board here, guys. Google, Apple, Amazon, who's going to be most in the PA here, guys. But I mean, take a look at this from where we were.
Wait, are we tanking to the downside? Nvidia straight through 133s, right? Counter right now, because I think you'll be more frustrated. For me personally, I'll get more frustrated with myself if I'm trying to counter something when it's displayed such signs of weakness there. Yeah, no, I think I love the counter. I'm over my time here before. I've discovered like different nuances that I can definitely push a little harder for the counter. And you guys, if you guys have been here since I've been around, then I have started to lean a lot more towards reversions. And oh boy, reversions I think are amazing. Mean reversion, again, if you look at any sort of market, mean reversions have stood the test of time, and that kind of price action has been, I guess, it's a natural course of price action in general. I guess it kind of goes on the core, core concepts of price why I like it so much. Mean reversion is amazing. But yeah, let's see if we can get this move to revert here. We're picking up pretty aggressively. We've got 21,100 test here on the Nasdaq and a bit of a pull up right here. So I was trading some Palantir earlier. Oh boy, you talk about having some acceptance. Oh my goodness, it's on one. Yeah. I had a decent chunk. On this. And then you guys already, I chopped myself up a little bit on the front side. And I was like, all right, I'm going to take small size. Remember, I kept on saying, I was like, yeah. Keep it light and tight, boom, 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 boom. When it does come in, boom, boom, boom. A little bit of cover, boom, boom, quadruple boom. And then right into VWAP. Here's the thing, that's what I'm talking about. I covered a little bit of a VWAP. I had orders posted all the way down to here and 127 craps as well. Guess what? I pulled those orders and I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to cover here and walk away from this one because this is close enough to VWAP. I accepted that. That's perfectly fine. But guess what? It drops down another 2 points from where I covered 128 halves all the way down to 126s. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, indeed. All right. So where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. A lot of people posting those tacos. Tacos indeed. Oh, no. So what was that place that you really liked? Gus's tacos? Yeah, I like Gus tacos. I really like Gus tacos. Hey, what's your favorite taco from there? From Gus, I just get the burrito. Okay. Yeah, I'm a burrito guy. Okay. I obviously go with some of the beef. I mean, hey, you put a taco in front of me, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm most likely eating it. But have you heard of Rancho Relaxo? No, okay. Yeah, exactly. There's only a couple of them in the city. One's in the Etobicoke, and there's one downtown here. They have a jerk chicken with a mango chutney. It is actually so it's like kind of like a Canadian Mexican fusion mix of obviously jerk Jamaican and everything along those lines, but it's a fusion taco, and it's actually the best taco on the planet. It's so good, yeah. And they have a good brisket one and a good pork. Just the concoction of whatever they put in it is so amazing. I would prefer going to Rancho Relaxo over Gus. Gus is authentic. You gotta send the Addy right now. Send the Addy right now. Rancho Relaxo. Relaxo? Yeah. Relaxo. That's it right there. We go. Ooh, there's 2 locations. Yeah, Kipling and DuPont. Okay, so that's Etobicoke. And where's that? Northern Toronto. Okay, just beside Hyde Park, I guess. Okay, nice. I guess Junction. By Junction. Yeah, Junction. Nice. I gotta check that. Yeah. It's so good. The jerk chicken is so amazing. It's absolutely fantastic. Oh, that super chat. Yeah. In there, brother. Thank you, Obi, for the Palantir 128 strike here. I'll pull the chat in so you guys can see it. You can read it along together right there. Thank you, Palantir 128 short. Thank you, Trexit, for the super chat. You're right. Just had to be patient. 3.5 times on that put from 36 pennies to $1.50. Absolutely beautiful, solid trading there. That's the thing, man. When the moves show up on the chart, you can take just the same kind of trade on the options and get exponential results, right? And it's absolutely beautiful scalping options. But yeah, no, that trade was absolutely solid. And when it did come in, I was a little early. I mean, you guys saw I was shorting 128. So we went all the way to 131. But guess what? I stop out. And then when it finally comes in, I'm just starting to get in more, and it's starting to work. Obviously, I know that I really shouldn't be doing this. I'll be very, very honest. And I was definitely slightly tilted because I was like, well, this break, I should technically be getting along on this break of the 128. I like the short here, but when this flips for the intraday trade, that's a reason to buy. It's a reason to buy regardless of whether you're long or short. Right? And the scalp does come in, and yeah, this move is absolutely extended for sure. That's why I like the short. And again, earlier we were talking about this with Sean, where I was like, I see a very strong ticker, and then I'm just like, okay, well, where is the reversion? Strong either way. Usually people attach the word strong with price action going up. Me, I don't care. Strong just means the action is strong. It can be very directional. Strong to the downside, strong to the upside. Is the action strong? And does that strong action start to dissipate and fade off and really start to reduce? And you can see that change of hands between buyers or sellers or buyers on the tape. And you kind of start seeing that a little bit here, which gives me the confidence to start actually adding to the position. Most of these entries are just single entries with single outs. This is the only one with multiple entries when it finally starts to work. So I think I did relatively okay there. Could definitely hold on to a piece right there as it drops 2 more points in my favor, pretty much reverting a decent chunk of the move. That's that first kind of opening range high right there. We're kind of consolidating right on top of that 125.80s on Palantir. Couldn't really see that one coming, but it is what it is. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. If you guys have any idea of where that might be, just let me know, and I will be I'll be more than willing to take a look there. But Palantir was that trade. Spider, that 586. Let's take a quick look there on the Spider as well. I know this chart is you know, we can change this up. Okay. All right. So let's go to the Spider here. So this is what I was talking about this morning. The opening, Tuesday's low coming in at 584, but the opening price coming in at 586. I think it was 06, 07 lows yesterday, right there. Boom. And then coming into the pre-market, we had lows down to 59 below the 86. So coming right back in. Beautiful, I guess not trend break, sorry, beautiful breakdown right here, right? It's like, yeah, you can execute here, because I'm just looking at prior supports. When the price comes in with aggression, with volume to confirm the breakdown, I do think that does make the trade a little bit stronger, a little bit better if you're confluenced with that volume spike into a breakout or a breakdown, and we're seeing a perfect example of that here on the Spider, right? So Nvidia, oh boy, I don't know if Sean's still in his short, but oh boy, indeed, he had that 139, 138 short. And trading at 132s. We were trying to look for a long off of 137s, 138s earlier, but guess what? That little support from yesterday might have turned into a little bit of a resistance, but regardless of how you look at it, you can see that VWAP rejection, extension yesterday. Guess what happened today? VWAP rejection, extension.
Extension, XX.
I can't make this stuff up. Guys, I can't make this stuff up. Market doesn't repeat, but it definitely does rhyme. And yesterday and today, when you talk about continuation, there's definitely some rhyming orders sitting on VWAP there on Nvidia today. So for both day 1 and day 2, beautiful continuation there on Nvidia for that earnings trade. So I don't really have anything else on board. I don't know what you're looking at, Joe, but I am looking for the next trade. I don't really see it here. I do see this market flushing, and I'm looking for a reversion, but nowhere close. I don't want to try to buy a falling knife like this.
Exactly.
Just yet. I love falling knives.
Keyword. Just yet. There, guys. Don't. All right, guys. Let's see what we got going. Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you've expected? That's called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader to avoid slippage. Go ahead, scan that QR code, or check the link in the description box to get that full free copy of this guide there, right there. I wish I had that, Obi, when I first started trading, a nice, easy guide and everything that would suggest what do I need, what kind of monitor setup.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you guys right now, so you can see it in the corner of the screen there on the Easy Trading Computers, they have the 4 monitor setup, 2 and 2. I went 3. Right,
yeah.
1, 2, 3. If I had the ability, well, I could obviously do have the ability to do it, but if I were to first start out, I would have went with the 4 because I think it's easier instead of having to kind of
scan like this.
Yeah. So that's
I went with I think my first one I had a laptop.
Yeah,
and then 2 screens. Mm-hmm. So it was like the three split. And then after I built my PC and upgraded my stuff, I went with 2 monitors. screens, a little, I mean, it really depends on resolution, I'd say. So the two
Keep an eye on that. They will be hosting or co-hosting, I guess, leading this press conference coming through at 1:30 p.m. Obviously confluencing with a little bit of market tailwind as well.
These China talks are not going how we expected. So, yeah, not the best look. Here we go. We got So just do us a solid, hit that like and subscribe, and that does the channel wonders. So much appreciated. Thank you all for participating, loving the conversations in the chat as well too. If there's anything specific that you want me to go over in the options chain or even some underlines here, I see that someone had a good question about the SPY. We post that in the chat because I know it was really high up there in the chat. I don't want to scroll all the way through that, so I might not even have the ability to find it. Just repost it. I'm going to keep my eye out on that about the SPY and its selling. And again, if there's anything that you want me to look on the options chain for you to be able to be interested in what we got going with Delta, etc., and how we can implement Delta. Oh, there we go. All right, we got what we set up there. Let's see what we got going on there, my guy. Okay, wow, this is a little blurry here, not the best quality, but this is what I mean. So right here, link to represent the chair. Yes, I put it up, but yeah, looking kind of like a suede blanket on top of the chair, just with it nice and soft. Not be really good about the gaming chair there, but these are the two screens that I'm talking about right here. So one is vertical, mindset matters, don't forget. And then one is horizontal. Got my sticky notes there. Gotta keep a level on there as well, because you know why? Guys, you gotta stay level headed. You gotta get to remember every day. Look at the top of the screen, you gotta stay level headed. That's why I keep a level on there. Also to make sure that my screen is level as well. I like symmetry. And if my screen is a little wonky, I want to know why. It goes off your entry. It goes off the entry a little bit right there. So I got that there as well. So yeah, that's the setup. So rate my setup right here. So I'm gonna give it a solid 9.5 there. I would give it a 7 out of 5. I'm giving it a 9. Everybody put it in there. 5 by way. Right OBs set up there. I dare give it a 7.5 there. You guys see it. Here's funny. What do you say? We don't need to say that. What do you say? I didn't see picky eater.
Oh, right here.
Oh.
You see him? Oh.
Okay. Don't worry. There we go. Okay, we got the level 8. We got a 9 out of 10 there from 4 out of 9. There we go. Noah give you a 4 out of 10 there. Noah, come on. What is that? What kind of nonsense is that there? Okay, a couple 5 and 9s there. You're getting a lot of 10s here, OB. Above the average. We like it. Ooh, Dale Bing. I'm thinking it was low, but I'm going to put him that low for me. Why giving me 5? Why 5? Do you need more monitors? Is that why I have this 124, bro? I got to try that. I really got to Palantir short now. Come on, man. What's up with me? Come on. What? The setup? Oh, you see it? Okay. Ramin wants to see it, Mike, please. No, you gotta rate it. You're not having any, but you don't want to rate it, OB. I'm gonna rate it for Ramin. 7.5. Right? There. That's Ramin's rating right there. 7.5. I gave it a 9. You got a 20 from Stanley. From Maypen. Oh my God, Stanley from Maypen. Are you Jamaican? Let's go. I used to go to the KFC in Maypen. I used to drive there all the way from my little from Lioneltown. It's only about 20 minutes. But me and my uncle's funny story, OB. So me, my uncle, and one of my friends down there in Jamaica, because I liked KFC, I like the Jamaican KFC. But anyways, we would get these bird CDs and we would play songs. So all the way from my dad's house in Jamaica to the KFC in Maypen, it's about like a 25-minute drive. And just being full out in Jamaican territory and just embracing the culture, we played the first 20 seconds of one song for the whole duration from my dad's house to the KFC because it was that fire. Yeah, right? So it's just like one person would be play it back. We would play it back the first 20 seconds. And then someone else would be like, play it back again. So just rewinding that, and that's exactly what we did is the first 20 seconds of one song for about 25 minutes there. And it was hype. It was obviously a good time. Love basketball. Yeah, I'm half Jamaican. My father's from there. We're from Lioneltown. Water Lane to be exact. My cousins went to Kempshill High School. So I know I'm really familiar with Clarendon, the parish that we're from. And I even like to drive around when
of people chiming in here in the chat. Bears versus Bulls, thank you, saying looks fire. Save Manuel and he's saying, come on, man, you were king Nvidia in this area. Yeah, where is it? Nvidia's in, oh, okay, yeah, 133s. Okay, all right, so maybe a little bit of a pull here. Here, let me bring this in to kind of point it out. So right here, look at that, right here. What is that? That's Wednesday, that's Tuesday. All right, so Tuesday low, boom, right there, 133s. Wednesday after hours low on the earnings, 133s, boom. And then today's low, 130, almost 130, just shy of 133s, 132.93 currently trading on Nvidia. I did try a cheeky little short here on Palantir. I'm like, all right, well, if you're going to break 24 and continue this selling, I want to take it through the day low here at 122. So we're going to wipe the whole move. But again, I might be a little too early for that or too late. Again, I caught the first part of the move, and I am trying to catch the later part of the move. But sometimes you catch the meat of the move, sometimes you catch the buns. Regardless, you gotta try to grab a bite of something here on this Palantir. Absolutely beautiful opportunity here. I'm gonna try once more, and keep it light and tight. No. I'm going for the short, bro. I'm going for the short. This thing, look at that. Everybody was so excited to get long on this ticker. People definitely smashed this. People did extremely well on that really extensive push, right? So when it starts to stair step down, when it starts to break level after level after level, guess who's offside? Everybody who just got long not too long ago. When was this? This was 10:03, 10:24, 10:45. The highs at 11 o'clock. Right now, guys, it's 12:57. It's only been a couple of hours at most. And guess what? We are taking out all of those levels. So anybody who was risking to here, anybody who was risking to here, I'm talking about longs. And then ultimately, some longs are definitely risking to here as well, which is that consolidation right before the open. This is the day low. This is the intraday low sitting right at 122. I don't know specifically, but 122.70s it would seem. I got to check it here on my chart to get specific. So the day low here on Palantir currently sitting at 122.75. Oh boy. So let's see if that'll come into fruition. A little bit of a bounce here. So I'm glad I kept it tight on the initial. I got to get out of this one here as well. As again, I guess I forgot to put in my stop on that one there. So I'm just going to punch out of that one and let it go. I was like, okay, we have to continue through 24. If I'm looking for the 24 short, if we're going to bid back up half a dollar above the 24, then maybe that's not what I'm looking for. Sure, we could consolidate, chop, like that's what it did here. It did a dollar consolidation and then traded lower, but I want to stay a little patient. Maybe I can get a little better price as well. Again, the advantages of trading at a prop firm is that you can get in and out relatively easily and relatively cheap as well. So I'm going to just exercise my ability to do that. Try once again if it'll have me, as it's looking a little more aggressive now. So Palantir maybe cracking through that 24, but no idea yet. Market though, 21,100. Oh boy, do we trade lower? I have no idea. Who was it? Someone in the chat. Picky Eater was like +1 for that one piece art. Yeah, shout out for that nice recognizing on that. So I got that. For those of you who know, I got Zorro on there. With that, hair guy. That's the green hair guy with the epic scene from when he meets the cook on the ship, and then he's all bloodied up because he's been through a battle. He's taken hits, and he's standing there with his hands folded, just standing on the brink of death.
Oh yeah.
And he says, "Everything is fine. I am fine."
He's fine.
And that is motivation for me.
Everything's fine, even though the world around him is slowly burning.
Well, no, not that meme, but I'm talking about you taking hits and you know you're strong enough to come back. You just have to heal. So you just there's a lot of lesson there. So. The Piper, sorry, there's two more chats here. Piper asking, do you use any special software to lay the screens out? No, absolutely not. Windows will recognize all of your screens and it'll do the work for you, so you do not need to worry about that. Oh boy, all right. So this Palantir is obviously catching a little bit more of a bid than I am looking for as of right now. So I will keep a closer eye on this one as well. And Pug Life saying he gave me a 5 because you got to go with the large 55-inch UHD and set up all your windows on one screen. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah,
But what do we got going on? I see that you got you got the pull up.
Yeah, we got the playmaker pull. Yeah, we filled that up there, guys. So we're going short today. 584.09 is the short. We get stopped out at 585.09 and 582. And here's our equity curve, the cumulative P&L there, guys. Just getting in whatever you guys vote. We decided to go in that direction, and you can see that displayed over 96 trades now, positive sloping equity curve. So fantastic job from all of you. Bear versus bulls. Let's go. Fingers crossed, guys. If we can take this additional leg lower, that would put in a new low a day for us here on the SPY. If we are going to hit that 2-to-1 target, if not, we get stopped out in about roughly 50 cents, a little bit less than that there. So yeah, we don't got too much room. Volatility is stepped in there, guys, and that's the thing, right? So just be prepared for all my options traders out there. When you get that spike in volatility, it's instant increase in premiums, instant. And then as it starts to cool off from an intraday standpoint, that's where you get that volatility decay. So you don't want to be buying at the highs, and then as it cools off throughout the intraday session, you're starting to sell, because you'll just lose money automatically to volatility, regardless if your underlying is appreciating. Speaking of volatility, what are we pulling up next, Obi?
I don't know. I'm still watching this Palantir, man.
The VIX.
Zig. Oh, that's what you meant.
That's what I was getting.
Okay, all right. We can take a look at volatility itself.
There we go. We'll look at volatility. It's up the fear index here, guys. As you can see, displayed the inverse correlation between the VIX and the overall market. Market goes down, VIX goes up. Market goes up, VIX goes down. All right. Make a song out of that one there. Oh, my guy. Greg V in the chat. Why you gotta be such a stranger, man? Did you message me on X? I don't know why you're never in here that often anymore. I did not get any more handsome. I just got a little bit more wiser, hopefully. So maybe that is correlated with the two. But my brother, Greg V, is in the chat. Everybody say hi to him. All the regulars know that we always give him a shout out there. Shout into Connecticut. Yeah, a good American friend. Him and I started this, so way back in the day, Obi, when I first started trading, he was brought into a group that, another trader that started from another community. So he's essentially been my day one trading partner. Yeah, nice. I still talk to this day. So it's cool. Yeah, almost 4 years ago now, which is extremely hard to believe. Time flies when you're trading. It's just because you're just waiting for that next day, looking to get a little bit better, to see what's going on.
Your focus is so honed in for the trading, days just become a blur, man.
A blur.
You're just because you're every day, you're in a routine, you have a set schedule, you have things that you do, that are set out, right? That are scheduled out during the week, during the day, and everything just becomes very. You enter this sort of a flow, right? And then if you're entering flow, best believe you have no concept of time when you're in that flow state, because all of your focus is trying to, complete or achieve a task. What's going on?
Greg, that's crazy. I would never ever. Why would I ever want you out? Don't say that. That's mean. Never ever said that. I want to know. No.
Out of what?
Never out of the group.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no. There's no. Oh, actually, no. Okay, so he's referring to one thing. So when Greg first joined the group, for me, I'm the type of individual, Obi, if I don't eat at the table with you, then I'm not your biggest fan, right?
Okay.
Right? I need to grow accustomed to individuals. So I don't know if I'm not eating at the table with you. And Greg was new, and we had this group going for about a month or two.
Yeah.
And he was brought in, and I'm like, I don't even know if I really like. I don't even know if I really like this guy.
Yeah.
And he actually became my closest friend.
Yeah, that's usually how it happens. That's usually how it happens.
Okay. We gotta read what Big Spile says here before I read. I guess as my guy Sharif would say, displayed themselves. You get the engulfing. This is what we were talking about yesterday.
The market, but worth noting, I am seeing a story come through. I'm seeing this circulate on X. Apparently, TSLA. Bid here, but we're getting a nice bounce. A rejection of this support level would be really nice, and then I could be able to
the open, sellers, and a little bit of a shake and bake consolidation. We try to break. We bit. On watch, but if you guys have anything better, something shinier that's moving around in this market, please.
And if he gives it some form of bogus, then unfortunately, guys, I apologize. He is no longer credible because I need to know what he did. And if you guys know what he credited, what kind of rating, I'm telling you, you're gonna get it.
Also, oh, I pressed the wrong button. That's my bad. Fun fact here as well. Batty Alley's definitely paid for a sponsorship on Law Order Toronto because there was like a random, completely unnecessary scene where they had to go to Batty Alley's to investigate a crime, and I'm like, you didn't need to go to Batty Alley's. It could have been any pizza restaurant. So Batty Alley's is paying for sponsorships, Joe. That's the moral of the story. They 100% paid Law and Order.
Okay. They were on Law and Order, and they had a sponsor. They had a sponsorship there.
Did you see him give on it? What was it?
You still in that Nvidia short?
Please, don't be like that.
Are you still in that Nvidia?
Did you hear that? Oh, he's busy right now.
Yes. Oh my God. And the TQ short. Do you see what the market has done?
Isn't it?
Oh, while you were swimming, Sean, the market was also swimming. Oh, right. Can I tell them? Sean got, you got it? Okay, that's it. Sean got a new Tesla. Let's go.
Got a new test?
Yeah. Let's go, Sean. Yeah, huge. Oh boy. $70.20 short, Sean says. On the TQs, let's see where that's at right now. TQQQs. Boom, right there. Wow. Would you look at that? It came all the way down to 67.
Okay.
Oh, 67.04. Absolutely beautiful flush there on that. Nice hold there by Sean himself on TQs and the Nvidia short there. So I see you're watching that TikTok. So what is he saying? He likes the pizza. He doesn't like the pizza.
He's liking it. Great pizza yesterday because there's no leaves on the trees that I'm seeing here. Yeah, definitely not yesterday, but because there is no leaves on the trees there.
Oh, she sent him the wrong. Okay.
But anyways, he gave it an 8.3.
What the chat is saying. He gave it what? 8.3?
An 8.3. Very
What is an 8.3?
out of 10 there.
Where does he get the 0.3? Like, what is his?
Hey man, we don't ask those types of questions.
How do you grade things? What's your grading criteria? That's the like. When I grade myself in my journal, I have grading criteria that gives me every point.
Okay, so here's some of the grading criteria. 8.3, David Portnoy. Much appreciated for that one. So undercarriage, all right. So the undercarriage being how crispy the lower end is.
Okay.
The cook.
Okay.
And the cheese on top. All right. So those are some of the grading criteria. He likes a nice. You know when the pizza kind of bubbles up. He likes a good bubble on there and it's crispy, and he likes a solid undercarriage. So 8.3, we'll take that one there. I would give it an 8.5. Maybe gotta round that up a little bit, but we're not gonna complain about that one there, guys. Thank you. All right, what would you like for Stanley Cup Championship? $4 super chat there from JD. Thank you for that one. Who do you like for the Stanley Cup Championship? Oh boy, brother, what do you mean? Okay, let's go Oilers. I do think that they're gonna lose though, just because Zach Hyman is hurt, and I think he's a really big part of that team, very, very much important. But yeah, let's go Oilers. I'm sick of seeing Florida teams in the finals. They've been there for 6 straight years. Let some other people have some fun there, Obi. But yeah, let's get back into these markets, guys. Fun talking with you. I know a lot of people are saying A3 is one of the highest reviews. I mean, it's up there. We'll take the A3, right? We're not going to complain about that one there.
I had Batty Alley's like twice.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, twice. I'd say. Yeah.
See,
Cal, I don't know if you've met Cal before. He was a former trader on the floor, but he brought it in one time. I think it was about a few months ago.
The guy who used to be on the show here before.
I don't know if he was on the show.
Yeah, but it's Cal. Cal. But he did bring it, and that's where I first heard of it. I'm like, where is this place?
Really?
Yeah. And then after that.
And then it became your favorite place after that?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. My issue is though, Obi, once I find something that I like, I just keep going back and eat it until I can't eat it anymore. But yeah, I guess that's probably one of my biggest issues right now, is just eating maybe too much. But it is what it is. But yeah, let's get right back into these market here, guys. Much appreciated for all that fun talk. 35 goals in the last 6 games. Yeah, I know a lot of hockey talk there. But yeah, let's see if we can get involved into this Tesla trade, Obi. We are knocking on the door of this prior support level, now acting as resistance. We did get that pullback that we were looking for, but how deep is it going to be in the overall market is the question I'm asking, because that's going to have a lot of influence on what I could potentially do for a long and Tesla. Could this just be a breath in the underlying before we take a second leg lower? Maybe, possibly, but I also want to try to find a move back towards the volume weighted average price. That would be really, really nice.
Yeah, no, Palantir came down and broke that consolidation low right here. So let me show you guys, right, it's a little bit clearer here. Oh boy, that's an aggressive bid. Hello. So right here, so false break to that low, maybe, I don't know, that's definitely getting some short-term participants in for a potential push. But yeah, that 125 reject couldn't really quite get up there, pulling back in 124 halves right now. But we did get that selling coming in, and I was like, oh boy, finally coming in. And finally working, but we're still kind of consolidating as of right now. You can see, that the market is also trying to bounce here with the second attempted green candle here on the day. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle, you may ask, is about 10 minutes. Wow, Palantir looks so much better here on a 15-minute chart than it does on a 3-minute. So much cleaner and clearer. Yeah, look at that. But if you're risking prior bars, obviously the 15 is going to give you a much wider stop. But the trade definitely is there here, and yeah, getting involved with the front side obviously looks a lot more foolish when you look at the same price action on a higher time frame there, as both the 5-minute and the 15-minute holding really well when that trend finally does break down. Hey yo, almost 100% reversion back to the lows. So again, longs laughing straight to the bank on the front side of the move, and then shorts coming in real hot on the back side of the move as well. A lot of short-term long volume to kind of catch offside as well, which makes the trade even more beautiful in my opinion. You can see that volume has stayed relatively same. Sure, it's kind of decreased off of some of those morning session highs. That's fine, but you can see that relatively the same after we do make after the selling kind of starts there. You can see that volume change as well. Look at that. That is this is the top print, but you can see how that volume was pushing in. Volume kind of falls off, selling steps in as well, and then selling volume is kind of there. And we're seeing that continuation, that follow through. Oh boy, I have to learn to get more when VWAP breaks, and it's going to continue down to day lows. So day lows, like I mentioned before here, sitting at 122.75. Yo, we're only about a point away.
Ooh, we're getting right there.
All the way to 31.
All the way to
123. So a 10-point wipe up.
Right back down. But guys, this portion of the show is brought to you by Upexi, under the NASDAQ UPXI. A publicly traded brand accelerator combining strong e-commerce fundamentals with a forward-looking blockchain strategy, in addition to operating a portfolio of consumer brands. Upexi is building one of the largest Solana treasuries in the public markets, backed by institutional partner GSR. They offer equity investors exposure to Solana through a regulated security without the need to hold tokens directly. With both revenue and asset growth, Upexi presents a unique opportunity for long-term upside. To learn more, scan the QR code on screen or check the link in the description there. That's some interesting stuff there. I know Katina Man, I believe he was saying he was involved in Solana. I don't know. Do you own any Solana?
I do not have any Solana.
Okay, so what cryptos are you in?
I have Ripple, and XRP and Doge, and a little bit of ETH, a little bit of Bitcoin.
Okay, all right, bang. Diverse there. Much appreciated. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with their Pug Life. I don't know why we got that in there, but we can't block him because he is showing very much love. All right, guys, I'm going to get involved here on some Tesla. Actually, I'm going to be a little bit more patient to get a better read here in the market. You can see that the SPY is about to knock on the door of the volume weighted average price, and I think this can tell us a lot here. So, like I said, I'm going to pack my patience, hold these horses, and wait for a solid opportunity. Gaurav, I'm glad that you killed it on Nvidia. That was a really nice trade there, brother. Much appreciated for sharing your trades and info. There's no questioning that. All right, yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm hopping in here, guys. I'm gonna get aggressive as well too, because I have a defined risk profile that's only gonna give me about a 10-cent stop top. That's nothing here. So there we go. I'm going to look for a potential bounce here in a break of this resistance zone. If we crack there, I have no worries of getting out just because I have a specific trade plan. This is going to be my stop loss. I'll open below this low. And then if we crack through that, then I'm going to look for that next target around 1538. Adara, what do you got for us?
Reminder, in about 5 to 6 minutes, Donald Trump and Elon Musk taking the stage for a press conference together. Elon Musk stepping down from Doge. This is the market. Keep an eye on the market and Tesla, because we know that both of these men can be asked any question, and it's always worth to be aware, especially when Trump is talking. But with Elon Musk being added to the picture, watch Tesla as well to see if there's any questions asked about the company or his role in the company now that he's stepping down from Doge. Back to you.
We'll be short, I'm long. So let's see what happens here. If we get that breakthrough of this key support level that is now acting as resistance, I want to see a little bit more strength here on the tape. And we did have a slight imbalance in the book as well too. So just keep an eye out on that. That's why we always have those quote highlights, just to see, so you can identify imbalances on here. I mean, I gotta filter this a little bit more because it is TSLA, and the higher you go, the larger, obviously, the less you'll see there. So even 4,000 doesn't do too much. So that's anything greater than 4,000.
I thought you were long Palantir.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
No. I thought we were the same ticker but opposite direction.
No, I wouldn't do that.
No, Palantir is doing its own thing.
Yeah, I don't have fun doing that, to be honest with you. Just, especially regardless of if we're both long or short either direction. I wouldn't want to go. I would just find something else for a potential bounce.
No, I mean, a lot of fugazi that goes around in all places, and I'm just like, I just don't like being sold
Show me a picture on your phone. Look
at Palantir right here. Boom, all the way up. We saw that.
I know. the market is getting a slight bounce. Palantir putting in a hammer candle on the 5-minute at these lows.
Side, and this is what I mean when I talk about some of the best reversions are hella symmetrical, right? So this frame right here, you can measure that going to the top side was about an hour and 5 minutes. If you really want to say, okay, maybe this is part of it as well, maybe an hour and 35, so roughly an hour and a half on that one, and then you look at that reversion, hour 45 all the way back up. So they're not perfectly symmetrical, but relatively symmetrical in the action. There's some absolutely beautiful stuff happening here on Palantir. That's what I'm going to add on it. I don't really see anything else more attractive here in the market as of right now, but you guys let me know. Let us know if you guys see anything more. I'm watching Spider as well. We talk about that 586 level being a little bit of an opening price of the week. We were trading below it. Technically, the week is, I guess, relatively flat as of right now. If we close right now, it'd be doji on the week, maybe top wick. I don't particularly on the Spider is looking like right now, but that 586 level definitely got eyes on that to see where we close this week relative to that price. So I'm just going to be watching those. I don't really see you guys posting anything. This is my time to be refreshed because I don't see it updating. I think we are basically saying looking at color cards, so we can take a quick look at what story the stickers leaving up here. See RWV. Yeah, a little bit of a chop, but I think the trade here, if I remember correctly, is on a much higher time frame and not really an intraday kind of a push. We saw that sell-off yesterday, but you can see what it's been doing over the past, I guess, a couple months here. Quarterly, absolutely beautiful, aggressive strength. We're buying up here. I don't know, but if you were buying down here, maybe on this breakout and this consolidation and this step higher, much nicer here. But again, a little bit of a quick trend line here. You can draw that in. Yesterday's selling broke this trend that we've been holding since May 14th. Again, this ticker recently IPO'd. I remember looking for the trade on this IPO. That's what I have this anchored on to that initial day right there, because again, it is an event. But this aggressive bid that we've been seeing broke yesterday.
just yet. We got to knock on wood there. Remember that we don't want to jinx anything, but we're looking for a pop above this, and then we're going to start taking some out there, guys. If we can get a pop above this resistance zone that we continuously keep knocking our heads on, and have the inability to break. And you can see the strength displayed in the time of sales right there as well. We got there, and there it is. We get that break right through it. Let's see if this can be sustained. I want to see another clean flush on the ask here. So good breakout from that consolidation. We were in at the right spot. We're looking for the continuation. What is that next level? I think 1535 could be a good target here in TSLA. That's going to put us around that 350 level on Tesla. So let's go. Let's get this ball rolling here. Say it now, bro. No. I'm not saying it. There's no way I'm selling it. Yeah, we got another one here. Let's see what we got going on. All right, there. Okay, we got. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, so traders, listen up. First month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with backtesting, reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
Good stuff there. All right, yeah, we're getting a nice little pop here.
Yeah,
if we can crack this, did you get the target that you're looking for?
I mean, I came down into 123.20s a little bit ago, and I didn't really take it. But again, it's starting to get a little sideways. We talked about that knife getting dull. Yeah, that selling is starting to maybe dissipate a little bit here. But again, the market definitely not helping out as it trends much higher. Maybe we're looking for some of that bid in the market to slow down to really kind of continue this move. Technically, after the highs, we have been making lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Maybe lower high, definitely lower high, and lower low as well. Let's see if that kind of changes. But this is kind of that last kind of a level on the intraday to get taken out. And if we don't take that out, that's perfectly fine as well. Again, that was technically the target, low day. But if that's not going to come in, that's perfectly fine as well. I'm more than willing to be nimble. Like we said, main focus for today is going to be on some of the potential rebalances.
Yeah. You were saying that this morning.
Yeah, it's MSCI.
We're focused MSCI. Yeah, I like the Obi likes trading that for sure. Big imbalances. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that as well too. Yeah, we're continuing to climb here. I took 20% off. Let's see if we continue to knock on this door. Maybe I'll take another 20%. I want to see some strength really start to step in there. Go, okay, nice little pop right there. Let's see if that can be followed up with an additional pop here, guys. So there you go. It wasn't popping like how I wanted to. So what I will do is take another 20%. Okay, looks like we're climbing a little bit higher. Oh, I don't want to over take. So there we go. We took a little bit more off, guys. Nothing too much. I'm sitting on 60% of this position. Let's see if we can continue to ride. I mean, if we get that move back to VWAP, that would be very nice. But I don't know if that's going to be the case here in instance. But we just got to be patient, wait and see. And now I have to get out at break even because I have locked in some profits. But one thing to note is you can see the continuous weakness displayed. We're not overly reacting to that, so maybe we'll get an additional move to the top side. But I think it's really important to know what the Qs and the SPY are doing right at the volume weighted average price. I mean, the Qs couldn't even get there, guys. The SPY is rejecting and putting an inverted doji on the 5-minute right now. Can things change? Absolutely. But there you go. You see that indecision print right into some of these pre-market lows here, guys, and even on these intraday bases as well too. So rejecting that level slightly aggressively. So let's see what happens. I mean, if we can punch through, head back towards the volume weighted average price, then I think it can drag Tesla up along with it. Luis Martinez. Let's go. I know I didn't want to say it just yet, nor am I going to say it just yet, but we'll hold on to this to see if we can get that bigger move back towards VWAP or even a pop through some of these key levels, because that's exactly what I'm looking for. So, all right, James, I get it. We get the point there, brother. Much appreciated. Just for you, I'll tell them one more time. Do us a solid there, guys. Hit that like and subscribe. It does the channel a whole bunch of wonders. 5,000 at the peak, 6,300 of you guys watching right there. 800 likes. Let's get that to 1,000. Wow. just because we like that number. We like those whole numbers.
You have
Four
the
digits
option
there.
to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
All right, you got the option to like and subscribe there, guys. And I hope you guys decide to exercise that option and hit that like and subscribe, because that would mean a whole bunch. Okay, let's go Tesla there, Obi. We're getting
How many people are watching right now?
5,500.
5,500. All right, so we got about 855 likes.
Not acceptable.
Yeah, you gotta pump those.
We gotta pump that up a little bit more. Yeah, hit that like, hit that subscribe, especially for Obi and Adara doing a fantastic job.
Gotta work that YouTube algorithm.
Gotta work the YouTube algorithm. You're putting in a double today. Do you have any plans for this evening?
I mean, what are the plans for the evening?
Other plans for the evening? I got dog training there, brother.
Oh boy, all right.
Yeah, it's not
I know.
tower time.
I know.
It's not tower time.
When I was going for towers.
Yeah, towers, providing the liquidity.
I will always provide the liquidity.
Always.
Good job.
And the liquid beverages there. What's that place called again?
Which place?
The place where we went.
Warehouse.
Warehouse, yeah, warehouse. Good time.
Locations. Okay, Darren knows what
There is yet to be out with.
There's one like literally 5 minutes away from my house.
Okay, so bang, there we go. You can stumble home after the umpteen towers there, I guess, that we had. So, yeah, good stuff.
I don't even remember what happened last time I had towers. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But speaking of towers, maybe we're building a little bit of towering price action to the upside. I got out of that Palantir. I'm like, all right, dude. Like, I was dollar in the money, dollar out of the money, and I'm just like, all right, if we're really going to chop. Like, that's distinctly different action than what I was involved in here. It was just like step down, step down, step down, step down.
Oh,
Here what?
let's go.
Step down, yes. Looking like a step down,
let's
and then
go.
pushes back into this prior range. So that's the first time that's kind of happened. So I don't really want to
do that.
don't do that. I don't want to get involved with that right now. And move on to the next trade. Again, we were talking about that 15-minute chart as well. Look at that nice little break of that 15-minute prior bar. I didn't wait for that to happen. I saw it kind of coming in with the strong market. I'm like, all right, I can probably piece this out. If I really like the short for the continuation, I'm more than welcome to get back in at any time on the way back down. Sure, maybe not the same price, but maybe the same trade as well. So let's see what we got trading today for tomorrow, saying I just hopped into PLTU. That's a leveraged ETF, I think, long. Yeah, 2x long. So okay, nice, good stuff here. Similar kind of move. Obviously, it is just a levered product of Palantir here, PLTU, and glad you are in that trade, because yeah, definitely if it's going to hold this, like I said before, a little bit of demand. If we're going to come back here and show a little bit of demand, why should I be any, or who am I to argue with that, right? If it's showing me that maybe the demand is not as strong as before, that's a whole different, I guess, nuance. But again, we'll see what it does with that 125 coming into the end of the day. The fact of the matter is that we had an aggressive move on a catalyst, and we pretty much wiped it all back down going into the later half of the day. That pivot coming in roughly around, I guess, about 11:06 here. Jeff is saying, whole market was ripping, brother. The signs were there. Yeah, Palantir was going to follow suit. Yeah, for sure, definitely. I think the market was attempting to rip here in the midst of its selling off. But you can see technically we're making lower low, maybe not a lower low, but lower highs, cracking this consolidation low. So I don't know what you mean in terms of the market was ripping. I think you meant this candle here, the 10 o'clock. That's where we saw that bid come in, the 10 o'clock candle. But you can see this is a 15-minute candle that rips. Maybe you want to call it, okay, 30 minutes of rip, because you got two green 15s that kind of wipe and attempt to push. But look at where this is. This is not necessarily 30 minutes worth of action. This is an hour worth of action on Palantir. So yeah, it did rip, but it ripped for a lot longer than the market was ripping. Market started selling off about half an hour before this started selling off, right? So you gotta, it's easy to say, harder to actually execute that kind of confluence and that push real time, right? As well, seeing that, but that's obviously something I got to do a little bit better with. Let's see what Adara has to say.
have no word from either of them. Back to you.
I had
wait
to
for these guys to.
Yeah, the underlying.
Yes.
Still was winning trade. You do not lose with Tesla. Now
That's a
over
nice
here
warm
on the
seat over here.
Midday, on the midday. Yeah.
And we wanted to short. Like the whole sticky note has shorts on it. It has Palantir long at 120. We didn't get there. But yeah, we were trying to favor the short in the market. We have the shorts on right now. It is obviously a nice rebound there. But if you sort of zoom back out, I came back down and I sat down and I was kind of like, yeah, these are good bouncing spots right in and around here for the NASDAQ. I know we was talking about it turning for the week, but if you go back to last Friday, this is kind of where we ended. And, you know, that's where we bounced off of again from there today. But yeah, Nvidia, look at day 2 play. I think this is a pretty simple play as well. As in. And then again, you know, if you zoom back and you just look to say, where was there potentially a spot where we could bounce again on Nvidia, and maybe just come right back here. I would have thought right into here where we are right now, 134.50. You know, going back towards that one Tuesday or Wednesday. But then you make that next leg down back into some of this area. So I just try to keep trading, you know, as simple as possible.
I agree with you. So I came into today's session slightly bearish as well too. Katina, man, just from what the options market was telling me, I talked about, I did a little lesson here this morning about it. Around lunchtime. Just on what the options chain was specifically telling me, and I mentioned the overhead resistance and high levels of call wall open interest, and that's what just led me to build a thesis around Nvidia. Is that hey, I do believe it's going to be a bearish session on this underlying asset, and it's displayed. We've seen what it did before on previous earnings reports when we have high concentrations of open contracts at specific strike prices, and when it's on the opposite side, so like on the call side, you see those high levels, those call walls, you look for the rejection of those specific levels, and that's exactly what happened here today. We could not breach 140 on Nvidia, we could not hold it, and then we moved back down to the downside to the mid 130s. So yeah, I had a bearish mindset coming in. I did short the TQs earlier in the day. We'll pull that up here momentarily. See what we got going on. So yeah, this was my initial short here in the morning on the TQs. That worked out half decent for us right there. So I entered and then I added into the position and took some off. I did eventually get stopped at break even. So we did get that nice move to the downside. I took a second attempt, but I'm like, for some reason I didn't love it. So I got out when it broke through some of these highs, and especially these pre-market highs as well too. I wanted no part of that if it was going to continue to squeeze. And for me, it's just like get out if it looks like it's squeeze type price action, and that's exactly what I did. But then we had some shorts that worked out on Tesla for us via TSLA. It did take a couple attempts to get going, but there we go. These were the trades here on Tesla. But then we got all out here, Katina, man, and missed that jump all the way to the downside, and you can see that Tesla just continuously sell. So after that done, oh, you got out of your position? Yeah, I thought you had a TSLA. Yeah. And then I flipped long on TSLA here, just for a little bounce off the bottom. Got a nice little move up there, and then we eventually got stopped out on that one. But I mean, is the market exhausted? Maybe, possibly. That was a fierce move down for a Friday. I'm just curious to see if that will be continued, but I think there will be some more opportunities here. So I just went into my, I'm not logged in. Why is this the first? Look how old this picture is. Yeah, that's this is throwback to 20 years ago, where I was trading on a floor on St. Clair Avenue. Yeah, look, same exact layout that I have 20 years ago. I still have them coded green versus red. They're way more hair. Yeah, I was gonna say a full head of salad there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Those were the days, man. With that little bottle of water. Look, see this calculator? Yeah. One sec. I have it. Dang. There it is. I mean, there we go. Looks like Obi's phone. You don't go anywhere without that. Yeah, but yeah, so that's kind of fun times there. We had CNBC on in the background. And see, we actually used to post up different trades and stuff like that on the big screen. Oh, that's back. So Neil, I was managing. Like, I'm surprised Neil's not. Neil's, he would have been in here somewhere. He could have been in these screens right here. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So I was managing lovely wife when we were in Rome. So a big shout out to Marisa, her birthday there today. Yeah, this was good luck. This is July 31st, 2023. So chilling in Rome. Okay. Right there, yeah. So one of the luckiest guys around. Oh, Lucid! What's up, Lucid? This is when I was like, yo, what's going on with Lucid here? I thought I was a badass with my shoes and everything too, right? You can see that right there. Uh-oh. There's Brad. What's up, Brad? Flash from the past right there, Bradley. That's when he got his platinum Brad. He had that hair going on there, Neil. Neil looking young and fresh there, bro. Look at that. Whoa. Okay, that's enough. Oh, where are you there? Oh, Miami. Miami with my daughter right here. She's so small here. Oh my God. When was this? 2022. Okay. Yeah, this is not the Blau, the big one in Miami there. Oh my God, I can't where that club is. Live or whatever it is. Live, yeah, Live. There's just a casino. People would know what it is. People would know. There's now a casino in. Definitely know what that is. Fountain Bleu. That's what it is. Here's my daughter as well out in the backyard spending time. Here's some. Anyways, okay. Anyways, cheers. Oh, shit. Here's the wedding day, Ramin. Never mind the wedding day. I want to see the hockey highlight just below that one. Don't worry about that. All right. And again, I'm surprised. It's too bad that Neil's not in this picture either. But he's here. What hockey? Oh, shit. Okay. This is my daughter 2 years ago taking a penalty shot. Like, she is way better now, but this is juice right here. Watch this. Snipe. Bang, bang, bang. That's the win. It looks like that was. Let's see this again. Yeah, that looks like. Let's see this win. You don't ask your proud dad to show videos. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go top left. Ping, ping, ping. Look at the goal. The goalie's like, huh? Where is it? Look at the Sally. Boom! It was not even. Yeah, all right, that's enough. That's what it's all about. All right, blast out memory lane. Everyone's like, I thought this was a trading show. So, yeah. Anyways, there it is. We are now done with that. So thanks, Joe. I don't know if the people. Joe, Mr. Mumble. Yeah, no, apparently I mumble a lot, but that's he's not even saying mumble. But she does. Yeah. So that's okay. On the old mumbling there, but what? Yeah. Does she watch? No, even when I'm Selena. Okay, yes. No, yeah. So even when I'm at home, I just say things under my breath. Oh yeah, I know what it is, but I don't want her to hear. But you can hear me. You hear me sometimes. Even trading. Yeah, exactly, right. So as long as I know what I'm saying, that's Bleu. That's right. That's all I'm doing. Shout out to Nelson if he's in the chat. We're gonna go to Adara here momentarily.
Don't worry, we'll send you back over to the guys. But right now, Donald Trump is showing CNBC for some reason during his press conference with Elon Musk. He is Donald Trump. So Elon Musk and Donald Trump, their press conference, which is set to start at 1:30 p.m., has finally begun with Donald Trump showing some CNBC. Should be an exciting one, as always. You'll keep getting updates from this desk. But right now, Donald Trump is saying that tariffs are so important. Back to you.
I was told to quit boxing, yeah. Because it affects the mumbling, right? You see that? Well, it's going to affect your brain power when you get older. Yeah. We don't want taking in the head. No, that power is over. Yeah, like so my 23-year-old when he was younger was boxing. Was he? Yeah, but he was in the ring with the he wear the helmet, headgear, and he did that for about a year. It was great workout, right? Yeah, that's what it's for, right? It's absolutely fun. Amazing. No, I was just gonna say I always feel like I like UFC, and I know you guys talk about it. Yeah. But I just find it so barbaric. It is, but that's the. No, I know. I get it. But I'm just like I'm watching it. And it's like. Even when I have money, sometimes I'll take the plays that you say and I put like whatever $10 on a guy or $20 on it, and I'm watching it, and then I realize like I'm cheering that basically he murders this other guy. That's the thing. But that's the thing about fighting, though, Katina, man. In my opinion, there's no other sport where you'll be like a series of like right? Like it's just the continuous like action that can happen. Is that somebody's getting hit in the face? Like he just got brain damage. Yeah. Oh no, broken nose. Yeah, there you go. More brain damage, and then he on the ground and more brain damage. Yeah, more pound and pound. Yeah, so more concussion. Yeah. No, that's so hype. Yeah, no, I do get what you're getting. No, I like this sport, and it is done. There are obviously precautions. Yeah, and these are trained. It's not like you and I stepping into the ring where we're just going nuts on each other. 15 minutes. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to step in the ring with Obi. I think Obi would be a dangerous man in that ring. Hey, a lot of dangerous men there. Sharif, no problem.
you
want to shy away from.
Might be an issue, but yeah, no, that was the whole thing about UFC. But I don't. Oh my God, it's 201.
201, brother.
The thing is, we're just like a.
Yeah, we're
Brendan here.
I don't know where Brando is.
Oh, he's in the pod room. He's in the pod room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't get no peace and quiet. This guy just chills out, goes into the pod room.
Yeah.
Who knows what he's doing? There's no accountability in there.
No accountability over there.
I feel like taking the camera right now with Ramin, going in and finding out what this man is doing in there.
Yes, right there. See what Brando's up to.
Yeah, no, we actually have. I don't know. I don't want to spy.
Remember that one tweet or that one X post that you have spying on Brendan?
I have one of those. Oh yeah, we're in the background.
He's in the background.
Yeah. But he was just sitting there working.
It's like a corner angle.
No, I'm sure he's working.
He's most definitely working. Yeah, I mean,
people want me to go bust him in there.
Go BTS.
But it was really fun. I mean, I really think that just more of the stuff that we were just doing right now. Like we could do a podcast. We could talk about the market, but then talk about fun things like that. You know what's going on with our weekend, what's happening in the UFC, like what's going on with hockey. Oh yeah, by the way, hey, we were on the show a couple maybe a week and a bit ago. You were on the recap show, and we said, "What's your prediction for the Stanley Cup?"
Yeah.
You were at Florida. I was at Edmonton.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. And now we're doing it again.
Well, again, they're running back here again. That's 6.
You want to do a friendly bet or?
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
All right. So you want to just do like the?
We'll just go
buy a beer.
Okay, yeah, beer's cool.
Yeah, we'll go over and we'll take some pictures. We'll go out. All right. So 2 beers.
2 beers, done.
Okay. So I got Edmonton.
No problem.
All right. Let's go. Florida versus Edmonton. All right.
Hey,
Me and this guy.
I'm just racking up the bets on Trader TV Live. Keep sending the bets my way.
I got to support it. We got to go with the Canadians.
Yeah, it's written in blood now. So I mean,
McDavid. Look, last year when they lost, he was pissed.
He was pissed
at the end.
But the thing is, though, Zach's hurt. And
I know Zach.
I think Zach is a big.
He was such a great Maple Leaf.
Yeah, right. He was though. Yeah,
he wasn't.
He was good in Toronto, man. He was
all right.
worker.
Okay, well, you like him then.
But he took that next step when he did go to Edmonton. I think he is a big part of this team.
Yeah, him being hurt is a problem.
it is a big part.
I'll have to check the odds on Profit X.
But I mean, Leon's playing great and McDavid's playing great as well too. So
you're lucky you got Ramin so close. You can just turn around and talk to her.
Yeah. I mean, she said that today. I said I'm lonely here today. She said, yeah, we could just talk a little.
Right. There's Randy. See Randy in the back.
Yeah, I seen Randy, and then she sent me the Dave Portnoy. Did you see the rating that he gave Batty Alley?
Yeah, what? He went to Batty Alley?
Yeah,
what was that?
I don't know. I think it was earlier in the winter or something like that. But he posted 8.3.
Boom, that's one of the highest I've ever seen.
So there you go. 8.3 is a good number. So yeah, we
could have done a bet like that. Where do you live? You live in Liberty Village?
Yeah. So that's
you got to come up to Dover. No, it's far.
It's like a 2-minute drive there. Because I go up across Queen. There's like a little side street that brings you right onto Dover Court, and then I go across Queen, and then it's right there.
I mean, we could do like a dinner date. You bring yours, I bring mine.
I'm okay with the 2 beers, but no, we could do it.
No. I mean, you bring Selena, I bring Marissa.
Yeah, absolutely, anytime.
And then whoever loses the bet pays
the dinner.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you want to go?
But hold on, you can't order anything you want. You know what? Batty Alley's, but
Batty Alley's.
But then, do they have seating in there?
No, they're
limited. Yeah.
So we're gonna have to go to King Taps there. I think the new King Taps on King.
All right, we'll figure it out. Let's stay with the beer. But I wanted to implement the pizza joint there somehow. So
we can get it. Hey, we can do a double.
Yeah, but I don't.
Okay,
keep eating if you have to eat that.
Let's do this. Okay, if it goes to Game 7,
right? Then we'll implement.
We'll go
to the next level.
We'll go to the next level. So if there's a Game 7, we'll add on to the bet.
The thing is, we have to get Uber Eats because we'll get the pizza in here no matter what.
And then
maybe next week.
We can order the beef in here.
8-3.
So do we have, are we going to see some, you're talking about the tables you were.
1230, we did have that nice little move to the downside right there, figuring I did night with the car, the Italian food is what we're eating tonight, and very, very excited. To VWAP, and guess what? That trade came in and it never happened again as of right now. So those are
members. Sorry about that. And what they're going to do is they're not going to put it throughout the whole store, but just certain items.
Impossible to get. It went $10 in 2 minutes. So Costco, great trade, but definitely hard to trade. But you got some anchors there.
I had some anchors here earlier. Off that earnings reaction, strong push there. I wasn't really expecting this, Sean. This was kind of a bit of a nothing burger for me based off of what the reaction to the earnings was, and the pre-market action as well. Nothing too crazy. A little bit of trending down. Take a look at this. If you just be like, all right, well, I'm going to look for this reaction range, because again, no real information in all of this chop and churn or whatever, but the most volume done on that earnings reaction candle, and then as we break through either the high or the low, we kind of rip through the low, back through the highs there. Beautiful strength coming right back in, and movements consolidation just through that anchored V1 and continuation there on Costco. So solid push there on Costco there. So that's what we got for that one.
Yeah. All right. So guys,
have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected? Well, that might be called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an older, underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid slippage. Go ahead and scan that QR code or click the link in the description to get a free copy of this guide.
Thank you for that fantastic stuff there, guys. Nvidia up next on the docket. Jim Craterer attributes Nvidia's pre-market dip to meme money frenzy. Just small motivator in shareholders knocking the price down here, guys. We're negative 3.5% on the day. We have the inability to hold that technical breakout. Now coming back into the middle of this range. Let's see what Obi and Sean think about Nvidia.
Yeah. Well, oh boy. Sean has the trade. Sean has the trade of the day on Nvidia.
Yeah.
He's still holding that trade.
Yeah, not much here. So make sure. But yeah, thanks. Yeah, no. Look, we had written it down here right away today that we wanted Nvidia short at 140, and it was really just, unfortunately, I have to show it on another charting platform because we have just too many wicks down here. Yeah, we were just looking at Nvidia here. Here's a 5-minute chart for Nvidia. Whoopsies. There it is right here. So I just wanted to say, like yesterday in the afternoon, this is why we wanted to go short. I mean, it was just Nvidia had come in. Yesterday we had faded pretty much all afternoon, and then it was pretty choppy there, up and down. Didn't really give us much trade, but we noticed that with the futures also. It was a pretty choppy afternoon heading into earnings again, right? So long story short, we broke through that 140, which is right here. We were holding it there. We broke it up. We touched 141. We just kept coming back in. As soon as we broke 140 right there to the downside, we didn't see it again. So I just felt like right away early, this was going to be a spot for me. 139.50 was also the pre-market high. So we were looking there, we always do. And then my stop was going to be in and around the 140 mark, which is why we wrote that down. So then if you just sort of go and see what wind up happening, and you talked about luck, opportunity versus preparation and things like that. I mean, it's one thing to have, this fill right there. I mean, we wanted that. That's 139.50. We sat there, we took it. So good on us, right? But and this move down was great, but then we reloaded there. And again, that happening at VWAP was really started going for me again, because once we had that, then we started to exit the trade, and that allowed sort of us to be in more shares as this trade continued to work to the downside. So just a day two play here on Nvidia. It made sense to me to do it, so we did it. And not a great report yesterday. Well, the report was fine, but not a great reaction to the report. Yeah. We came in, the highest spot it was at yesterday, I believe, was off the open as well. So yeah, there it was yesterday, right there, 143, and the selling just continued all day. So that selling pressure, I just imagined that it would continue today. And again, maybe lucky, maybe not, but we were pretty lucky that it did continue to happen for us. So yeah, good trading there on Nvidia today. We're pretty happy with it. And again, if I was here, I probably would have been more out in and around here and more out down here, but pretty lucky now. Donald Trump is talking right now again about China. So, there's going to be more talk about all of this. Let's just hope everything works out the best for all of us here. So he said he's going to be speaking with Xi and hopefully work this thing out. So that actually sounds a little more positive than I thought. I may look at the move up now, the TQs. I'm going to exit a little bit of this because that sounds better to me than it did before. So, all right, we'll take a little piece out there on the TQs as we break VWAP. But any thoughts for you on Nvidia? You had more Dell, of course.
I mean, I had some Nvidia as well, but I think Sean, you had the best look there, looking for that continuation, aggressive selling pretty much all day after a pretty strong reaction to that earnings. Right, we gapped up a little bit there and pushed into that 140s. We attempted to break some of those highs. It's funny enough, I was kind of doing review, and it was this candle here, I think, this candle here at 942, 943-ish, where the news started circulating about Jensen selling about, 6 million shares or something like that worth. I was like, oh, is it really going to affect this? I have no idea. But then you start getting market tailwind as well. You got the false breaks of the highs breaking down, and then retest of VWAP gave you resistance, and you saw this not only on Nvidia but on the TQs as well. So VWAP heavy were a lot of things yesterday. So coming into today, looking for more of the same. I kind of talked about this earlier today. Nvidia today pretty much did the same thing as it did yesterday. Rejection of VWAP off of the open, a retest, a rejection of VWAP, and then doesn't even get back there, extends to the downside there, closing near the lows. Today, rejection of VWAP off the open, a little bit of a bounce. Rejection of VWAP again, extends away from VWAP even more. Now we're quadruking and breaking below that earnings reference price as well. But guess what? Catching a little bit of a bid. Once again, maybe we do get back to VWAP today. Who knows? I have no idea.
I'm getting out of all the shorts.
Nvidia, yeah, Sean's saying he's getting out of all the shorts. Yeah, the market's ripping to the upside here. But what did I do on Nvidia today? And I did not have the short, but I kind of waited. I was like, I definitely missed the short. But guess what? A little bit of a reversion. I like those. When that bid steps right back in and that selling dissipates, I'm just going to take that quick scalp right back into VWAP right there for a quick reversion. And it didn't really go any further. So there's a great reason to sell up here. And Nvidia, beautiful opportunity on the day if you did have the short as well. Again, that is the bigger picture trade for the day two earnings.
Yeah, good stuff there, Obi and Sean. All right, guys, let's hop on to Tesla. So Elon Musk is currently speaking in the Oval Office on his last day as a special government employee. You can see we're down about 2 1/3 here, but the overall sentiment with Tesla is bullish on the options chain. You can see on this specific study that we have about $22 million on the call side, opposed to that $7 million on the put side. So for me, that's giving me some bullish sentiment here in Tesla.
Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Did you have? I didn't
trade Tesla today.
Oh, actually, I did trade Tesla today. What am I even talking about? So we we like the short early. You know, there's no doubt about that, man. And we were short. We made some money there, and then we gave it back, and now we're flat on Tesla, which is why I couldn't remember if we had done anything on it. But yeah, so Tesla, you know, a good stock there. We had liked the short. I wrote down that I like the short now that we are underneath 260. But as you can clearly see right now, or 360, sorry, as we can all see right now, that hasn't mattered because it went up to 364 and change, or 363 and change, almost broke 364. And then when we took 360 right there, we were deciding what we wanted to do, and then whoosh. Right there, starting real early around 12 o'clock there, before that announcement about more China potential, not tariffs, but sanctions. Then you get to the downside there as we continue to go with Tesla. So 350 didn't even think about holding, but it is right now. Again, I like the stock. You see the trend change right here. We always talk about a 50-period moving average break, and that happened right there. So that would have been that, leading us to the downside. So yeah, look, like the stock. It's a great day trading vehicle. I'm not sure what to do about it right now that we look at Tesla, but 354 coming in, that's a 200-period moving average there for TSLA. So definitely something to be done with that. And I would just wait. Let's see if we can get back up here and test view up. Then we'll hit the short after that. So yeah, I like it, but don't love this play here on Tesla this morning or this afternoon. Let's just wait. I mean, Elon Musk is at the White House right now, so I feel like.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I'm listening to the conversation.
Is there a kid there too
right now? I don't think he has a kid, but I think President Trump just presented him with I think either the key to the White House or the key to the country. I didn't catch what that quite was. And he's answering questions. I was just smiling and like laughing because one of the reporters asked him, "What do you think would be harder, your job at Doge or colonizing Mars?" And he was just like, "Colonizing Mars might be a little bit harder." Yeah, maybe. But some aggressive selling. Look at that volume coming in with that breakdown, Sean. So yeah, the short was absolutely beautiful there. Once it did come in, that 360 we've been seeing. So again, my idea, I did have an idea on my morning, trade plan for Tesla. I was like, if it comes into that push up into here, again, it's been catching supply. It's been catching some supply up here in the mid to high 60s, and I was looking for more of the same. But guess what? I never even got to mid 60s. We just got to 63 and change, and then that selling comes in aggressively with expanding volume. So I understand that, again, Elon's at the White House right now talking. I don't know exactly when that started. I think it was around 1 or 1:30-ish, but you can see a little bit of a reversion, a bid coming back up off of 345 on Tesla. That's kind of the area where we kind of gapped up into and pushed off of at the beginning of the week. So Tesla holding its own for that green week as of right now. Again, a holiday shortened week this week as well. So holding the green. They tried to go green or red, didn't quite make it, bidding back up. So let's see. Maybe we got to wait till next week to see if this 368, 370 area still holds as a bit of resistance. But I think Sean has something.
No, I was going to say, now do we as well. So yeah, so we picked up this Tesla here today. It's a 2023 Model 3, but it's great. We'll be able to figure that out. Yes. But yeah, no, we're pretty.
week opens, week lows. Again, the market is doing that as well. If you look at the futures, the NASDAQ and the ES, I'm definitely going to be watching on Apple next week as we attempt to push.
But I'm not going to play it too. Maybe we'll go to 61s then. I don't. What did I put it at? Let's just go short now. Let's see if we can hold these bids. And if not, then we should be able to drop them and get back in here. Back in if you want 198.50. I think the risk reward now maybe makes sense, right? The 200 period moving average is up here at $200. It's on a 5-minute chart. So I'm just trying to play off some of those levels, and you understand that we may be playing with fire a little bit here as the market is hot, and we do have Trump in my ear right now talking more tariffs. So we have to sort of just slow down a little bit. I do want to short Apple, so we are going to be short against 199.50. So if it does last us out there, we're going to get out. We're only about half a unit right now. We're not very strong in this, but if it does come up, my next offer, I just want to check with that 199.30s. So if we can get back sort of in these areas right here, and we'll short it, and we'll short a decent amount against 199.50. So we'll try to take as much risk off the table on this trade. If we can get the full fill with it right now, let's hold a little bit short and see if this wants to work. We got some out of our TQ trade just now. It's back to our broke preview up, but a bunch of good outs on this trade. Obviously, we wish we had a little bit more on the downside. So yeah, that's Apple. Let's go talk about these guys. Have a big earnings day.
All right, guys, up 9% here on the day. A strong earnings report on yesterday's close there, guys, with the CEO saying another strong quarter, and the company is not experiencing any notable impact from these current tariffs, guys, up 9% on the day.
Yeah, and TSLA, again, earnings reaction was pretty strong there, and we got that continuation. We actually had a solid continuation. Now, again, I was watching this thing earlier on in the morning, and when I came in, or a little bit last night, and maybe a little bit in the morning as well, but when I came in and saw what that pre-market action looked like, I didn't really get involved. But again, a little bit of a chop here. You had to kind of be there if you were looking for that opening drive to see capping up on that, so looking for continuation maybe. I mean, if you knew something, maybe you're buying that opening price for that push. But look at that nice little V-WAP. That's what I'm seeing that stands out right away. Every time it gets into V-WAP, a little bit of demand, a little bit of demand, and gives us that nice consolidation with slightly higher highs and higher lows as it just grinds to the upside on earnings day one. So absolutely solid. Let's take a look at a higher time frame as well.
really quite reached the all-time highs of COVID, 376 on the Zscaler.
I mean, we might have to start to think about like who's actually leading the cybersecurity race right now, because like if you're looking at CrowdStrike and Zscaler as opposed to PanW, Palo Alto, I feel like that it's really changed right now, the leadership, because here's CrowdStrike breaking out, man, $465. Wow. I actually got involved in it somewhere down here on that dropout there when they rolled out the, oh, there's something about the CDC in our ears, but that's okay, it's nothing. Nice little move down there into 230, 240, and since that was a software glitch, a software update that just didn't go right, it sent like Delta Airlines and a bunch of different places. I had to go offline for a couple minutes, but there it is, man, all the way back up to 470. So this is what CrowdStrike looks like, right? PANW, which is Palo Alto, you know, it's generally thought of as a best of breed name, but you can see when you're looking at the difference. Sorry about that split there. So again, you know, not necessarily near the highs, 190. We got to still get to 210 or so. So there was just a story. Hold on a second. Moderna. There was a CDC story right there. Let me just see what's going on. Novavax is popping right there. Moderna is popping. NVAX is another name that we can look at. Novavax, only a $7 name right now. There it goes. Right there. So nice moves up here in some of these vaccine-related names. So I think the CDC just said something about, I don't know if it was about measles or what it was about, but there it goes. There it has the story.
When I hear on, as Sean mentioned, these vaccine-related plays, this news just came in. Washington Post reporting that the U.S. Center for Disease Control, so CDC, is going to be keeping COVID vaccine recommendations for children. This goes against, the recommendations of the Human Health Services, specifically including Human Health Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But either way, keep an eye here on this. Sounds like the CDC is going to continue recommending COVID vaccines for kids, which is, of course, a good look for these vaccine makers. Back to you.
The Moderna move is crazy, man. I got to pull up a chart on that one to see what that is up to here. Apple coming back.
No, not really. It was just Apple just didn't take down into this area. Yeah, 90s or so.
In the short,
Yeah, it would have been 20 cents, but maybe I'll put 10% down there in case that happens again. We'll take 20 cents. Remember, our stop is like 20 cents higher than this, anyways. It's 199.50. So if it goes back into 20 cents, we'll take that. But yeah, what about Moderna? There, did you look at the daily chart or on what about Moderna? What on? That's a 3 minute.
No, this is a 3 minute. So it's like I didn't quite catch what the news was because I'm listening to Trump at the same time. But I'm like, okay, well, strong push. I like this action. And going into the end of the day, last hour and a half, we're attempting to push through that intraday high, through the opening range high. Pre-market high is not there just yet, but some strong volume. We're gonna have an eye on. Gonna put it up on one of my charts to see if it comes up with anything interesting. But Sean, it's almost that time, man. Today's MSCI.
Oh yeah.
Like some of we can get some really big imbalances coming through across the board. So I'm gonna be watching for some of those. So if you're asking me where the next trade is,
Yeah.
it might be there because honestly,
You could go.
a lot of other opportunities might just not be worth the mental capital on a day like today.
I was going to ask you if that's what the thing was, the mental capital, because we can always trade and just use our shares, obviously, as we go. Okay, I'm going to try to see if I can, okay, here we go. Today's MSCI rebalance, May 30th. So we have, I'm just going to try to see, I haven't gone through all of this yet. Okay, well, there's nothing on here unless there's a attachment, which there is not. Okay, so Instinet, MSCI, Trade Monitor. All right, so we can look over here. All world. This is not what we're looking for. I'm looking for some names right here. Okay, so if we zoom in into this area here, let me zoom in a little bit more just to get a quick look here. So in the U.S., so what we're looking for here is MicroStrategy has a share increase today. Stanley Black & Decker will be a deletion. So will KMX, CarMax. Amazon has a share increase. Apple, oh, well, we're short. That's nice. A share decrease there. So we're looking for those names. Again, this is the all-world trade. So you can see different names as well that going Ryanair, Siemens, ex-Japan. I'm just seeing if there's any other names in here that we noticed that we trade with. Not really. So early look right now on some of this. Not very much there. There's probably other rebalance. This is from Bloomberg. Instinet. This is from Bloomberg. Not really any names on here right now, but the buys, sells. So it looks like the sells will outweigh the buys here into the close. So we'll have to wait to see if there's any sort of reaction play on that, and maybe that does create a short sell opportunity. But you know what? This brings me to one of my favorite parts about this trader information portal. Let's go check out who's making. Oops, that's Brendan. Look at that, Brendan. That's Brendan, $7,000 yesterday. Good job, Brendan. No, but we'll see that. Just joking. That's not. I don't want to take away. Brendan probably made more than that, but all right. So here we go. We'll look at this. All right. So yesterday actually wasn't that exciting. What was up with that? Yesterday's top trader period was 7,300 in Canada, just a TSX, and we had another trader $7,000, Nasdaq or New York. And remember, these are prop traders that have risk limits like Obi and I do. These are traders that trade company capital. So these aren't traders that necessarily, not all of them will have the millions of dollars of buying power or anything like that. So it's hard to look to see what the return on sort of trading capital is there. But there it is. So New York, Paris, and Nasdaq. So someone doing some Paris trading there. So congratulations on that as well. Amex, New York, Blue Ocean. There we go. So this is another market that you and I are talking about all the time. It Neil does it. We all do. That is the overnight market there with Blue Ocean. So we do have access to that here at Real Trading. Yeah, my bad. Putting Shreve's share back. Oh, there's another Blue Ocean right there at the bottom. So a little bit, can't be too happy with these numbers from a company standpoint, but, we don't know. We don't know if there's any big losers or not to match those off or not, but that's what was making money here at Real Trading. We'll search through this as we have some time and look to see if there's any other names. There was Apple deletion there, MicroStrategy, CarMax as well. So we'll look at that. Oh, God. Trump just called Zelensky stubborn, so okay, as that's going there, so we'll have to wait to see on that one. There was talk there. Well, let's go over to uranium quickly here. Adair's going to have everything, so please, I'm just like saying these. Don't listen to anything I say, basically, other than I'm just repeating what I hear in my ear. Iran. I heard him talking a little bit about Iran today as well, so we can look at some uranium names. SMR has been beat up a bit today, so that's for sure. Down another 4%. SMR did have its day in the sun there for sure, where we ripped up, breaking through that 29 and really not stopping through 30, through 33.50, making new highs right there on SMR. But you could see nicely pulling back in right now. And a lot of this move up was that deal, right, where they had, what did he call it? The nuclear, I don't know if it wasn't part of the big, beautiful bill or whatever that was. He signed a nuclear executive order, that's the word I'm looking for there, to try to get more energy, because, obviously understanding that the chip game is going to have to be powered by somebody, right? So AI, they're looking at some nuclear names. SMR doesn't make money, right? Neither does many of these names. The other name to look at would be Oklo there. This is the one that's really been holding up, I think, quite well, Oklo. Yeah, $55, $51, so you're still really near these highs as well. Do we look at QBTS over the...
No, I don't think we've looked at
okay, that's pretty consistent, right?
names today.
Yeah, QBTS down 1.14%. Was that a call for Adara? No. Okay. Like I said, sometimes I hear many different things in the ear there. But yeah, so what Obi was talking about with the MSCI rebalances is that we're going to get this, I can show it to you right now. We're going to get the imbalance locator. You can see already, wow. So these are already in here. Wow. Okay. Normally when we show these, you don't even get names that have 1 million shares by this time. Right now. So there is a bid. Someone's going to be coming in and buying. So these are all market on close orders. So what this is telling us here is that right now, as of 3:50, the NASDAQ names will come through. So you can see the market time right here is all, I can even visit it by seconds too. These are just all been updated by our broker at 2:41. So at 2:41, he ran running around the NASDAQ, talked to his people, and figured out that, hey, Coke has a buy and balance right now of 5.6 million shares. So that started out 5.6 plus 2 million. So that was a 7.6 million. But since that was posted, 2 million shares have come in and said, we will participate in that closing print. So if you get all of the total 7 million or whatever this is paired off, then the print will come at whatever the closing price is, because they have parity. It's been paired off. We know the price. We all agree. It's a way for market makers, hedge funds, whomever that's trading bigger share size to basically have zero or limited market impact on the security that they are trying to buy or sell. right? So somebody is QBTS trying to get, I mean, they could do QBTS 6 million shares right now, but it's only done 49 million on the bid, on the day, right? And if you come in, and let's just say this is Joe wants to buy, or maybe it's those guys that Joe had lunch with the other day. What were those guys? They were trading QBTS, weren't they? Yeah, that guy. So he was telling Joe that, hey, Joe went, he was walking around the city a couple Fridays ago. Do you know the story?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, so yeah. So Joe was having a salad, I believe, at Joey Only's or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he was looking sharp dressed, man, like he always is. And some dude came up to him and was like, yeah, I like no dude's coming up to me, that's for sure. But, coming up to Joe there, you look like you know what you're doing. Started talking to Joe about quantum. And then realized that Joe was a trader, this and that. I'm sure Joe was hopefully telling him about Trader TV Live, of course, And anyways, long story short, I know it's getting longer, was that Joe, the guy wound up telling him that they traded millions of shares of D-Wave. And, that part of that move that day was him, and then he gave Joe his business card. So, and then we'll, I told Joe's not leaving this place. So, anyways, so what the point of the story is that if you're looking for 6 million shares right now and you're trying to buy and get into a position of QBTS, well, if you all of a sudden start buying 6 million shares here, the price is not going to be 611. By the time you're done, this is going to be 1650 or 1660 or whatever, because you're going to wipe out this level. Every single one of these is just 100 shares. And by the time the street figures out that someone's in there buying 6 million shares, no one's going to offer. They're all going to pull their offers and the stock's going to rip up. Well, this way, basically, you're just a slave to the market until the close, and then at the close, the parity will come in, and whatever the price is there at the close, as long as there's enough shares to match, you will get that price. So I hope that's a little bit of an explanation of how the imbalances work. So what Obi and I will try to do is, if there's a large imbalance, maybe with a minute left or 2 minutes left, let's just say Pfizer still has a 5 million share imbalance and it's a bid, then we could buy with it, because we know that that's going to create an upside move because there's a leftover bid, and then we hope that that last print is higher than the current market price because they need to find sellers to pair off the last remaining shares. So a little bit of a rundown there. We do have some
and kind of wicked off of it. I was actually waiting to see if it'll kind of continue to grind up. cover everything on top of VWAP. But guess what? That VWAP quite unks. But that VWAP definitely a lot. Like when I saw it, I was running up here. I'm like, why? I'm like, why is this running? There's no, like, I understand. Right? So I think that's a big part of what makes it textbook.
posting
That
right now.
Elon said that in his opening, I guess not really opening remarks. But
Yeah, so he just put that on X there. Okay, so on Truth Social, sorry. All right, we're almost out of that video, almost completely all of it. You know, the market's kind of reversing now. We did have that huge move down. Now that Trump is done, you know, I think the key takeaway for what Mr. the White House was, in fact, that he will talk to President Xi and try to get this all figured out. So I think that's pretty important there. That's a good development for sure. And, you know, he'll form himself, and we'll see how that goes. If that's what he's saying, then we'll wait for some updates on how that all goes. But you can see right now, FXI also is trying to look at that to see look at the liquidity on these ETFs. But FXI right now is kind of just chilling out, not doing too much either. What do we have about a print button here? This is a nice downside move there today on FXI. So we'll wait to see if there's anything going on there. The thing we liked before was Alibaba. All right, we talked about it breaking 115. We don't have it, but there it goes there through 115 again is Alibaba. I liked it up there at 120 the other day. We had broke above 116.50. I don't know if that would actually, no, that was at 805. So it looks like here at 930, we kind of opened at 115. We were wondering if that was going to hold. We talked about that as maybe being a break spot, but there it goes breaking down into 113 there for Alibaba. So I could see this starting to get going again off the 200 period moving average. The only thing is in the afternoon, China names don't really tend to move around too much. I just want to refresh this Apple trade. So we got out 20% on the 50 period moving average when it went down there. The first time was only 20 cents. We talked about getting 90s. We get those 91s. We get those. I'm looking to get shorter at one almost right now. So I was waiting at 30s. We'll take it on offer here at 5th. Right, we'll take some 23s there. Just pay offers for some 26s. And then we'll go up to like 35 to make up the difference, right? So, all right, so we're in about half the unit there. We got a little bit lighter. Now we're in one full unit. We'll see if we can get, and again, I'm trying to get 3 or 4 units. My stop, as you have asked, is right here, 199.50. You know, I know there's that wick there. I'm not worried about that. That was sort of right at the open. If we break through 199.50, I don't even know if we should be in the short to begin with. The market is trending higher. We're above the 50, we're above the VWAP, and we're above the 200 period moving average. So I'm just going to try this pretty light here with very limited risk. We're short right now at 20s. By the time we get our next fill, which will be one, I'm only going to take 2 units. I only have one more unit waiting at 35s. If that comes in, or 36s, I'm not going to put 35s, but it's at 36. Sometimes you can just push off and then up 10 cents. So it went to 36. So we'll sit there and then wait to see if we're able to get that fill. And that way our average price will be around 25s, and we'll take a 25 cent hit if it does go back up onto units. Not the end of the world as it comes back into the money right now. So again, looking for maybe a 199 fill, which is now where the 200 period is. So let's just put a bid there for, you know, maybe 20% or so of our order, and we'll see if we get it. I just put a bid at 199.03. Because if Trump is done, and I feel better about the China situation, he didn't necessarily hammer them for anything from what I heard there or have too much negative speak. So, you know, we'll hold out hope that there's more coming for the downside here in Apple, but not an ultimate flush unless he's done. I don't know. He's probably done speaking. So unless the market just fundamentally falls down here, you know, or I guess the other line of the other story that we could hear now is maybe a response from China. If their trade team comes and goes, wow, that's whatever, we're also not going to play nice with this, and you know, then I could see a downside play here. But for right now, let's just try to do our best and go short on a name that is at a spot of what I think it should be resistance. We hadn't broken it all morning, and then eventually we lost it. So let's just see. We don't need a huge trade here. We just need a good trade. So if that can come in, then you know, we'll be fine. We're having a good day today. I mean, we were lucky, not lucky, but again, just to come back, and you know, we were short. And I didn't have any bids out. I should have put bids to get out. When we sat back down, we were able to fill this out again. I had a stop order in, just was not expecting that kind of a move. So again, pretty good look there on the short today. And then Nvidia was everything we wanted. The short early, then the short late, and then downside. So let's check out if CRM OB has done anything here today. For us, CRM, yeah, still down that 1%. We did have a nice move back up yesterday. I mean, again, this is another name coming across VWAP right now. beat up yesterday. I do like what we hear from, did I just get, oh no, I got more shares. Okay, I was gonna say, did it pop out? All right, yeah, so CRM anyways, day 2 play, continued downside, but the reason why I wasn't on that in the first place was the fact that we had a nice rally yesterday into the close. At the end, there it is right there, into yesterday's close. We had a nice little rally, so I was almost thinking continuation. But no, almost the opposite. It makes that move down and gets right back into yesterday's afternoon trade. So, all right, now we have that 2.5 unit position or so on for Apple right now. And there's our average price, 26. I mean, bang. Math was good there. We thought that we were going to be in and around this level. So there it is, man. A nice little push back in. Let's see if we can get lower here on Apple and have a decent trade. But the bids are holding right now, OB. We're above VWAP on the NASDAQ. I don't hold out too much that this trade is going to be the greatest trade. So I might even get some out here for flat. I don't know. I'm on the fence with this.
Yeah, no, both the futures are super strong here, Sean. So again, I'm looking for the next opportunity. It's almost I guess it's almost power hour, just about 50 seconds left for power hour. So I just want to go through what the volume gainers on the day are, just to see if the things that are doing the most volume are showing us any sort of opportunities going into the close. So Nvidia, Lucid. Oh boy, today was Lucid day 2 earnings. No, I think no, never mind. That was what's the other one? Li Auto, sorry, another L auto name there, but yeah, some strong continuation happening here on Lucid. Doing some Orval yesterday, and it seems like a nice little continuation of both that price action and relative volume once again today. Big Bear AI, I know Sean's definitely looking at this one, and today, bit of a consolidation, but still hasn't really broken through that week low. Yesterday, or actually this morning, we tried with that 4 a.m. candle low right there, try to clip that week open or week low right there, and then pushes right back up. But lower highs are being made on this one, so want to keep an eye out for Palantir. Oh boy, way past that I guess not way past that VWAP. I was like, VWAP is down here. No, we're at VWAP right now. But yeah, beautiful legs going both ways here on Palantir, to the upside, to the downside, and then this reversion as well back to VWAP. Lots of opportunities for those who are watching. BMGL, hello. This is definitely small cap. Yeah, look at that, 20 million market cap. All right, thank you. Next, Ford coming in at 1043. Hey man, listen. The lower the market cap, the lesser the shares, the more manipulable the ticker is, right? Because technically, I can make it move 100% if I throw, I guess, roughly $20 million worth at the book. Mathematically, I don't know, speaking, but well, that's what I mean. I mean, maybe less fugazi on larger market caps, but it's a slightly different game, I would say. But at the end of the day, price action is king, regardless of where you're at. Ford here, nice strength to the upside. So I guess nothing too crazy from that recall news that we have, as it's recalling itself to the upside here on Ford. Tesla 350 back again. Oh boy, 350. That breakout was nice at the beginning of the week, but guess what? Giving it all back by the end. Intel, we got that nice shake and bake here. Oh boy, where's that anchor coming in from? Because we rejected that pretty hard off of that news in the morning that they were doing something about, I think it was expanding their AI, their memory capacity. So here's the thing. Intel is collaborating with SoftBank and other companies to develop large capacity memory specifically designed for AI chips, and that's in order to reduce the cost of the whole operation when it comes to anything AI related. So Livewire, we know this one's been on the books all week here, as it started off pretty much on Tuesday, and we've been holding up, Sean. And look at this, absolutely beautiful, pushing up towards the highs by the end of the week. So if I were to take a guess at who might be offside going into the last hour here on Livewire,
It might be shorts, and it's now currently at that current price, because at the beginning of the week we were trading at $1. Right now we're trading at 5. So with that price, the current market cap is sitting at $1 billion here with a 9 million float on Livewire there. So Gitz wasn't really watching this one here, but another small cap, it would seem, 3 million market cap there. But yeah, here's the thing. It's just because I don't like to trade these, or I don't really have a playbook. I shouldn't say I don't like to trade these. I don't really have a strong playbook around some of these moves. I'm just not going to get involved, right? So, but that does not mean that there are no opportunities. Again, we talk about price action being king. If I did not see the price, if I did not see the name, what is the chart telling me is all I need to really ask, right? It's like, all right, consolidation, strong push, can't hold that pullback right here, flushes down, consolidations for multiple hours, breaks down, trends lower, just basic kind of things like that, just following and listening to what the chart kind of does. So QBTS, we just looked at that one there, pretty much sideways chop, and once you go down this far in the list, you're probably hitting names that are probably not as crazy. We've got SoFi here trending up into the end of the day. That's interesting. We've got to watch out for that one on maybe some potential imbalances. Oh boy, Palantir 27.
Yeah, I'm trying to get long here.
Oh boy, yeah, that VWAP hold is coming in real nice. Gap on their earnings kind of came in right off of the open. So beautiful gap down and continuation, and a little bit of a chop and sideways turn since then. Rigetti, another quantum name, kind of looking similar. I thought that was Bombardier for a second, BBD. But no, this is BBD on the NY. And then we got Unity as well as it pushes up to the upside there. I don't know if this one had earnings. But Unity?
Yeah, a couple of days ago.
But we got that relative volume push here today, pushing up all the way to 27.73. This is kind of reminding me of that action on Palantir here as well. Strong push off of an opening range high break, which does hold, and then it gives us that strength. And look at that reversion that comes in. I'm curious to know, was it just as clean on the 15-minute as was on Palantir? Yes. Technically, yes, but do you really want to risk that wide is the question. And if you're willing to, maybe you get that. If you think it's high probability, maybe you get that high probability 1-to-1 on that for that reversion.
This is so
but
stupid, man.
The ES is ripping, and NASDAQ as well. So we're getting that strength coming into the close, man. So Spider is actually about to break high a day. That's the thing. If we break that high a day,
I mean, we have a little bit of resistance, I guess, at 128.60, but that's just so far from now. 26.80. But here we go. Nice little move there to the upside now on Palantir. And just like that, all right, Solana, I've been drinking some water. I have some ibuprofen here. I might have to go refill this thing again. There's your a few pictures of the All-Stars as well. So there it is. There's the head coach. We're in the building right there. So we say, shout out to all the girls that are on this team. Really, that's my team. What's up? We're getting ready to take on World York Cardinals this weekend. So I'm really super excited about that. We will like you on that one, and we are very, very happy to be part of all of this. And if we go, just like girls, this is what I'm seeing there. But there it is right now. It's very, very good times. Here in High Park, we have a bunch of different rep teams, but here it is, man. All girls team couldn't be more proud to be the coach of this team. I've been now 4 years in a row, so we had to make some cuts this year, which was a little, something, but we had trials, so it was a really fun time there. So now that's a little bit of, you gotta have that work-life balance, that is for sure. All right, a little bit of outs there on Palantir. As we get back up there to the upside, we'll see. We have to go on the Instagram, and we're raising trophies last year. It's a good team. We really have a good time. But here's something that everybody might be concerned with. We have the quarterly index review. I found it right here. So, all right, let's go zoom in a little bit for you here so we can all have a quick little look. And that looks pretty good right now. So there's our Moderna. So what we're looking for right now. So these are top 5 names ranked by absolute value. So the more expensive they are, the more they're going to be on here, I guess. So if we just look, some of these names are going to be the same, different based on the regional MSCI, the US. There's some Canadian names and some Mexican names. So Brazilian names as well. As we go, we're just going to look maybe at just the top names here in North America. So we're looking for Moderna to be a deletion there, a share increase in Amazon. So we could see an upside play in Amazon later on there. But often these go the other way though. Okay, so there's Manhattan Associates, that's not MANH. Skyworks Solutions there as well, deletion. Albemarle, going out right there, deletion as well. Then there's Moderna. We already talked about this, the same names. So it's nothing that huge. I'll go find some more lists for you, but this is just some information that we've got. London Mining, Brookfield, Onyx, Air Canada there. So, for me, maybe Amazon. Let's have a quick look at Amazon as these days go through. But here comes Palantir, man, right back in. Looks like the futures want to give it a little bit of go here. I kind of announced it, and let me guess where Apple is. Okay, still right here, thankfully. I was going to say if we were much lower, then I would hang the towels. All right, let's put it up.
But I here on the market, we take a little bit of a push down in the
we did have Donald Trump this morning saying that they have, I guess these negotiations aren't going well, or that China has walked back or violated their agreement, so there won't be any more Mr. Nice Guy. We know Scott Bessent said negotiations have slowed. Jameson Greer, U.S. Trade Representative, was also a little bit cagey with regards to this relationship. So yeah, it sounds like what's happening here with regards to the negotiations between the U.S. and China are some disagreements over rare earths deal. That was reported by the Wall Street Journal. Back to you.
Dude, I mean, I just filled this up a week ago when you got this comments back. I said trying to drink some Osmonds. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to the water, my guy. But you know, the Palantir just went to 32. Your Gatorade, you're at 26. It could be just like I was got all the Gatorade electrolytes. Yeah. I get those electrolytes. I'm gonna go fill this up in a minute. Anyways, look at that Palantir. Honestly, come on, Alex, man. We were 5 cents away from getting like a spot that we would have been happy with, but you know we didn't get it. I'm waiting at 40s now, but let's see what winds up happening. Nice retracement back up there for Palantir. You know what? Let's take out 5% more. Let's just take out 5%. Actually, that's too much. I put too much there. Let's take out 5%. If we can get an 80, okay, there we just got it. We're taking out a little bit more just in case, like that just whooshed down. We missed the bid. Let's take a little bit more out there for that 15 cents. This is a little bit of back and forth action right now as we decide if we want to hold positions into the weekend. Let me check what these imbalances look like quickly again. If any of you have any information, like here's Coke, let's just see, that's a bid. Yeah, it makes sense starting to get back up to it. But the whole market right now is going to look bid side. IPG is this international paper. IPG. Oh no, Interpublic Group. That might be IPG in Canada, might be international. But, yeah, so there we go. That's, see what I'm saying? That's a sell right there. So that's a nice little kick upside today, but down on the day. BBAI, that's nice. At least that's a bid. What are some rare earth names that maybe we can trade? Let me know in the chat if there's any names that are popping off that you guys may want us to look at, because I guess that's where the hiccup is, as brought to you by Adara over the last little bit. So there's Palantir here, what's on the e-signal hot list right now. Palantir 120, so where do you know that? Nvidia and Tesla, the TQs. So that's all 4 names I've traded today. Add in Apple, and that's it. And there's Apple right there. It looks like Google, down 0.7% right now today, as well as the market is trying to get back to green. Unbelievable day for the NASDAQ and everything today as it goes up and down. Lucid a little bit down 8% today. Lucid, okay. That's not great, that's for sure. Gap, where do you know about that? That's GPS, former GPS. Obviously the clothing retailer there online and in stores. SMCI down 3%. Intel down 3%. Intel's at 1961. Oh boy, it popped up into like 20s off of that catalyst. Catalyst. Just the whole
working
market.
with SoftBank Catalyst. No, they had their own Catalyst.
Oh, did they working with SoftBank? Why?
SoftBank to increase their memory capacity for infrastructure or something like that, to reduce costs. So they did get like that pop you see in the pre-market was pretty real there, and then kind of pulled back down there.
Yeah, I mean, we closed yesterday here at $20.25. We basically didn't get too much of a pop there, but yeah, there's the drop down on Intel. Check out Marvell quick.
Oh no, it's from 630. I don't know if you have data.
Oh, I don't have it all.
Yeah, this is the pop that I'm talking about right here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like that. That's obviously pretty.
Yeah, that volume there, I did that earlier.
Right there, boom. So that's that candle coming in right at 630. So that's what I was talking about.
All right. Thanks, Obi. Yeah, Palantir. Did we just get 98 still there? Did I cancel that? No, we didn't get that high. All right, so we're going to offer 98s again. It looks like Palantir still wants to be continuously stronger than everything else in the market. So let's see. Palantir can go. Look, we still have a big way to go.
Earlier you said the market sells are overwhelming the buys.
No, that's what it showed. Remember,
so it's like, okay, so if the sells are overwhelming the buys, what the market's bidding up to pair that sell imbalance.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a very good way of putting it. There are other mechanics that are at play here. That's why we keep on looking back at this imbalance. Okay, whoa, okay. Bank of America.
Hello.
Why is that a buy? All right, I'm going to get rid of this on my chart right here to edit to see what this chart is doing. But there's Bank of America zeros right now. It just got, wrong one. So here at PPro8, we can edit these candles. Again, these are charts like, what? I keep doing the wrong thing. It's not customized. It's data edit. Just bear with me for a second. I just want to get rid of this because if I don't do it now. So the price, so it's this open open price that's wrong. So I'm just going to put in here. And again, this is why sometimes 43.90. Yeah, okay, let's just do this 43.99 area just to get rid of this. So I'm basically going to, by putting all of these prices of this candle at the same price, it should discount any of the VWAPs or anything at that level. So everything should still be fine. But there it is. Yeah, okay. So here we go. BAC to the upside. Is it the same? Just, sort of sector-wide? Has JP Morgan been going upside as well? Yeah, so okay. So they're all starting to go. But this could be a trade there for the close. Oh, and by the way, let's go. There goes Palantir breaking through 128. So there's 45 cents. Look, I mean, I definitely screwed up that Apple trade, but, we're doing our best to try to go back into a stronger name. And some of the names just have to be momentum plays, right? But okay, well, what? All right, well, now I don't see BAC anymore.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. They might have. So you can,
sometimes it like pops in and pops.
I was going to say, you can actually cancel your orders up until 350. So that's another thing there. They could be trying to influence, people like me, maybe, but BAC.
It's bidding up now. It's trying to push higher day.
So here it is right here. So, I don't know. Did someone fat finger it? Because now it's only 1.35 million.
Yeah,
I didn't see what that number was before. Yeah, because there is some paired offs.
On my list.
Okay, yeah, so we'll wait. All right, so maybe that was a mistake that we had just caught, and maybe someone's watching our show and was like, wait a second, that's me, and then they canceled it. But there goes Palantir. Let's take advantage one more time and take some more out here at 128.11s as we go boom. If Sharif, hey, in honor of Sharif, boom, right there as we go upside on the market. Bang, bang, in honor of myself. There's the original OGs. There's the bangs as we get back up there to the upside. A nice little play there for Palantir at end of day. All of a sudden, my headache is so much better. No, not really. I gotta go get some more water. So I'm gonna take not 5 minutes. I'm gonna take 1 minute and go get some water.
Take all the time you need, Sean. So QBTS on that list as well. One of the top names I have here, QBTS, as almost a 5.6 million buy there. But look at that volume candle coming in on this low here. When was that? That was about 12.54. Nice little push up since then. It didn't quite get to day highs yet, sitting at 16.45s. But nice little push nonetheless. But yeah, let's see. Going into the close here, we still have over 35-40 minutes for the bell, and even less, about under 30 minutes now for these imbalances to come out. So I guess, like Sean said, these numbers can definitely drastically change going into the actual release of imbalance numbers. So one to watch out for. Nvidia back at 135. Oh boy. Let's take a look at Nvidia. So didn't quite get back up to VWAP, I guess, just yet. But nice little push back up. The only one that I see that reverted really, really well, guys, are, I guess, obviously the market, but Nvidia not as much. Tesla not as much. But Amazon, oh boy, Amazon almost back to its highs. So kind of reflecting the same kind of sentiment here. Amazon, yeah, Sean's saying, remember Amazon's a bid? Well, Sean, Amazon's been bidding since 1250. So it was down at 202s, currently testing 205s on Amazon. That's pretty wild there. And then Google as well. Look at that. Nice reversion on Google along with the market coming in. Didn't quite break its high day just yet, but the one that is breaking high day is no other than Apple. We were looking at this one just earlier as well. So this one did break down. That's a little kwaduk in the pre-market, that 8 o'clock kwaduk, right? So we didn't quite make it all the way up there. That's that 220 level there on Apple. What else do we got? We got to take a look at Meta. Meta's one that I usually kind of leave out because for multiple reasons, but again, same kind of price action, same kind of idea. You can see that reversion on here was absolutely beautiful, about a 1.3% reversion off of those lows there. And then if you like
If you like the short early on as well, I guess it gives you a bit of that as well. So 1.98% to the downside. So a lot of shake and bakes, a lot of reversals that are very symmetrical happening on the day today. So might be some consolidation. I have no idea what it is, but the legs have been absolutely beautiful. And I would, I was just talking to the boys about the Palantir move, and Palantir, oh boy, look at that, clean to the upside, clean to the downside, clean to the upside, absolutely beautiful price action here on Palantir and across the board on a few of these names today. Futures seems like it was one of the better trades as well. So it is what it is. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. It's 323. Let's see what Adair has to say.
Well, we're almost here at the end of the week and the month. We're into Power Hour. We're just about less than an hour away here till this session ends and this weekend and the trading months end. So what comes next? We'll find out here with our TTV research calendar for the next week. We have quite a few earnings, specifically CrowdStrike coming after the close on Tuesday. Then Thursday we get Broadcom and Lululemon. So some decent earnings days here. Non-farm payrolls coming through next Friday. So for all of that info and more, go to X at TTV Research. I post a weekly calendar and I also post daily calendars so you guys know all of the events and the earnings to be aware of. So check this out on X, TTV Research. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just got some more out there on Palantir. Yeah, this is fine. Whatever you want to do, this is fine. Ramin, yeah, that's all good. We can do that. Ramin filmed something there, so we'll do that. Yeah, that's no problem. Okay, so 128.15 or so right now for PL. Well, yeah, that's fine. Right there for Palantir. So let's wait to see what winds up happening right here on PLTR. We just took another piece out again. So good job. We'll see what winds up happening here with PLTR. Give me a second. Obi, do you mind?
No worries.
We're just trying to set something up,
Yeah,
and then I'll get back to you.
Again, ES, so while we were talking there, the ES just broke. In their day high, like I said, the NASDAQ coming in right there. So on the NASDAQ, we talked about that. Too much. It's all that. Come on. Got to drink some water. And
I think it's just a matter. Kathy, are you here or what right now? So 5 seconds. I heard the music in the background. I was like, yeah, it's fine. So I didn't.
Got back from picking up my new
the one thing that I've told these guys in the back, actually. We shouldn't have to put in NASDAQ every time. Like, it should just know that, that when I'm typing in Amazon, I'm not trying to find some random Amazon that's existing on the Toronto Stock Exchange. I'm trying to find actually Amazon. And then with, with AI and everything like that, it could also take it a step further, Obi, and just know that, like, AMZN is a commonly typed symbol for myself, right? So it's kind of like autofill. Like, we have the autofill feature, right? But Leonardo on that. Yeah. You ever use that? No. I think somebody, when stacked and Leonardo came out, I think somebody messaged Leonardo and was like, how do you make money? Where's the edge? It was just, we have Leonardo as the built-in AI here at Real Trading. You can just ask it, like, basically just rhetorical questions. It's not like you can, like, how do I find my daily nets, or how do I find my trade list? It'll do stuff like that, but it definitely won't tell you how to make money. That's what Trader TV Live is for. All right, so, I want to say, when I just shout out the Canadian Stock Exchange, here we go. This is Amazon on the Canadian Stock Exchange. So this is Amazon.cc, right? We've had CIBC on the show many times to talk about their CDRs. So that's what this is. This is a CDR right there, and it's, you can trade it, and you can see by the denominations that they're not the same. So again, this is chopped in half, or less, way more than that, chopped in tens, and it just gives you exposure to Amazon without paying the fee of the exchange rate, is what I'm looking for. So yeah, so that's something there that we have available to us here at Real Trading, and everywhere. If you have access to the Canadian Stock Exchange, you in a year. But then if the US dollar depreciates against the Canadian dollar, then it's a flat trade, right? Because you lose on the currency. I don't need to explain this to everybody, but that's the reason why CDRs and whatnot, ADRs, everything like that are pretty popular. And shout out to CIBC, that's done great because I've changed a lot of my investments over into there because the liquidity is pretty decent. So
have you heard of what's that one called where you can exchange USD to CAD? Is it Norbert's Gambit or something? I don't know. What, free? No. Like I forget what
any broker will do all that stuff for you.
I know what you mean. But
Costco has a CDR. Yeah.
Let me look it up. Norbert's Gambit. I think something like that. Financial technique. So here it is. Norbert's Gambit is a financial technique used by Canadian investors to convert Canadian dollars to US dollars without incurring high foreign exchange fees. Right? Because so basically all it is, it involves buying interlisted stocks, ETFs, so you can be like that trade both in CAD and USD. So what you do is you buy the CAD version and you say, I want to transfer over into the US version of the stock, and then you just get share for share, and then now your shares are in US dollars.
That would not work for Apple or anything.
No, it has to be dual traded. But I got something to tell you guys. So, traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. So thank you guys. The market is ripping to the upside, continuing to push higher. It just seems like NASDAQ fresh highs on the session are almost imminent now. If the bid continues to grind up like this, I'm going to continue watching that right there. So yeah, that was Norbert's Gambit. So let me know in the chat. Have any of you guys used Norbert's Gambit before? Again, I think it's obviously you're trying to exchange large sums of money and not really incur heavy I guess exchange rate fees right there. So there is an aggressive bid coming in. 135 halves VWAP coming in on Nvidia here, and the NASDAQ also breaking past now that 21,400 mark, just shy of that reaction. We talked about that being in and around that 21,420 area here. So the ES already broke it a few minutes ago, and the NASDAQ is coming in now. So Tyler, we're saying, Goldie, give us a long. Dude, I don't even, I don't know. I don't really see anything. Here's the thing. If you the long was down here. The long was here. All the way, when was this? This was 1 o'clock. The long came in around 1 o'clock there. You can see that across the board, a lot of longs coming in at 1 o'clock. Do I want to buy this going into the close? Not a part of my playbook here as of right now. So I don't really know anything there. But yeah, no financial advice, right? So I don't know too much about that.
Well, no, I mean, we could give, it's just trading advice. I mean, whether or not people want to buy. I mean, someone's saying, give me a long. Yeah, I mean, they're looking long, right? And I mean, it's only 338, but remember, within 10 minutes, we're going to have these huge imbalances drop. And, I don't think it's a great idea to get into anything right now unless you are literally scalping 30, 40 cents, which is what I do. But now you're just waiting for all of this. And I just feel like the market is not going to play properly off signals. Like I just got out some more right there. So we're into about 15% left. And actually, I'm just talking myself into getting out of some more. I'm going to offer some 17s there. There it is. We get filled on 17 as well. So I'm just going to start to get out. Let's check out a different name, right? We've been talking about all these main names. Let's go over and look at SBET here. Okay. So again, Adair, looks like that $44 for 100 shares might have been worth it. That was only 44 cents. This thing is now down $40 from the high. So, but you had to have known which levels to short. And in the pre-market up here, this did get as high as 120 in the pre-market. But look what happened as soon as we opened up. We got right back to that level again as well. We actually ticked out as high. Let me check the high of the day right there, 124.12. The high of the day here on P-Pro 8. Then we just hammered down through our first halt in and around 105, hammer time again, another halt at 88, made its way back up to basically 110, and then it's been falling ever since with a little bit of a rebound in and around $70. So again, a huge name. And yesterday, I think Martin Shkreli labeled this a long or something because of that. And whenever that happens, you know it's going the other way. So there it is, man, a nice move to the downside there. And not just him, but more people starting to look at it, right? The minute that hedge funds and all that start to look, they have the ability to hold longer than you do, right? So they can stay solvent or stay liquid more than you can. So, you know, as we wait for that to play out, SBET will go back down, probably in the teens, maybe next week. So I don't know, again, as always said, not financial advice, but if you are a holder of this name, be very wary that this is a share float issue. People offsides, borrowing costs, so on and so forth are very expensive. So it does create some of the action that we've seen on that recently. A name that I think you can get your money into if you have a little bit of time. I mean, at $10, like, where's the low on Webull? I mean, this stock here, again, here's another issue right off the open. Like, I'd hate for people that like the company and like bought it 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. Like, you know, when you IPO down here, 14, 15, then for some reason you just gap the, you know what, up like that. It's just people getting run. And, you know, when that happens, then this tends to happen right again. But that low is right here, right now on Webull. So $11.85, $12, something like that. It doesn't seem like it's too bad of a situation. And I don't want to equate Webull to Robinhood, but Robinhood also had its like ups and downs for a while. Yeah. And you were able to just pick this name up not even that long ago in the teens, right? It's right there, right? And so like what am I talking about? Teens, what are we even going with here? Robinhood went down to $8 from having huge moves as well. So there's lots of opportunities to wait around. Look how good $8 was for a while. This is a $68 name today, right? So, and we, again, traveled around on this name. So yeah, so far so good here as we continue to watch out for this market and play as much as we can with these names. But there goes Robinhood, still up 1.5% today as we're getting closer to the imbalances, Obi.
Oh boy. There's that alarm.
There's a warning.
This clock, like clockwork right here. Market's pulling back, guys. So a little bit of a pullback there. We did clip that 21,400 on the NASDAQ and just kind of maybe a false break, but just selling steps right back in as it did, I guess, in the morning session as well, in and around this area. We're like, all right, supply, grind back up into that zone. And guess what? On the initial push of those highs, we see some more supply coming in as well. Wow, prior bar low break on the 15 on the ES coming in. Here comes the NASDAQ as well. Oh boy, are we going to see a little bit of a shift in trend to the downside? I have no idea, but I'm waiting and watching and seeing what these tickers might have in store for us with only about 7 minutes left until these imbalances, Sean. I'm really curious to know how we're going to close this market. We talked about that sell imbalance being slightly higher than the buy imbalance, as Sean showed us earlier there. So overweighting that a little bit. Let's see if that actually comes into fruition. Going into 350, you see that, yeah, the BKE's on there, Ford's on there. QBTS has been there for a while as well. So going to be watching that to see if there's any crazy moves. And you never know. What if Nvidia or one of the large tech names comes out with a significant imbalance? We know that Amazon's on that list as well. So Amazon one to watch out for any aggressive moves into the close. So a lot to watch out for. Where is the next trade, you might be asking? I think that's coming in and around potential 6 to 7 minutes here on the day. So we'll see. We'll wait. We'll ruminate on the price action that has been done so far across the board on these markets, and just wait for the next opportunity. Yeah, a lot of people talking about bull. Oh yeah, I did ask that question about was it Norbert's Gambit, and I think it was Jag in the chat saying that he has used it, but not necessarily for exchange.
down a little bit there. So I just wanted to basically exit the trade. So I got out there one. Not have NASDAQ names yet. So once this is from 9:30. So once this comes out, yeah, my kid, Baron, my kid, he told me that. He goes, you don't even own the.
My buying power yet, Sean. Come on.
No. Yeah. Oh, yeah, only a quarter. Oh, hey, we gave you a lot.
As well, if you try to do some stuff with them.
Well, I know it will void all of the.
Yeah.
So let's see. So there goes Amazon. No, nothing there. Yeah, 205.50 goes Amazon. Oh, gee. It's coming back in a little bit. Again, we probably just bought the top there. Here it comes in. Okay, we're just playing around. It does come back in. We try that. It's coming against this. So here's Palantir. So it ramped up on all that volume. And again, so we try to just real quick. Let's wait. There's another little bump. Let's do that. So again, now we know that we need to pair off with 147 million shares. If anything, not much longer is short. Hello, right there, but Nvidia enough popping off for some review. Tesla, there's Tesla with the sell. So if you're wondering what's up with that, there goes Tesla all the way to the downside as well. Robinhood, nice upside with it. Oh yeah, let's go Marvell. I'm joking, that wasn't too much. Right there, QBTS does turn into the buy, so there goes QBTS as well. Shopify for Canada, that's a decent amount for Shopify for sure. Next number there for Shop, so that's starting to go as well. Obi's just getting prepared, so I'm just going to leave them. There's Amazon. So Amazon has like 5 million shares or so. Now it's getting paired off. Remember what Palantir was, 7.9. It's still there. So the major pairing event is 355 now. That's Obi. 355 now for Palantir. So we're going to wait to see if we might have just. I kind of want to get back into this long right now, but like this could flip up on us right there. The market actually didn't do a whole heck of a lot there, to be honest with you. Bumped up a little bit into the high of the day gap. So right there, I guess it did something went right into the high of the day there, but now it's trying to fade back out again. So sometimes if Eric gives us these numbers, it should get holy huge jumping. 93.5 million to buy, the Nasdaq 255 million to sell, about 900 million to buy, the Mag 7 600 million to buy in total notional value, so it's not huge. It's not in the trillion or anything. But let's just continue to watch this because as we get closer and closer to 355, so we didn't get back what we made on Palantir there, so it's fine. It's just we did get back some because we tried it. We tried to get through there, so we'll have to wait to see if anything comes into play there for PLTR or not. But yeah, so that's the Nasdaq. This is some fun imbalances. WBA is a buyout, so they're probably, this is Walgreens Boots and buy-ins. I think they're going private, public by institutional money there, so we don't have to worry too much about that. But Palantir is the one that I'm looking at right now, one of the biggest buys, and no surprise they have to be weighted upside, right? So people want to get some Palantir in there. Here we go, man, with only 1 minute left. Let's see what happens with PLTR and their.
Keep an eye here on Tesla dropping. Bloomberg reporting that Elon Musk is lobbying Washington, D.C. lawmakers to clear way for self-driving cars. So shouldn't really impact the stock. The drop seems to be imbalance related, but just be aware here, TSLA and watch. Bloomberg reporting that CEO Elon Musk, who just stepped down from the Department of Government Efficiency, is now apparently lobbying some lawmakers in D.C. to help push self-driving cars forward. And before we send you back to the guys, just want to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, because we've been showing you the homepage of Trade the Pool for a while now, but we want to highlight now a section of the site that you might have missed. And trust us, you'll want to check it out. It's Trade the Pool's video on demand library, and it's so much more than just content. It's a space built to help traders grow with real stories of funded traders, strategy breakdowns, hard lessons, and mindset tips to actually apply in your own trading. And there's more. The note feature allows you to save the most valuable takeaways from videos so you can quickly revisit the exact moments that matter. It's like your own personal bookmark. The best part, it's completely free. If you haven't supported yet, now's the time. Head to tradethepool.com and click on the VOD library tab. Back to you.
355. So we saw that Palantir was okay. We should go. All right. So there it is. Let's go. We make it all back right now. $1.20 in the money plus on Palantir. We're going off one more time. So let's go Palantir. There it is, man. Boom, right back in there. So we lose a little bit, make a little bit on this move up as Palantir stays. It was just there. Now it's lower. 2 million shares with only 5 minutes left. Palantir go boom in the night. There it goes. Upside play there for PLTR. Sounds like we're running an auction. Who wants to buy? Who's got to buy? Who wants to buy some Palantir right now? Who wants to sell some Palantir? Sold to you. I'll be Palantir. But there it is. A nice move higher right there on this name. So good trading there. And I just thought that 5 million was probably, or that 7 or 8 million. I punched in because I saw it increase. All right, so I saw it go from 7 million to 8 million there as Daryl was talking. There it is right there, Palantir still on board. I mean, I'm just looking at this because it's my stock right now that I'm in, but there are other stocks. Is Ford doing anything at all? Remember, I know Daryl just brought that story about Tesla, but Tesla was also a 3 or 4 million share sell. Unfortunately, I don't see it on here anymore, so it must be definitely, it is less than anything we see on here right now. Look at Palantir, still there, 1.8 million shares. So that means at the end of the day, this is going to need to pair off. So there's a market on buy order right now for 1.85 million shares. These are guaranteed fills. They need to fill these orders. So yeah, hopefully we do get a little bit more upside. I'm going to offer some out at 30s, 34. We just get the 34 fill. I'm also waiting in the 60s to see if we can get that. But this is what we're dealing with, man. This is the wild market. So everybody that was like, yo, like, let's get into some trades. Now, I said thank you so much for watching, but thank you for understanding how patience can be pretty key when we're sitting here looking at all of these. What people are saying, Webull is tanking still? Nah, we already talked about Webull. Come on, my guy. Okay, QBTS with the buy, so that started to go there. I'm not seeing XOM, like 3 million shares. You know, it's nice. It's not huge, but there's XOM again. I mean, what do you guys, let's check out Tesla on that story that Adara just gave us again as well. Yeah, okay, so there's the move down there as Elon and President Trump go back and forth again, I guess. They're done, but just posting more as Adair just rolled that, gave us that story. I'm going to continue to watch Palantir, guys. Look where we are on Palantir. We just took out $1.50. We just got 130.65s there, on 131.65, sorry. So there it is, nice move up. Let's take another piece out here as we get through in here to show you what Palantir looks like, into 131.70. Take out another fill here in the 70s and see where it goes. Now, this could epically fall at the end of the day if and when this pairs off, right? And so it's getting lower and lower. I don't even see it on here. Now, we do have a filter on this system where I can filter out names, but then if I filter out names that, if I don't have the right filter on, I could miss something that shows up. Another way to trade this right at the end of the day is wait for something to come out of the blue. Like look at Rivian. Rivian was a sell, but then it's, you know, it's paired off a little bit, so it does get back to the upside, but that will sell off at the end of the day. This level 2 can't hold 2 million shares. So that should be a problem. Now, there are dark pools and everything, so we got your, J&J could be going upside as well. A New York name often will rally in the last couple seconds as well. Anthropic is making $3 billion in revenue. Anthropic just dropped their revenue number. I don't know where that came from, but there it is. They're done $3 billion year to date so far, I guess is, I don't know, but anyways, we'll talk about that later. All right, so here we go. Palantir, at the end of the day, we're long in $1.33, and we're going. I'm going to offer again right now at 131.70. And again, Anthropic is Amazon and Google-backed large language models there for the AI. That is Anthropic. So here we go. Out some more. I just took some more out. There's only 1 minute left. I only have about 10% or so of this trade right there. So we just got long when we saw this increase. Oh, I just saw Amazon again. All right, so there's Amazon. Amazon, look at it going the other way here into the close. See, this is what I mean. Like sometimes these, oh, there's Nvidia. Oh my God, everything's just showing up here at the end of the day here. We just got some more out on Palantir. Uber's there. There's Amazon coming into play again right now as well. So yeah, we are ready to rock and roll right now in this market. So here we go, man, with only 30 seconds left. Oh, the closing bell working is back. There's Amazon. Quick look to see if Tesla's doing anything. Quick look to see what Nvidia is doing at the end of the day. Nvidia's not doing anything. Looks like we got the big one here, guys, with Palantir. All right, heading into the close. I'm not going to take any more closing risk on. We're going to get out for a nice little win there at the end of the day. Ooh, the countdown. I almost like I forgot the countdown. This is brought to you by Upexi. Upexi. Thank you so much to Upexi for bringing the closing bell. And it is on like Donkey Kong. So there it is. Nice little fill there at the end of the day for us on Palantir. Oh boy. Annualized, yeah, $3 billion in annualized revenue for Anthropic. So its revenue metric was $1 billion back in December of 24. So it looks like they're doing a little bit better than expected on that. Okay, it's just a Darren and I on the recap show. So, we have Steve Talman as well coming through. I think we should be having him. So that should be exciting as well. We'll talk to him. We'll see if he was able to do anything on the imbalances. I'm just checking our calendar just to make sure if there is a guest tonight. Yes, it is. Steve Talman. Okay, good. Coming through from Trade the Pool. Let's just see what Palantir is doing here at the end of the day. So there's the fade out. Now that we've done the big volume, look at that print on Palantir. It is 17 million shares right there at the end of the day on Palantir. So it does 10% of the volume on its last print. Tesla's last print, I'm going to throw it over to you, because I got to go over there and get ready. 20 million shares for Tesla there at the end of the day. Is that 20 million shares or 2 million shares? I guess it's only 2 million shares, for Tesla at the end of the day. So yeah, good day overall. Thank you for joining us one more time. Happy birthday to my wife. Thank you, Obi, for a great week. But we already checked the calendar, and you're in Monday anyway.
Yes, I am in Monday.
All right, I'm going to take my water and get back over the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sean. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us for the whole day there and for the whole week. It's been a pretty wild week there. A lot of shake and bakes, aggressive strength to start the week. A little bit of a chop and churn during the middle of the week, and then maybe some selling coming into the end of the week. But take a look at that. All of that selling that we had pretty much bought right back up on the day today on both the ES and the NASDAQ. So crazy volatility and solid opportunities, to say the least, there on across the board. We saw Palantir this week. We saw a lot of Tesla. Tesla day one on Tuesday was absolutely beautiful there as well. A lot of opportunities on the futures as well. TQs, that false break of the range, that back through 72. We get that continuation coming in today on what do you call that Nvidia as well on the day two earnings. So a lot of pushes there, a lot of opportunities. Hopefully you guys had a great week there, and guess what? We're going to be back next week with just as much of a jam-packed week. Sure, maybe it's not Nvidia earnings, but earnings season is still not done. So don't go anywhere, guys. I will see you guys next week. We got Sean and Dara with the market recap. See you guys. Have a good weekend.
All right, there we go, man. We're just getting set up now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Obi, for a great week, and thank you, everybody, for joining us. Oh no, Adair's getting tired already.
I've been tired.
You have plans tonight. You just mentioned. Don't get too tired.
Well,
I'm just loading up the stream right now. Interesting day, to say the least. We did have President Trump,
say the least.
Yeah, come through with a bunch of different things here today. I'm just going to load up our community chat here and get ready to go. So allow YouTube ads. Yes. Refresh the page. I don't
get it ads
with my thing there, but yeah, the NASDAQ. in, if that sort of helped with IBB's move down. On the green side of things today, we have TAN. $140, and that's where we are right now. Let's go over to a daily chart just to have a quick look at what Nvidia looks like here. We got a line on earnings, and it's two straight down days off of their report. And again, we think they're laying out on the H20s at 4.5 billion, which is slightly better than the 5.5 billion I was expecting on that right down. So Nvidia not so bad, 81 cents versus 88, including that right down without it would have been 96 cents. So decent report for Nvidia, but obviously there are some concerns as their guide was pretty much, it was better than expected, but not that crazy blowout guide that many people would be expecting. I think Nvidia is probably fully valued in these levels until the next round of AI, until we get some more excitement right now, because if that report was as good as it was and the market's downside, well then, barring any more China news or anything like that, what's the next catalyst to get Nvidia going? I ask you that. So we'll wait to see what happens with Nvidia moving forward. Again, we had some decent reports today, right? We had come through, and that gap eventually hopefully will get filled, because look at this move all the way down to $12 there. That's again a good quarter, but more warrants on the gut. That is not that way. All right, so comes back to the 82.22.50 there, the 50 period moving average for gap, formerly GPS to GPS again. Brendan started that off today. Now I just can't get that out of my head. There's what gap does come back in. A day Marvel. Let's see how they wound up today. Not great. A little flat at $60. So yesterday we went out about $64, finishing the day at 60. So downside push of 5%. Again, in line, actually a beat by a cent, I believe, both ways on their gap EPS and their EPS. And then, of course, their revenue is slightly higher as well. But it was their forward guide that I think fell between 66 and 72. But the street was expecting 68. So it's kind of like upside is great, but downside isn't that great. And they counteract each other. So we'll have to wait to see if Marvell can get off the mat, because today many stocks did hit the grind. Right, Apple today broke through $200 again. Let's go over, maybe we can get a 3-minute chart going on here. Just look to see what Apple did on the day. So Apple had its ups and downs, right? Again, not a good story to start today, which kind of got me thinking red, like dead red all day. That was a nice move to the downside there, breaking through 200 on, again, President Trump's pre-market talk about China not being and that worked geniusly until basically midday, where the market rallied back upside. But all the markets were still red on the day, so still a good one there. But then Apple comes out again, breaks back down there as President Trump starts talking more about Chinese tariffs, and then talks about the other tactic that he's using, not tariffs, but what's the word I'm looking for as I go through the uncertainty negotiations. Talks when he was going to put on not tariffs there. What's the word I'm looking for? When you restrict controls, curbs. Yeah, so we already talked about that chip ban and some of those curbs coming through. Again, that's not the word I was looking for, but I'll get it back anyways. Sanctions. This is the problem. I don't have the chat open. Like everybody in the chat is probably yelling the word sanctions, and I don't have it right there. So it's been a long week, although it's been an interesting week. I had a very interesting lunchtime there where we were out. We went to the dealership, picked up that Model 3. I'm very excited for that. Very nervous for that because it's a new toy, so I got to make sure that I do everything properly and so on and so forth. So that's charging downstairs right now, so we're excited about that. What was that story in the middle of near the end of the day? We did have Moderna.
Oh yeah, so what happened here was, so in case you guys missed it, there was this weird move in Moderna. It was a couple, it was before I went on vacation, I remember that. And so Moderna had this drop, and it recovered really nicely. So it looks like at that time, the Department of Health and Human Services, or Human Health Services, correct me, Americans, either way, it's HHS. Basically what happened was initially it kind of dropped on this story that the HHS could be changing some of its vaccine recommendations and guidance, that it popped on the same catalyst app, I guess, as people readjusted. Well, then it got a nice little pop today, as with some of these other vaccine plays, on a report, I believe from the Washington Post, suggesting that now the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, regardless of what the HHS or Human Health and Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has said, the CDC said they're still going to continue to recommend COVID vaccines for kids. So because of that, of course, these vaccine names get a push to the upside. I apologize for the long-winded telling of that story, but sometimes context matters so we can understand the more recent news moves.
We are now in, we figured out our problem with the ad blockers. Now we get to see everybody here. I want to say thank you. Shout out to everybody that's here right now. John M., Farm Trader, Harry Lou, everybody like that. Yeah, Model 3 cheap. Yeah, I got 2023. I got a great deal on the car, and that was what I was waiting for. I was waiting for that. So we were able to do that. All right, yeah, and there looks like a red candlestick. Yeah, that was the case from today for sure as we go. All right, so let's just keep on going here. Now as well, GDX downside. We can check our story upside on gold today. No, actually, that did not come good in my ear right there. Something just blasted me out right there. 303 for GLD. I really like gold. I think that gold has now solidified itself as I mean, it's been like that basically for a while here. Straight following this 50-period moving average. I mean, as more and more, I even think now even more so than ever. Yesterday, I was hearing some news about Iran and everything like that. Even today, President Trump was mentioning he thinks there could be a deal with Iran. But the only problem there, of course, is he wants to send in inspectors and everything to make sure that there is no nuclear developments or anything like that. I'm not sure that's going to get done. So, yeah, there is some more uncertainty in the world for sure. So there goes GLD. Nice upside play again today. Sorry, the Spider Trust Gold is down today. But we'll have to wait to see if there's going to be some play there. I really love this 50-period moving average. And you guys know that. So we spent a little bit of time underneath. But since then, bounced off of it basically 3 times. So GLD continuously moving a little bit higher right there. We can look at XLE as we talk more about Iran and things like that. The oil market and energy space is not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. So we're going to leave that alone, just kind of bouncing around there. You can collect. The only thing good I have to say right now about the energy space is the dividends. You know, you're going to go out with XOM at 3-4-5%. I know that's a big difference, 3-4-5, but I'm not sure exactly what the dividend ratio is right now based on the current price. But whether or not you're at 3 or 4%, there's a nice little level down there for XOM, around $100 right now for Exxon. So yeah, you know, a move back into there could be bought if you are looking for yield, but never chase yield, because sometimes it's like Verizon right now, right? Verizon's better than it has been for sure, but they're things like that. Even Intel had a great dividend in this space until they didn't, and they scrapped that. So if you kept buying Intel for their dividend, you see what happens to the stock, and the same thing true there. Macy's all the way down to $11. That's an interesting name. Big tech name that has a decent dividend that I like is IBM. You can grab IBM, I think 2.5% or so on their yield. I wonder if there was even yield listed on here somewhere. That's short float. 2.3%, short float for IBM. That's interesting. As they're near all-time highs as well. Let's just have a quick check. We do have Steve ready to go in just a couple seconds. 345 or so for Tesla. So again, pretty interesting week for them. Started off in and around that 350 marker, got as high as 364 or so. Ends the week sort of where we started, back at 347. So yeah, it just keeps on going back and forth here with these names. You get one day it starts to bump higher because we get good news. It's that whole taco trade again, I guess, right? It's like, are we going to hold to these tariffs? Are they even legal? But again, the back play for the tariffs are these sanctions. He can just say, all right, tariffs you think are illegal, fine by me. Let's go with tariffs. Or let's go with sanctions.
And they've said they're going to find a way to get it in. But here's my question, Sean, before we go to Steve. We've got taco now. Do we come up with fun little acronyms or backronyms, I guess, for every single Mexican food with regards to enchilada? What's the enchilada trade? You put Elon in there. What's the quesadilla trade? What's the burrito trade? I want to trade for everything. You know what I mean? That's not enough for me.
I mean, you should be able to come up with something.
I'll probably will.
Yeah, over the weekend it's probably going to
mark my words. Yeah, absolutely it will. We might get a burrito, we might get an enchilada, quesadilla, get the taquito. We'll get some more trades.
I just want the tequila trade. Whatever the tequila trade is the one that I want. I feel like I got to take a bottle to the head after this week. Okay, so we're ready to rock and roll. I don't even really drink. All right, it's Trader Talk. Let's bring him in. It's Steve. Is it Tyler? Yes, I did, Ramin. Hello. Wow, look at you. Look at all. We got our hat on today. We've got the chain going on. We're excited to have you back in the building again. How was your week?
Oh, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, casual Friday here. You guys are making me hungry. All this burrito talk.
I'm sorry about that.
But it's been a good week. How you doing?
Good. I'm not doing too bad. What do you enjoy Mexican food?
Oh, so much. I'm all about it.
I'm all about the fish tacos. What if you had one kind of taco, what would you? Chicken? Are you a beef guy, a fish guy?
It's so tough. I think I gotta go fish though. A good fish taco. Yeah. So good.
We like that for sure. Okay. Oh, my stream deck isn't working. Oh my God, we're just all over the place today as I get that all loaded up. Oh no, now my screen is gone. Okay, now we're doing the calculations. Oh wow, this has been a quite an interesting day. Thank you for sticking with us, Steve. Here. All right, we had a great earnings week. We're back, by the way. Okay, we had a great earnings week with many names. I mean, Nvidia is kind of the obvious choice to talk about. But today we had Gap, which was nice when they actually had a nice move down there as the retail sector continues to get hit pretty hard as well. We had AEO the other day, Abercrombie & Fitch as well, ANF. We had Costco today. Was there anything other than Nvidia that really caught your eye?
Well, it's interesting. You're mentioning the gap down, and then we saw ANF do very well. So we're seeing some stratification, some variation in the earnings, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But I mean, obviously, Nvidia is the belle of the ball here, and it's doing some interesting things, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I already, and again, Steve Tyleman here from Trade the Pool. Thank you so much for joining us. I was actually looking at a daily chart. If you come over to my screen, I mean, when I kind of zoom back out, I was kind of surprised. We were at this level a year ago. Nvidia's done a whole lot of nothing over the past year. If you go right into there, this is last June, we were at 135. Now, of course, we traveled, we went up and down, but if you just woke up hoping that your trades would be in the money, you're relatively flat on Nvidia. I just gave a little bit of a hot take there. I don't know what's going to cause this name to get back to the upside. What are you guys thinking in your chat rooms or anything like that? Today, I was short Nvidia. We had a great trade. We actually had the Nvidia short right off the open at 139.50. We were lucky enough to get that top wick. Then we added to it right here off VWAP, and then it just kept on falling down. So I'm negative bias on Nvidia, although I'll hold it for long term. Negative until we get this China stuff sorted out. What are you guys talking about?
Beautiful. I'm right there with you, Sean. So my outlook on Nvidia, it has been pretty consistent for a while now. I think that when you look at the long-term charts of software versus hardware versus chips, there's a clear clear outperformance starting to take place in software. And I'll throw up the chart for you. IGV over SMH. So this is the ratio chart, and it's breaking this years long, like 5-year long downtrend. So I've been really doing well playing this theory, and just every time I want a long, I grab some software. Every time I want a short, I grab some hardware. So I'm bearish on Nvidia. I do think what we're seeing is a long-term distribution pattern where essentially I think that this is the bull path I drew for somebody. Let's get that out of here. What I really think is that we're seeing a head and shoulders play out. Okay. I think we've got this, and this one starting to form. And this whole section seems to me like distribution.
Right.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think that there's much more upside in other names. I really like Google, for example, in the mega caps. I think that looks phenomenal, reclaiming the 200-day moving average. But I'm not interested in playing Nvidia long, to be honest.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us, Steve. And one, I guess, sector that's been on watch a little bit with tons of earnings names is going to be cybersecurity. We had Palo Alto Networks last week. We had Snowflake last week. This week, we actually had Zscaler and Okta. And then we're going to be getting CrowdStrike coming through Tuesday after the close. So with all of these cybersecurity names, either those that have reported or those that are going to report, do you have any favorites in this space, or is this a space in general that you like right now?
Absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned it. So I love cybersecurity. This is actually probably the most bullish subsector of software that I'm really a fan of, because not only do you capture the high beta moves, because it is a tech name, or they are tech names, but you also have the kind of built-in cushion for if craziness happens geopolitically, or if there's some crazy thing going on. I mean, there's only going to be more of a demand for cybersecurity. So you have this really nice kind of dual boost to these names. So I've been long Zscaler since, let me check my charts here, about 211, 212-ish, and it's been doing excellently. I obviously trimmed before earnings just to protect profits, but I mean, what can you say? What an amazing move. So I'm sticking with them. I love them.
Steve, here's the chart on Zscaler right here, actually. Was it, what got you in around that price? Because like right here, maybe it was this break at 217 or so, but yeah, Zscaler continues to work out, and what a great move for you there today. I don't know if you have your Zscaler chart up or not, but that was a great break there on ZS. We actually don't have to, don't worry about it. I did want to talk about another section, and that, of course, we talked about it, was retail. Is there a specific name that you think is setting up, really great on a chart? I mean, you've just gone over. I love your head and shoulders pattern there on Nvidia. I didn't even think about that, and that's almost exactly what it looks like. Costco right there, a nice day today, up 3%. We don't normally Costco sells off after earnings. It's nice to see that today. We started out under 1,000, broke through, nice upside move. There's also Walmart, I think looks pretty decent. We got to get above this $100 mark though for sure in order for this to start to work out. And then other than that, man, I mean, we talked about Amazon, and I think we already talked about some of the mega caps already. So Walmart or Costco, if I could give you like sort of a this or that.
I mean, what can stop Walmart, right?
Yeah, I don't think, I think Amazon.
is kind of right in this area that started the massive parabolic move. So I'd really like to see
But anyways, nice move up there. I'm going to say we are at or near all-time lows.
In terms of bull, I think we're seeing a pretty typical today. So I'm a big fan. This is going to be one of my main ways to play upside in tech. And then also I was just noticing some interesting flow, some options flow on CSX. And I need to do my research. I'm thinking, is this the private prison? Is this the railroad? I think it might be. I saw this right before the bell. There was some really nice flow, and the chart looks constructive. It's cooking this 50-50 here, and it looks like it's got to do with the 200-day moving average. So short term in next week, I'm keeping a close eye on this one as well.
That's the rails there. Yeah, so good job there with CSX. Okay, Steve, Palantir here from Trade the Pool. Is your stream going to be coming up live in a couple minutes?
Absolutely, yeah. You can catch me over at Trade the Pool's YouTube page. I'll be going live there. We're going to be doing a real fun webinar on trading caps, both cap fills, cap extensions. It's a big one, so it'll be a part one of that. But we'll talk about all the different setups and how to trade them. It'll be a good time.
Fantastic. So get that stream going and go join Steve on all of that, Fibonacci's, everything. We love that. You guys take questions at all on the stream?
Oh, absolutely, every time. That's one of my favorite ones, honestly. Yeah, come on in, ask me some questions. Have fun on my chain, you know.
Well, have a great shrimp tacos. I forgot about that. Fish taco, shrimp taco, definitely. Loving all those tacos to get everybody excited again for their Friday. You know, go have a taco, have a beer, something like that. Thank you so much, Steve. People are already talking on it. That's a great stream. So I'm sure some of your viewers will head over there and join you. Have a great weekend from there and myself. Thank you again for coming on one more time. Steve Allen from Trade the Pool.
Thanks so much.
All right, let's see who's staying here with us late. Because right now we're going to switch right over into roll call. There it is. Let's get out of here. We got to get out of here. It's now past 4:30, so we've got places to be that are not here. We've got to feel like we've been here all day. Hey, we have. So here we go. Let's go right now. Thank you so much for watching us on YouTube. Make sure you do join us again on Monday, bright and early at 8:30, where we'll all be here one more time for you. I'll be filling in one more day. He's coming back on Tuesday, so that should be fun and exciting to see him again, hear all about his trip, and then we'll talk about what we did on the weekend. It should be a lot of fun right there. Patrick is here. Thank you so much for coming back, Patrick. Tia's here as well. Ronnie, the philanthropist, is here. Hood, Huddle Hank. I mean, what a great name, Huddle Hank. Bourbon, Warab. Hey, what's up, Matt Joe and Warab? I'll go back and forth. What's up, Grey Worm? Big Worm is here. Top 7 is here. Mike the Rider is here every single day. Derek Thompson, all of you. I'm going to miss people. Again, OZ is here. We already talked about Dollar Bill is here. What's up, Bill? We're doing a rowboat is here. Trader Vader as well. East Bay Family Dentistry. Looks like you're working on the update. We're going to get that on Monday. The update of how the Trader TV live picks are doing thus far. We only had, was it 3 names or 4 names each?
We each had 3 names. Brendan had 2 names. Sean had Palantir. So I'll just tell you right now which the best and worst picks were because they're both here on this table. Your Palantir, killing it. My UNH, unfortunately, I don't want to even say not killing it because that feels inappropriate given the context. But UNH, a little unhealthy right now over here, to put it lightly.
That was tough.
Sorry, guys. I felt weird even making that non-pun pun. But yeah, bad look for UNH. But Boeing flying to the upside. So good job, Boeing. That pun was intended.
Right, that was a good one. We're fun. We're having a good time right here late on a Friday. Thank you so much to everybody that's still with us now. All right, we've been talking a little bit about food, obviously, today. So you mentioned burritos, tacos, quesadillas, everything. So this is just your favorite Mexican dish.
Quesadilla.
There it is. Is it chicken? Is it chicken?
Birria.
Is it a
Birria with cheese.
Perfect. There we go. We're
With
ready.
quesadilla, you have to have cheese. That's what the queso is.
That's what I was saying. All right. Thank you so much for joining us one more time.
Thank you to Free Dog for the $5 super chat. Sorry to cut you off. Dara, I followed you to winning today. Thanks. I don't know what I did, but thank you so much and for the super chat and the support. I hope everyone has a great
week. There's a $5 grab a taco on. We're going to do this next week. We're going to get some tacos in because this is just fun.
Nice.
Trade that taco there over me and someone likes tacos. All right. Thank you so much. Man, we've lost our way here today. It is Friday, and thank you so much for everybody for joining us. From Sean and Dara, Ramin, all of you are all still here. And Bears vs. Bulls, thank you for staying late, man. You mean the world to us. You don't understand that, but you do. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, and everybody for watching. Have a safe and happy birthday, Marissa, by the way. I'm going to see you in about 45 minutes or so. Have a great day, everybody. Enjoy your weekend, man. The weather's going to be banging around here. I hope it is where you are too. Give your loved one a hug, and we will see you guys back on Monday. Go Palantir.